Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars story. Star Wars, Kyle Katarn, Path of the Jedi. Written by Sean Greer. Chapter 1. The only constant in life is change. The man wondered where the phrase had come from. He knew it had come from his own mind, but wondered what had inspired it. Getting contemplative in my old age, maybe. The man smiled at this. He was not of an advanced age, unless one considered being 22 old. Still, he felt old sometimes. So much had happened in his life so quickly, contemplating it was nearly mind-boggling. And today was proving to be no exception aside from the fact that he was not personally involved in events. The communicator hanging from his belt dinged. Grabbing the device, he brought it to his lips. "Hangar Bay? I need a status report," said another voice. "The last group of ships just left, Commander. They should be forming up with the others momentarily." "All right then," the other person replied. "Get back up here. We need to get things set up." "Understood," the man said. "Bet you wish you were going with him," said the other man teasingly. "Oh yeah," the man replied back with equal sarcasm. "And what makes you so sure?" "Come on, Kyle," Commander Thanos said. "Do you really expect me to believe otherwise?" "I might," a smiling Kyle Katarn replied. A chuckle came from the small speaker. "Not likely," the head tactical officer replied. "Now get up here. We need to make sure the long-range communications and telemetry are ready to go." "On my way," Kyle said, sparing one last glance around the practically empty room. A little over 10 minutes ago, the space had teemed with fighter craft, X-wings, and Y-wings, B-wings, and A-wings. He had watched as they passed, one by one, out of the hangar, drives flaring. "I hope this works." He moved to the hatchway, the twin doors sliding aside at his approach. Stepping into the corridor beyond the doors, Kyle began to walk down it when he realized there was a problem. "I have no idea which way to go." After all his time aboard the New Hope, and having gotten used to his layout, this Nebulan B was new and fairly unfamiliar to him. Kyle considered calling Commander Thanos back for directions, but decided against it. He'll just make fun of me again. No way am I letting that happen. Taking a chance, Kyle made his way up the corridor, keeping his eyes open for anything familiar. Sure enough, here came someone in the opposite direction. Scanning the man's uniform, Kyle spoke aloud. "Crewman." The man stopped and, looking at Kyle, smiled as he recognized him. "Commander Katarn," he said, saluting. "I wish people wouldn't do that," Kyle thought, returning the salute after a moment. "Crewman," he said, "location of tactical." Kyle kept his face neutral so as not to betray any of what he was feeling. Hopefully, he thought, this guy won't make the connection. "Yes, sir," said the crewman, pointing with his hand. "You take a left just ahead to the turbolift and go up 2 decks. Tactical is only a short distance from the main bridge." "Very good, crewman," Kyle said. "Thank you." "No problem, sir," the man said, saluting again. Returning the salute, Kyle gratefully followed the man's directions. Passing through the entrance to the room, Kyle saw Commander Thanos working with 2 of the engineering technicians. "Reporting for duty, sir," Kyle called. "Well," Thanos said, looking up, "looks like you're doing better. Didn't get lost this time." "Like I'd ever admit to it to you," Kyle thought. "No, sir." Thanos stared at him for a moment, and then with a quick smile, spoke. "Take your station. I need you monitoring Blue Squadron." "Understood," Kyle said, moving to his spot. Fortunately, the stations for tactical on the Aspiration were very similar to those on the New Hope. Kyle adjusted his instruments, homing in on the communication frequency for Blue Squadron. He listened to the chatter among the pilots as they formed up. Just then, one of the engineering technicians spoke. "And there?" "That's got it, Commander." "You're sure?" "Yes, sir," said Kachin Tails. "You're wired directly into the hyperspace comm network. And the telemetry feed from Home 1 is coming in perfectly," added Luntic Pandora, you'll be able to have a constant real-time data feed coming in. Excellent, said Commander Thanos. Well done, you two. This matters more than you know. Anytime, Commander, said Luntic Pandora. We love a challenge, added Kachin Tails. After a quick check of both systems, Thanos dismissed the technicians. With an audible click hiss, the room's overhead speaker came on. Attention all hands, said a voice. We are T-minus 5 minutes from mission start. All section leaders, report your readiness. Thanos moved to a comm panel. Tactical to bridge. Bridge here, said a voice. Go ahead. Tactical is green. Affirmative, the voice replied. Closing the channel, Thanos addressed the room. Attention. Kyle, along with the other tactical staff, turned away from his station and came to attention. Thanos waited a brief moment before speaking. All right, everyone. It's nearly go time. I need each of you to do your absolute best today. We may not be going into the fight directly, but our work is no less important than those who are going. Understood. Any questions? There were none. Good, Thanos said, smiling at the group. Let's get to work. The tactical staff turned back to their consoles. Kyle felt a slight tingling in his body, a feeling of anticipation. This is really happening. The rebellion is really going to do this. He considered what was going on all around him. A few months ago, the rumor mill on the ship had begun to buzz with stories of a massive new Imperial construction project. At Mon Mothma's instruction, First Lieutenants Teneville Undomil and Nerwin Aldarian had investigated the matter. The results of their investigation had sent shockwaves all over the rebellion. Some didn't or wouldn't believe it, but even the most vocal doubters were silenced when the co-heads of intelligence had received the first images via the rebel spy network. It seemed impossible, but in the end, no one could deny it was true. The Empire was building a second Death Star. In a nondescript outer rim sector, an otherwise forgettable planetary system quickly took center stage. Or more specifically, the fourth moon of the system, a planet called Endor. Situated in orbit of the planet, the new Death Star seemed to loom over Endor almost like a floating corpse, particularly since it was still under construction, sections of it sticking out into space like the tendrils of some metal beast. Further analysis revealed this new battle station was even larger than the first Death Star, and its prime weapon, the planetary destroying super laser, verified to be even more powerful than the original one. But what had caught the interest of Rebel Command was the news that, in its current state, the Death Star was not fully operational. This included its weapons and drive systems along with most of its hangars. But the real clincher had been the news that Emperor Palpatine himself would soon be coming to inspect the new Death Star. Given its seemingly defenseless state, the senior leaders of the rebellion had decided, after much deliberation, to launch an all-out attack with the goal of destroying both the battle station and the Emperor. Further intelligence had detected the presence of an energy shield in place around the station. This shield was being generated from a station somewhere on the surface of Endor. In a briefing broadcast all over the fleet from the flagship Home 1, Kyle had listened to Mon Mothma, General Madine, and Admiral Akbar describe the plan. A team led by newly minted General Han Solo would head for the surface of Endor and destroy the station generating the shield surrounding the battle station. Once that was done, Rebel starfighters would fly into the Death Star and strike at its main reactor. Wow, Kyle thought, as he listened, indeed they call me crazy. At the same time, Kyle knew he would have probably made the same decision. The chance to eliminate both the station and the Emperor. It was too big an opportunity to not take an equally big risk. And so, aside from the Aspiration and a few supply ships, every other Rebel capital ship, medium-sized vessels, and fighter craft had been committed to the operation. Just then, the overhead speaker came on again, breaking into his reverie. "Attention all hands," said a voice Kyle instantly recognized. "This is Mon Mothma. We are about to begin the mission against the second Death Star. Each of you knows the importance of what we are about to attempt. If our endeavor succeeds, we may be able to bring an end to this terrible war. The hopes and prayers of beings all over the galaxy go with you. May the Force be with you all." Silence slowly filled the room, only the sound of the instruments breaking it. And so it was all over the fleet, each person letting Mon Mothma's words sink in. Attention all units, another voice interrupted. We are 2 minutes from hyperspace jump. All ships, make your final checks and verify hyperspace coordinates. Kyle smiled at hearing this one. The words themselves were of less importance than the person who spoke them. Sounds like she's doing well, he thought. A short distance away, on the bridge of the Aspiration, Assistant Mission Officer Jan Ors was busy verifying that the plethora of ships was ready to go. Kyle chuckled under his breath, remembering the encounter he had had with her only a few days ago. Arriving on the bridge, his eyes had sought out and found her, leaning over a plotting table, eyes fixed on its surface. Kyle stepped forward until he was directly behind her. When he cleared his throat, he did so softly, but Jan's reaction made him feel like he had shouted at her. Visibly jumping at the sound, she whirled around, mouth open and ready to condemn whoever it was that had surprised her. When she saw Kyle, Jan caught the angry words bubbling up from inside and swallowed them back down inside her. Instead, she fixed a strong glare on him. What, Katarn? And hello to you, miss. Kyle's voice trailed off as his eyes took in Jan's clothes. She's wearing a uniform, and that insignia. Forgive me, he said, catching himself, Commander Ors. Jan's smile at him showed both her happiness and pride. Since when? He asked. Since I was assigned here, she said, lifting an eyebrow at him. Got a problem with that? No, he said expansively, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Then, just loud for her to hear, he muttered, copycat. I am not. She hissed back, glaring at him again. R2, he returned. Am not, she growled. R2 plus infinity, he said, and then before she could retort, he held out the datapad he was carrying. Latest assessment from Tactical on the telemetry network, he said loud enough that a few heads turned in their direction. Unable to say anything derogatory without garnering unwanted attention, Jan instead displayed her strongest glare. Kyle seemed to brush it off, a small smile on his face. Very well, she said, just able to keep her voice from betraying the emotions she was feeling. Of course, Commander, Kyle said, giving her a lazy salute. Will there be anything else? All right, Katarn, she thought, if that's the way you want to play it. No, she answered evenly, returning his salute. That will be all. Thank you, Mr. Katarn. As Kyle turned to go, Jan took a step forward. I'm going to get you for this, Kyle, she whispered. Normally, he would have smiled at such a statement. But something in the way Jan had said it, coupled with her expression. I think I'm in trouble. And so it was that Commander Thanos had somehow learned of his difficulties navigating the Aspiration. Kyle knew he could never prove it was Jan who told, but he strongly suspected. All right, he thought, fine. I'll show her. I'll learn the layout of this ship better than anyone. Later on, he realized that that had been a fool's promise. The Nebulon B was just too different. Just then, the voice of Admiral Akbar came over the speakers, interrupting his thoughts. Both operators heard the Mon Calamari's voice as he gave orders to begin the final countdown. In Tactical, Kyle and his compatriots turned to the master display screen as the first ship, the Corellian freighter Millennium Falcon, leapt into hyperspace. It was followed a second later by a group of X-Wings, then another Nebulon B frigate. Less than 10 seconds later, the crowded space outside the Aspiration was all but empty, the last of the rebel fleet having successfully made it into hyperspace. Everyone went back to their terminals, although there wasn't much to do at the moment except wait for the fleet to arrive at their destination. An hour passed. Lieutenant Taxis Figmalion, who was monitoring the data coming in from the fleet, called out. Commander, receiving updated telemetry. The fleet has exited hyperspace. Excellent, Thanos said, matching the other's smile. Continue to monitor. On the bridge, Jan didn't share the smile of the other bridge officers. Not until this new Death Star is turned into floating space junk. Then I'll celebrate. She thought briefly of Kyle and felt her lips curl in a small smile, but then forced it away. I have to stay focused. There was a sudden burst on the comm frequency Kyle was monitoring. "Commander," he called, "something's wrong. Blue Leader is reporting that the shield around the Death Star is still up." The blood drained from Thana's face at hearing this. He looked to Pygmalion, who nodded, confirming the report. And if that hadn't been enough bad news, Commander Wedge Antilles, leader of Red Squadron, radioed in about the presence of the Executor along with several other Star Destroyers. The picture was coming clear now. It was Admiral Akbar who said what everyone was thinking. It's a trap. With the blare of collision alarms and bursts of confused and conflicting comm traffic, the organized rebel fleet broke up, formations in complete disarray. An attempt was made at retreat, but the fleet soon found itself swarmed by multiple groups of TIEs, fighters, interceptors, and bombers. At the orders of their commanders, the rebel fighters broke formation and attacked. Though they were in separate places, Jan and Kyle both had the same thought. What do we do now? Then had come the call from General Calrissian aboard the Millennium Falcon that no one was expecting. "Commander," said another of the crew monitoring comm traffic, "I think General Calrissian just told Admiral Akbar to engage the Star Destroyers." Kyle looked to Thanos, who wore an expression of disbelief. But as Pygmalion relayed additional information and more comm traffic came in, it was clear that the rebel fleet was attempting to make a stand. And for a time it seemed it might work. But then had come the Empire's trump card. And when the moment happened, it was so unexpected that it took all of tactical a full minute to sort out what had happened through the confused crush of comm traffic and telemetry readings. "Commander," called Pygmalion, "Cruiser Liberty has been hit. She's gone." "How?" Thanos asked. "I'm not sure," the officer said, confused expression mirroring his words. "Sir, it seems impossible, but our readings indicate it was fired on by the Death Star." "That can't be," Thanos exclaimed. "It's not operational. Or is it?" Confirmation of the Death Star's functional superlaser came after another rebel cruiser was struck by it. The magnitude of the trap the Empire had set was impressed on everyone. Sandwiched between Star Destroyers and an operational Death Star, it seemed that all was lost for the rebels. On the bridge, Jan was trying to handle another blizzard of information coming in from the fleet. A score of fighter craft had been destroyed, and the remaining ones were outnumbered 2-1 by the TIEs. This can't be, she thought. This just can't be. Everything was in place. The intelligence had been verified. But as she listened to the incoming traffic, Jan slowly began to realize that she, along with so many others, had been deceived. Deceived by the Empire. Kyle was practically pessimistic about the situation. With the Star Destroyers blocking the fleet's escape and the Death Star operational, I don't see how we can win. He thought of his friends aboard the New Hope, fearing he would never see them again. But, as night gives way to day, so did the course of events in the battle change, and quite suddenly. "Commander," called Pygmalion, "a new report from Home One. The Death Star shield is down." Thanos turned to Kyle. "Confirm that." "Yes, sir." It took less than a minute. "Commander," Kyle said, smiling, "is confirmed. The shield is down and General Calrissian is leading all remaining fighters into the Death Star." All right, Thanos said, calming himself. "Keep monitoring people. The battle isn't won yet." "Yes, sir," came the reply. On the bridge, Jan felt a rush of hope, but she tempered it. This is still far from over. And while she did have a point, it became clear within the next 10 minutes that the tide of battle had clearly switched to the rebels. Jubilation swept the aspiration when Pygmalion confirmed a report that Darth Vader's flagship, the Superstar Destroyer Executor, was dealt a fatal blow. "It's confirmed, sir," Pygmalion continued. "The Executor suddenly dropped out of space and crashed nose first into the Death Star." Both Jan and Kyle listened to the many triumphant calls from ships all over the rebel fleet. Soon after, Commander Antilles reported in that the Death Star's main reactor had been hit. Admiral Akbar quickly ordered the fleet to move away from the Death Star. And with seemingly no time left, the Millennium Falcon was reported as safely escaping from the battle station. Kyle heard the communication and was about to relay it when the overhead speaker came on. "Attention all hands." Jan's voice called. "We have received confirmation from the fleet that the Death Star has been destroyed. Repeat, the Death Star has been destroyed." Any semblance of order vanished as the staff and tactical cried out in joy, some pumping their fists. All over the aspiration, duties, and obligations were momentarily forgotten as all celebrated the great victory. By the time the aspiration and the other ships left behind as Sullus had rendezvoused with the rest of the fleet, the victory party was in full swing. Celebrations went on for days, until rebel leadership gently suggested that it was time for everyone to get back to work. There was also the cost of the battle to count. 3 line cruisers had been lost in many fighters. But the news that hit Jan and Kyle the hardest was the loss of the New Hope. They had both called the cruiser home for a long time, and now it was gone. The only mitigating factor had been that all but 5 crew members had survived the destruction of the ship. Among them were Tinnerville and Nerwin, Chief Brawley and his staff, and as Kyle discovered, everyone that had been on his team to create the plan to rescue Jan from General Moak. So it was that the 2 newest heroes of the rebellion, along with a score of others, were left without a ship. In time, a new posting was chosen, but the solution was not one very many were happy about. "This is something only a bureaucrat could have come up with," Kyle said when he had heard the news. Jan had agreed and protested mightily when she learned of it. But no matter what either one of them said, the die had been cast. With the destruction of the Super Star Destroyer Executor, some of the Star Destroyers had retreated while others had been destroyed. To the surprise of senior rebel command, a few Star Destroyer captains had chosen to surrender their ships. And so it was that these vessels, once objects of hatred and fear, became symbols of hope and justice. The new billet of the majority of the New Hope's crew was one of these captured Star Destroyers. Formerly called Tormentor, the ship was now under the command of an element named Funderzoit and had been designated as Mon Mothma's flagship. And as the newcomers discovered upon arriving in the hangar bay, the vessel had been renamed. "Welcome to the Star Destroyer Intrepid," a porter droid said to Jan and Kyle as they stepped out of a shuttle. It was a moment of supreme irony when it asked them if they needed help finding their quarters. Unable to contain himself, Kyle laughed, shaking his head. "No need," he said, looking over at Jan. "I know the way." She wasn't smiling. "Something funny, Katarn?" she challenged. "Yes," he said, not hiding his smile, being assigned here. She ignored the comment. "Of all the ships in the fleet." "It's pretty ironic when you think about it," Kyle said. "Up till now, all we've ever done is try to escape from ships like this, and now we are assigned to one." Jan moved closer. "Are you going to be okay?" she asked, looking at him. "I know this can't be easy for you." Kyle sighed. "No, it's not. But this ship isn't the Empire's anymore. It's part of the Alliance fleet." "True," Jan replied. "And I'm just going to keep telling myself that till I actually believe it." He tried to smile. Taking a quick look around, Jan pulled him into a shadow created by the shuttle. "Hey, Jan, what?" he protested. Taking another look around, Jan spoke. "Look at me, Katarn." Kyle did so, finding her eyes looking directly into his. "Are you going to be okay? If not, we'll request assignment to another ship." Kyle briefly considered it, then shook his head. "No," he said, "let's stay. It won't be easy at first, but I'll get used to it." "Are you sure?" He smiled at her and before she could react, moved his face forward quickly and brushed her lips with his. "Yes, I am Jan," he said, confidence in his voice. "Thanks for caring." Feeling a bit embarrassed at Kyle's sudden action, Jan's cheeks reddened. "Someone has to," she said. "Now let's get out of here before someone sees us." While Kyle couldn't have cared less about that, he and Jan had talked about this. It had been a few days after the dance and the kiss afterward. "But why don't you want anyone to know?" Jan's expression wavered slightly. She was dead set on this but didn't want to be mean to him. "Kyle, we're in the middle of a war. I don't think a shipboard romance is going to be looked upon well." He dismissed that excuse right away. Jan, we wouldn't be the first or only couple in the Alliance. What about those Zabrak aboard the Justice, or the other couple on Alliance 1? Neither of them report directly to Mon Mothma, Kyle. We do. And besides, given the nature of our missions, don't you think she'd worry that our feelings for each other would get in the way of us doing our jobs well? If she thinks that, he countered, then she doesn't know us. I know that, Jan said, but we can't take the risk. Not now. Realizing that fighting her on this was already a lost battle, Kyle relented. I don't agree with you, Jan, but I'll go along for now. Good enough. She answered by kissing him. While Kyle said when their lips parted, if I'd known that was going to happen, I would have said yes a lot sooner. She raised an eyebrow at him. Uh-huh. And so now, Kyle did his part, waiting as Jan moved out of the shadow before following her a few seconds later. She looked around the vast hangar bay once again. I don't know if I'll ever be comfortable here. Kyle suddenly moved to her side, right arm across her shoulders. With his left, he gestured towards the ceiling. Fear not, Miss Ors, he said loudly, looking and acting like a pulp hero in a holodrama. As your sworn protector, I promise to save you from all the bugaboos out there. Taken in for a moment, Jan stared quizzically at Kyle's face. How does that sound? He said, grinning at her. Jan's dreamy expression hardened into a frown. You've got 3 seconds to let go, Katarn. Kyle immediately released her. Jan moved forward, intent on leaving him behind, but it occurred to her that she had no idea how to get to her quarters. She turned to look at Kyle, who was purposely not looking at her, even as he was fighting not to laugh at her. I hate it when he does that. Get over here and show me the way, Katarn. Right away, he said, smiling broadly. Catching up to her, Kyle started walking, Jan right with him. A sidewise glance at him infuriated her all the more. He was coughing, trying not to laugh. It's not funny, Katarn, she said firmly. Says you, he returned. She fixed a glare on him, but it seemed to have little effect. They walked in silence for a time. Passing through a hatch, the pair faced one of the Intrepid's main corridors. I hope we're not walking the rest of the way, Jan thought. Jan. She turned to him. What? Kyle was standing by a repulsor scooter. It'll be faster this way, he said, indicating the repulsor-equipped device. Without a word, she got on the scooter with him, remaining silent as Kyle started the scooter and put it in motion. Jan looked around as they traveled, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Suddenly, she felt a slight pressure on her left hand. She looked down and saw Kyle's right hand hovering close. Looking up, she saw him earnestly looking at her, the grin from before replaced with a serious expression. She responded by reaching out with her left hand and taking his. He smiled at her. It'll be okay, he said. Jan looked away, feeling suddenly embarrassed. They traveled a bit longer. Thank you, she said quietly, just loud enough for him to hear. Anytime, partner, he replied. Some random star system. Who knows where? Unbeknownst to Kyle or Jan, but knows to us, events were taking shape, events that would soon have a direct impact in their lives. And when all was said and done, lives, fates, and fortunes would be changed forever. A small, blue-orange world was the only attraction of any kind in this forgotten system. Several million miles away, a much smaller planetoid was visible. This moon, colored in varying shades of gray, seemed to have a whitish halo about it, reflecting light from the system's K-type star. With no habitable worlds and little in the way of mineral or other resources, this star system was normally quiet and still. In an instant, however, the quiet and stillness was shattered. A CR-90 Corellian corvette slid over the moon, tumbling end over end uncontrollably, the middle part of the ship enveloped in an orange-white corona of explosion and flame. A moment later, the moon was eclipsed in shadow as a dagger-like prow appeared. As it flared out, growing wider and longer, the object one of the Empire's star destroyers. But where star destroyers were whitish gray, This ship was so dark it nearly blended into the background of space. It was also several hundred meters longer, so much so that as the full ship came into view, its dimensions seemed positively ridiculous. The most notable part of the vessel was its bridge, or lack thereof. Star destroyers boasted a tall bridge that loomed over the rest of the ship and was capped by the massive domes of the shield generators. This ship's bridge, however, was squat and squarish, the only adornment a small flaring out of the square on the back. It possessed no name or designation, its construction having been financed through many secret funds and shell companies, all designed to disguise the identity of its owner. This ship did not belong to the Empire either, and no one outside a very small circle of individuals even knew of its existence. It was a dark ship, owned by an equally dark man whose dark presence pervaded the entire vessel. And at this moment, on that squat, squarish bridge, events were transpiring. Former Jedi Rahn watched helplessly as the body of the captain of the corvette that had been destroyed fell to the deck, eyes open but seeing nothing. Had it been only 36 hours ago that those same eyes had been full of life, the corvette had arrived most unexpectedly on the planet Rahn now called home, and had intended to spend the rest of his days on. The captain and some of his crew had arrived by shuttle just outside Rahn's hut. The knock on the door had surprised the old Jedi. It was early evening, and aside from Gigi, who should have been home by now, Rahn wasn't expecting visitors. As he approached the door, he felt a prickle in his mind, a sense of something about to happen. When he opened the door, there stood the corvette captain, wearing a nondescript red jumpsuit. The three crew members were similarly attired in gray jumpsuits. "Good evening," Rahn had said cordially. "Are you Katarn?" A nod. "I'm Captain Biased Renax, and there are some of my men." Rahn opened the door wider, sensing the man had something important to tell him. "Please, Captain, come in, your crew as well. May I offer you something to drink?" "No thank you, Master Rahn." "Please," the old Jedi said, "just call me Rahn." Taking seats, the three crewmen watched silently as the captain leaned forward and spoke. "Mas, Rahn, this may sound unusual, but I've been sent on a mission to retrieve you." "Oh," said Rahn, genuinely surprised. "By whom?" "Jedi Master Luke Skywalker." Rahn took a moment to absorb that. News was hard to get out this way, but when the Empire had fallen, the shockwaves had radiated all across the galaxy, particularly regarding the deaths of the Emperor and Darth Vader. He had also heard about Skywalker and learned he was a Jedi. Hearing the old title had warmed Rand's heart. After the Great Purge during the fall of the Old Republic, it seemed as if the Jedi would disappear from the face of the universe. What now? And what exactly does Jedi Master Luke Skywalker wish of me? Captain Renax responded by removing an object from one of the jumpsuit's pockets. "Perhaps you should hear it directly from him." Rahn watched as the captain activated the device. A holofield coalesced, displaying a sized version of Luke Skywalker. Rahn studied the young man, adorned completely in black, blonde-haired, and blue-eyed. And there, at his hip, hung the unmistakable metal shaft of a lightsaber. In the image, Skywalker bowed. "Greetings to you, Jedi Master Katarn. I am Luke Skywalker, a Jedi like yourself. I recently learned of your existence through a Jedi holocron." A holocron. Rahn thought, do those devices still exist? And where did Skywalker find one? There are not many Jedi in the galaxy, Master Rahn, and many who are still hide even today. I am in the process of creating an academy of sorts, a place for Jedi to gather, learn, and teach new Jedi in the ways of the Force. I would like your advice and counsel in creating this place and possibly serving as an instructor. If you are agreeable to this, Captain Renax has orders to transport you to Coruscant, where I will be waiting. I look forward to meeting you, Master Rahn. May the Force be with you. And with that, the message ended, the hologram fading. "So that's it," said Captain Renax. "The only thing I need now is your reply." Rahn felt torn, feelings of exhilaration and sadness running through him. Listening to Skywalker's message, he had sensed the sincerity, the honesty, and some naivete as well. The idea of being with other Jedi again was an exciting prospect. But then, he considered his life here, the people he knew and cared for. Could he leave them? And what of this Skywalker? Was he really a Jedi, or perhaps a Sith in disguise? He wouldn't be the first, Rahn thought. He was silent for a long time, considering what to do, weighing the options and searching the Force for an answer. But the Force was mysteriously silent on this. Ultimately, he decided for the moment not to decide. Captain, while I appreciate the time and effort it took you in coming here, I wonder if I might ask your indulgence in this matter. Sir, Rahn said, confused. I would like to sleep on this and let you know tomorrow morning. Oh, Rahn exclaimed, smiling, of course. A few hours one way or another won't make that much of a difference. Rahn inclined his head. Thank you, Captain. No trouble at all, Rahn. My crew and I will return to our ship for now and return tomorrow morning. That would be fine. Rising from their seats, Rahn and his crew shuffled outside and back to their shuttle. Rahn listened as the repulsors lifted it into the air before being masked by the sound of the engines, which gradually faded as the shuttle headed back into space. Knowing he wouldn't sleep, Rahn instead sat down on the floor of his hut and with some effort, crossed his legs. Then, closing his eyes and focusing on his breathing, he entered a meditative trance, looking deeper into himself and into the Force for an answer to his dilemma. By mid-morning the next day, and the return of Captain Rahn, he had decided. It was hard to say goodbye to Gigi and his family. The young man tried very hard not to cry. But as the old Jedi approached him for a final word, the dam inside burst and Gigi had hurled himself forward, hugging Rahn tightly as his tears came. The old Jedi spoke words of comfort to him, encouraging Gigi to continue studying and learning about the Force. All my possessions are now yours, Gigi. Use them well and become the man I know you can be. Still sniffling, the boy drew himself up. I will, Master, he said. I will. I swear it. Then, with his own emotions threatening to surge out of control, Rahn had turned away and boarded the shuttle, purposely not looking outside as it ascended. Captain Rahn had the ship break orbit and set course for Coruscant immediately. But after nearly a day in hyperspace, the Corvette had been roughly yanked out of it. And before it lay the black shape of the ship Rahn stood on now. He and the captain had been taken prisoner by a young man in a black and gray outfit, accompanied by a massively built and ugly alien who had found every opportunity to push them on the way over from the Corvette. And then, to the horror of both men, the black ship fired on the Corvette, turbo lasers cutting deep, terrible rents in the armor until the vessel had tumbled away, on fire. Rahn could only imagine the crew's fate, trapped aboard their dying ship. In comparison, the captain had only suffered a short time. And now, as a platform descended from an upper deck, Rahn began to realize that his fate, too, was sealed. Standing on the platform were two humans and a very ugly, pale-skinned, red-eyed Twi'lek sporting a leather shoulder sash across its upper body. On his pale face was a wide smile, as if to suggest happiness when it really reflected the creature's madness. Though one of the humans wore a cloak, Rahn could see enough to tell the figure there was female. Even from a distance, her piercing ice blue eyes were visible against her pale skin. She looked coolly at him. But the figure next to her was all too familiar to Rahn. Jarek. A long time ago, Jarek had been a simple archaeologist, later trained as a Jedi by the famed Jedi archaeologist, Jocasta Nu. However, Jarek rejected the teaching of the light side of the Force and delved deeply into records of the Sith. His research and study had perverted High-S sense of right and wrong as well as dark and light. And then, when Order 66 had seen thousands of Jedi killed, a group of dark side adepts had taken Jarek and their teachings leading him to become a powerful dark Jedi. And where some may have found the lack of eyes to see a handicap, Jarek had instead used his blindness as a gateway to delve more deeply into the dark side to a point he could actually see through the Force. When the news of Palpatine's death and the Empire's fall had reached him, Rahn had fervently hoped that so too had fallen the Dark Jedi. But now, with Jarek standing before him, he saw that his hope was no more than a dream. Jarek stepped forward, his black robes with the strange symbols emblazoned on the lapel and red shoulder patches silently moving with him. Rahn had not the slightest doubt what was going to happen, and as such, he strongly wished to have it over and done. Behind and to his sides, arranged in a rough semicircle, were 4 more beings. On the immediate right was the young man who had come onto the Corvette. He stood silently, watching things with a distracted air. Not so with creature standing directly behind him, with a reptilian face not unlike a Transdashan, but wider and heavier. This being seemed positively charged with energy, waiting for the slightest slip up from Rahn to have a reason to strike. The 2 beings to his left also seemed charged with energy, but it was under control. The larger of the 2 was a huge being almost 2 meters taller than Rahn. It sported a helmet-faceplate combination that obscured most of his features, except for a wide, flat nose and 2 milky eyes. And then there was the other one, looking almost a little bit like Yoda, but with a flattened head, an almost porcine nose, and evil-looking expression. The second creature spent most of its time perched on the larger one's shoulders, eyes constantly moving about, as if looking for the slightest sign of trouble. Suddenly, Rahn felt himself pushed from behind, and rather than resist, he allowed the figure behind him to push him onto his knees on the floor. Focusing on the former Imperial Inquisitor, Rahn spoke. "Why hesitate? Strike me down." To his surprise, Jarek smiled, a smile that on anyone else would have looked kind. In a quick motion, the dark Jedi had knelt beside him, his mouth near Rahn's right ear. "In time, Rahn," Jarek said, his voice like silk, but with a slight edge to it. "But first, there is something I need from you." And with another quick motion, Jarek rose back to his feet. Disgusted at the idea of assisting the dark Jedi, Rahn scoffed at it. But then, as Jarek finished rising to his feet, the smile faded from his face and reformed itself into a mask of concentration. Rahn suddenly felt icy fingers probing at his mind, digging, turning, twisting, seeking something, a specific target. He tried to fight it, to erect mental blocks against the intrusion, but Jarek put more energy behind his mental assault and broke down wall after wall. Memories and images streamed across Rahn's mind as Jarek poked his nose into every little crevice. And then they both saw it. Jarek inhaled suddenly, and Rahn felt the mental assault end. "Morgan Katarn," Jarek said loudly. Though he didn't show it, Rahn felt a measure of defeat at not being able to hide this from Jarek. The dark Jedi licked his lips. "So," he said, his voice silky again, "this dead man holds the secret of the valley's location. How interesting." The smile was back, and Rahn fought not to react to it. Jarek suddenly knelt next to him again. "I have no more use for you, old man." Then, to the surprise of everyone standing around, particularly Rahn himself, Jarek got up, turned, and strode away. What is he doing? Rahn thought. On the heels of that thought came a desperate impulse, a thought of possible escape. Looking to his right, Rahn saw the lightsaber clipped to belt of the young man in gray and black. He concentrated, and the cylinder flew towards him. Grasping it, Rahn pushed up and forward onto his feet, igniting the blade. A bright yellow beam issued from the pommel, flaring brightly in the darkened space. Swinging the blade, Rahn attempted to strike, but the young man's reflexes were sharp, and he jumped away from the energy blade. From the platform in front of him, he heard the Twi'lek call something in his language. Suddenly, twin blue blades lit up as it displayed a pair of lightsabers. Rahn attempted to strike at the alien, but it also dodged. Then, with a deep, sharp snap hiss, as possibly the largest lightsaber blade Rahn had ever seen materialized into existence. The large being to his left swung the huge shaft of energy effortlessly. Rahn caught the blow on his own blade, feeling the shock of the impact ripple across his arms. He could feel the strength of the large being through the contact. But with the quick slide of his blade underneath the others, Rahn struck back only to be blocked himself. Pushing away, Rahn turned a partial circle away from the large being. The harsh guttural sound reached the old Jedi's ears, even as he felt brief resistance to the lightsaber blade. Looking, he could see that his circle had turned him towards the reptilian that had been behind him. The turn had sent the lightsaber slicing into the alien's middle, neatly slicing in half, the top portion of his body falling to the deck even as a scream issued from his mouth. Rahn felt a moment of brief satisfaction at this, but it soon vanished as the woman who had stood next to Jarek also brandished a lightsaber, its blue blade in contrast to the yellow one Rahn carried. Taking the initiative, Rahn charged and slashed at her, but she successfully dodged his attack. And as she did, Rahn saw his chance. There ahead of him, completely unprotected, stood Jarek. This is it. With a cry, he ran at the dark Jedi, brandishing the saber. But Jarek, seeming to sense the attack coming, turned with a dancer's grace and poised despite his flowing robes. Out came his lightsaber, blood red the color of the blade. There was a crash of energy against energy as Rahn passed by Jarek, their lightsabers briefly meeting. Both men turned to face each other. But even as Rahn prepared his next attack, Jarek raised his right hand in a simple motion. Energy gathered on the gloved palm, and in a flash, struck out and surrounded Rahn. The old Jedi felt as if every ounce of his strength had been ripped away. His mind was suddenly a jumble of confusion, keeping him from thinking, much less acting. The hand carrying the lightsaber fell to his side and then to the ground as he dropped it. So tired, Rahn thought. Falling onto his knees once again, the old Jedi's eyes registered the form of Jarek. The dark Jedi was laughing, an evil cackle reminiscent of the Emperor. Advancing towards his helpless foe, Jarek gave a yell of his own as his lightsaber slid under Rahn's chin and passed through his neck. A moment later, it was over as the severed head of Rahn fell to the deck, followed by the decapitated body. "Fool," Jarek said, standing over it, "you never had a chance. And now the Valley of the Jedi shall be mine." He turned to the youngest of his dark Jedi. "Dispose of this?" "Yes, master, but what of Maul?" "He still lives?" Jarek asked. "Yes, master," the young man answered, "but only barely." Jarek walked over to the severed body of the Nikto and glanced down. Blood had collected all over the deck, and was seen to be a sure sign that the one whom the blood belonged to could not still be living. But then he saw Maul, saw his face, felt the dark side radiating from his mind, encompassing the top half of his body. "Saris," he called. "Yes, master," answered the woman in the black cloak. Jarek pointed. "Have him brought down to the medical bay, and see what the droids can do with him." "But master," Saris began, "surely Maul is—" "SSSHHH," Jarek said, holding a finger to lips that had arcane tattoos at the edges. "Do not merely look with the eyes, Saris. Stretch out with your feelings and sense." He watched as the young woman complied, her eyes closing. A moment later, they snapped open. "Master?" Is it possible?" "Perhaps," Jarek said. Looking down, he spoke to Maul. "The rest shall be up to you. I sense the pain, the anger within you. Use it. Use it to make yourself more powerful than ever." Unable to speak, the Nikto managed a brief nod. "Then we shall proceed." "Saris." "Yes, master," the young woman said. She looked to the large being. "You, take Maul down to medical." "And why should we?" said the smaller alien, perched on the larger one's shoulder. Saris responded by executing a force push, sending the small being tumbling off the other shoulder and to the ground. The large being responded by reaching down and picking the other up, placing him back on his shoulder. "Unless you wish more of the same," Saris said, "obey my orders." Though neither being said anything, the large one came forward and picked up the two halves of Maul's body. Turning to where the turbolift doors were, it left. "Well done, Saris," Jarek said. "Yes, master," she said, allowing herself a brief smile. Rebel Star Destroyer Intrepid. Mess Hall. 5 months later. In the midst of his lunch, Kyle didn't see the person coming until he heard a throat-clearing sound nearby. Looking up, he saw Jan standing on the opposite side of the table. She had a neutral expression on her face, which immediately made Kyle wonder what he had done wrong this time. But a quick mental search of his day so far revealed no infractions. The two of them had had breakfast with some of the other crew earlier, and the table conversation had been normal. "Well, let's see what I can find out." "Hi, Jan," he said cordially. "How's it going today? Had lunch yet?" "Fine, and just a short bit ago," she replied, expression not changing. "There's something we need to discuss." "Oh man, not the D word." "Okay," he said hesitantly. "Anything wrong?" "No," she said, her lip twitching. "It's just that." Her lip twitched. "Oh, blast," she said. "I can't hold this face anymore." A smile replaced the neutral expression. Jan took a seat opposite and extended her right hand, which had been behind her back. She was holding something. "Happy birthday," she said, offering it to Kyle. Nonplussed at the sudden change, Kyle said nothing. "Well, are you gonna take it or not?" she asked. "Oh, right," he stammered. "Right, thank you." He accepted the item from her, turned it over in his hands. Jan looked expectantly at him. Not to be rude or anything, Jan," he said, "but what is it?" The smile disappeared. "There's a switch on it, Katarn. Try it." Locating it, he flipped the switch. A holographic field appeared in the middle of the device, nearly encompassing its entire circumference. Kyle's mouth dropped open. Inside the holographic field was an image of him from some time ago, and next to him, "Father," he whispered. Indeed, the wizened face of Morgan Katarn, wearing his weather-beaten farmer's outfit, was there, looking at his son, a smile on his face. The elder Katarn spoke. "I just want you to know, son," he said, "while you're at the academy, how proud I am of you. What a fine man you've become. I only wish your mother was here to see you. But I know she watches over you and is as proud as I am. After she died, your upbringing and welfare were all that I truly cared about." The holographic field shimmered for a moment, and then faded away. Kyle stared wordlessly at the device for several minutes. The message had brought back a forgotten memory. The day before he had left for the Imperial Academy, his father had sat him down and talked to him for a long while. At the time, Kyle had no idea his father had been recording it. "It feels like an eternity since I last saw his face." His heart thumped painfully, and he felt strong emotion rise within him. Sitting opposite him, Jan waited, trying to be patient but wondering what Kyle thought of her gift. Finally, she could wait no more. "Kyle." His eyes moved to look at her, and she could see the emotion in them. "Where?" he faltered. "How?" "At the last meeting with the Black Marketeers," she said. "This weird droid named 8T88 was offering a number of artifacts, as he called them. When I examined this one, well, it wasn't hard deciding." Kyle's eyes were swimming with unshed tears. "Jan," he said, working hard to get the words out. What it means." She reached out and took his other hand, squeezing it tightly. "You're welcome," she said, smiling at him. She had been worried what seeing the images would do to Kyle. But looking at him now, she knew without a doubt she had done the right thing. Gently releasing Kyle's hand, she stood up. "Wait a minute," he said. "How did you know today was my birthday?" "Your friends in intelligence clued me in about a month ago." "Tinaville and Nerwin," he said. Jan nodded. "Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. There's not too much those two can't figure out when they set their minds to it." "I agree," Jan replied, "and not to be mean or anything, Kyle, but better you than me." He raised both eyebrows at her. "Oh, is that right? Well, maybe I'll need to have a discussion with them about a certain someone." Jan didn't bat an eyelash. "You sure you want to do that?" she asked, her look saying what her words didn't. Kyle stared at her for a moment, and then shook his head. "Probably not," he said. "I almost forgot," Jan said suddenly. "The two of them, Wexter and some others, are planning a party for you later today, so make sure to act surprised." Kyle took a moment to comprehend this. Jan," he asked, "isn't the idea of a surprise party to keep a secret?" "Usually," she said. "That's why I told you to act surprised." In a flash, Kyle realized what Jan had done for him. "Thanks, partner," he said warmly. "It's good to know you have my back like that." She responded by smiling at him and squeezing his hand affectionately. Then, with a glance at her chronometer, Jan stood up. "I have to go on duty soon," she said, "so I'll see you later. And happy birthday, Kyle." "Thank you, Jan," he said, holding the holo emitter in both hands. "This is one I'm not likely to forget." With one last smile directed at him, Jan left the mess hall. For the rest of the day, she had to consciously keep herself from smiling too much. It was hard, as every time she thought had things under control, Kyle's smiling face would appear in her mind. For his part of things, Kyle stayed in the mess hall a while longer, looking at the holo emitter and the message it contained. In time, he left the room and went to his quarters, where he played the message once again, and this time let the emotions welling inside him come forth. Later on, when a call from Nerwin prompted him to come to a nondescript room, he was somewhat surprised at the party they had put together. Many familiar faces were there, including his old friend Castendrown, who had mixed up a special elixir for the occasion. The only problem, it was so strong that one glass was enough to make the imbiber feel quite lightheaded. But all in all, Kyle found the whole event a delightful way to celebrate the beginning of his 23rd year. However, even in the midst of celebration and good times, a change was coming, events that would completely reshape Kyle's view of his world and of himself, not to mention Jan. For what neither of them knew, what neither of them could know, was that the holo device Jan had presented to him earlier had more to it than met the eye. Inside the circuitry was one additional component, a small but powerful transmitter. And on a ship somewhere in space, a droid had received the signal. Excellent, it thought. If the holo emitter is now in Kyle Katarn's hands, I can proceed to the next phase of the plan. Though he had given no sign, the droid had recognized Jan Ors at the meeting with the rebels. And so, among the supplies that had been sold to them, it had made sure the holo emitter was part of the deal, including enough information about the device to allow the woman to figure what it was and who it was for. The droid inspected another item, different from the holo emitter, but no less important. Once I contact Katarn directly and show him this, setting up the meeting should be quite easy. Then perhaps I can find out what is so important about this human. So what you think? Looking forward to comments and reviews. Chapter 2. 6 months later. The door to the room opened, admitting Kyle and Jan. "You two took your time," said Commander Thanos. "It's a big ship," Kyle retorted, a bit aggravated at being summoned so suddenly. He and Jan had been in the midst of replacing a section of the Moldy Crow's hull, and the sudden call had caused Jan to lose her grip, letting the whole section drop right onto Kyle. Luckily, it had only given him a small bruise on the top of his head. "Your message said it was important," Jan said, focusing on the reason for the summoning. "Yes, it did," said Mon Mothma, standing nearby. "If the two of you would come over here." She led them from the command walkway to the crew pits, stopping in front of communications. "Do either of you know a droid named 88? She asked. Kyle shook his head. "I do," Jan said, looking to Mon Mothma. "I met him during the supply run about 6 or 7 months ago." Mon Mothma nodded. "Either of you had any further dealings with this droid?" Thanos asked. Kyle and Jan both said no. "Are you sure?" Thanos pressed. Again, the pair said no. "No contact at all." "Look," Kyle said, annoyed, "we just said we haven't talked to this AT-88. Is there some part of the word no that confuses you?" Thanos glared at him. "You're out of line, mister." "Out of line." Kyle challenged. "You call us up here like it's some big emergency, criticize how long it took us to get here, and then keep asking the same question even after we've answered it." "Kyle," Jan said warningly. "And then you tell me I'm out of line. Who exactly do you think you're talking to here?" Face reddened with anger, Thanos spoke. "I think I'm talking to someone who's about to spend some time in the brig if he doesn't watch his mouth. Furthermore." "Enough," Mon Mothma said loudly. Silence enveloped the room as both men saw the expression on her face and realized that the next words they said would be the last. Kyle, the rebel leader, said, "I'm disappointed in you. Of all people, you should know better than to speak to a superior officer in such a tone. It's unbecoming of someone who went to the Imperial Academy." Kyle looked away, feeling chagrined. Thanis started to smile, but Mon Mothma wasn't done. "And Commander," she said, addressing him, "I am quite surprised at you as well. If anyone is out of line here, it is you. Kyle and Jan have served the Alliance with distinction and have proven themselves to be people of character. I am very disappointed to see you treat them as any less than that." Now it was Thanis' turn to look away. Mon Mothma let the silence reign for several seconds before speaking again. "Now, Commander, please explain exactly why you think Kyle and Jan have something to do with this droid." "Yes, Mon Mothma," Thanis said. 10 minutes ago, communications contacted us regarding a signal from this AT-88. "So?" Kyle said. "Katarn, don't push it," Jan whispered fiercely. "The transmission is for you, Kyle," Thanis said. "AT-88 wants to speak with you, and only you." The wise-ass look on Kyle's face was quickly replaced with one of surprise. "Me?" Thanis nodded. "But I've never talked to this droid," he said to Thanis. "Heck, I've never even met him, seriously." Seeing the earnestness in the other's face, Thanis began to wonder to suspect he had a mistake about Kyle. "Well, that's strange," the head of tactical said. "You're sure he wants me?" Kyle asked. Thanis nodded. "I tried talking to him, but he wouldn't budge. Just keeps repeating that he will only speak with Kyle Katarn. And he's given no clue as to what he wants to speak to me about." "No," Mon Mothma replied. "That's why Commander Thanis and I were hoping you might know." "Wish I did," said Kyle. "Wait a minute," Jan said. "I might have an idea why." "Oh," said Mon Mothma. "During that supply run I mentioned, AT-88 approached me with an item, a holo emitter." "A holo emitter?" Thanis admitted. "Of what?" For a moment, Kyle considered telling the man it was personal and private. But he also considered that the last thing he needed to do right now was make Thanis angry again. And besides, Mon Mothma had already warned him once she wouldn't give him a second chance if he started something now. "It's a recording my father made," Kyle said. "May I ask of what exactly?" Mon Mothma entreated. "It's kinda personal, Mon Mothma," Kyle replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable at describing the recording. "It was just before I left to go to the Imperial Academy, and Father was sending me off." "Nuts," Thanis said, shaking his head. "I didn't realize. I'm sorry for asking, Kyle." "It's okay. You needed to know." Still, Thanis began, then trailed off, clearly not happy with himself. In any case, Mon Mothma, breaking what could have been an uncomfortable silence, the picture is becoming a bit clearer. "Jan, you said AT-88 approached you with the holo emitter." The operative nodded. "Yes. In fact, he was quite insistent that the emitter be part of the deal with the rest of the supplies, and that it be given directly to me." Thanis spoke up. "An embedded transmitter, I'll bet." "I would tend to agree," Mon Mothma said. "Kyle, do you happen to have the emitter with you?" "Sure," he said, reaching into one of his pockets and pulling out the device. He offered it to Mon Mothma. "Thank you," she said. "You do realize it will need to be inspected." Kyle nodded and was about to speak when Thanis interrupted. "I'll make sure the holo emitter isn't damaged, Kyle." Hearing this, the younger man smiled. "Thanks, I appreciate that. But there's something I'd like to ask." "And that is," said Mon Mothma, "what is all the fuss over this droid? Maybe he's found some other recording of my father and wants to sell it to me, hence the desire to speak only to me." Commander Thanis and Mon Mothma both shook their head. AT-88 is no mere merchant droid, Kyle, Thanis said. "Intelligence has learned he's an information broker loyal only to the highest bidder." "Which makes it all the stranger that he wants to speak with you," Mon Mothma finished. Kyle shrugged. "I still don't understand why." Nor do I, Mon Mothma said, which leaves us with only one option. I talk to him and find out, Kyle said resignedly. Exactly, Mon Mothma said. Kyle sighed, feeling a mixture of resignation and frustration. Let's get this over with then. He moved to a panel with a display screen. I'm ready. Mon Mothma called the bridge. Please send the signal on channel YX15 down here. It'll be just a moment, Mon Mothma, the comm officer said and signed off. It was just under a minute before the display screen came to life, and the panel indicators verified the incoming signal. The screen showed static for a moment. Then the face of the droid AT-88 appeared, or at least what appeared to be his face. The droid's head looked like two rounded squares on top of each other, with a slit in the area where a human nose would be. Sitting on an impossibly slender neck, the back of the droid's head followed roughly human lines, capped with dome-shaped part on the back of its head. What made the droid particularly odd to look at were the three eyes. Just above the slit in his head and on either side were three differently sized and shaped eyes. On the right was a single, circular one colored purple. On the opposite side was a smaller, circular one colored white and a square red one beneath. The droid also appeared to have two vocabulators, one a rectangle with one side of curving up under the left part of his face, and the other a rectangular shape sitting vertically along the right side. Who the heck designed you? Kyle thought. Are you AT-88? He asked. Indeed I am, the droid in a low-pitched metallic voice. My sensors indicate a 96% chance that you are the person I am looking for. Kyle introduced himself. So what exactly do you want with me? He asked the droid. As you may know, the droid said, I am an information broker. Kyle nodded. I have some information that may be of interest to you, Kyle Katarn. Something like the holo emitter you gave Jan. Kyle asked. Something like that, the droid echoed, perhaps. What information do you have? Kyle asked directly. The droid made a sound like a human going, tisk, tisk, over an open comm channel. It said, I think not. You will have to come meet me in order to get it. Why? Kyle asked. The droid said nothing. I asked you why, Kyle pressed. The droid made a sound like a sigh this time. I am not accustomed to answering irrelevant questions. But let us say the information has something to do with Morgan Katarn. My father. However, AT-88 continued, if you are not interested, then we have nothing more to discuss. Kyle was instantly distrustful of the droid. It was being so cryptic that his first instinct was to close the comm channel and go about his day. But then he considered the holo it had sold Jan if the droid was telling the truth. Okay, he said quickly, you want a meeting. When and where? Come to the Rimmer's Rest on Nar Shaddaa. Get a private booth and wait for me there. And be sure to come alone. When? Kyle asked. Whenever you choose, I suppose, the droid said, but sooner would be better, for you. Kyle decided he knew something else about AT-88 beyond not trusting him. He decided he didn't like this droid. Why should I come alone? Kyle asked, hoping to get the droid to divulge some more information. Because that is a condition of our meeting. All right, 88, he said, purposely mangling the droid's name, Rimmer's Rest on Nar Shaddaa. My name is AT-88, the droid corrected. Whatever you say, 88, Kyle said. See you soon. The droid said nothing further, and a moment later, the display screen went blank again. Turning away from it, Kyle noticed Jan was looking disapprovingly at him. You have such a nice way with people, she said sarcastically. Kyle made a dismissive gesture. It's just a droid, he said. It's not like I hurt his feelings or anything like that. But you just had to try and antagonize it. Kyle shrugged. Maybe. Jan was about to say something else, but it was Mon Mothma who spoke first. Kyle, do you have any idea what kind of information AT-88 is referring to? Kyle shook his head. None at all, he replied, but then, I wasn't aware of the holo emitter either. Then let me ask this, Mon Mothma said, how confident do you feel that AT-88 is telling the truth, that he has some important information about your father? Kyle shrugged. It's possible. There's so much about my father that I never knew. Heck, before I came here, I had no idea he was a supporter of the rebellion. The rebel leader nodded at this, but still looked concerned. I still would like to know where and how AT-88 has come to possess both the holo emitter and this information. Me too, Kyle said. If you ask me, said Jan, the whole thing feels squirrely. So Kyle, Commander Thanos said, looking at him, what do you want to do? Caught by surprise at the question, it took Kyle a minute before he could answer. Well, he said, I personally have no real desire to go anywhere near Nar Shaddaa. The whole setup with 88 bothers me. It could be a trap. But, Mon Mothma said. He grinned at her. But, Kyle echoed, the fact that AT-88 had the holo emitter makes me think he really does have information on my father. Kyle thought a moment more. Bottom line, I think I should go to Nar Shaddaa and find out. Why am I not surprised? Said Mon Mothma. You did ask, Kyle teased. The sound of a hand smacking the table caused everyone to look at Jan. One look was all it took to see she was upset. I don't believe what I'm hearing. This is so clearly a trap I'm surprised no one else has said so. Jan, Kyle began. And what about the danger of just going to Nar Shaddaa? She demanded. The Empire has splashed Kyle's face and description all over the holonet. If they learn he's on Nar Shaddaa, every 2-bit bounty hunter looking for his next mark will be gunning for you. She has a point, Kyle, Mon Mothma said. He nodded. Don't think it hasn't crossed my mind as well. But you're still going, aren't you? Jan asked. Kyle nodded. Why? She challenged. Because, Kyle said firmly, I need to know. Kyle, Mon Mothma began, if this is solely about your father. No, he interrupted. It's more than that. Consider that AT-88 took the time to figure out where I was and then managed to decipher one of the Alliance's comm frequencies, which are supposed to be triple encrypted and unbreakable. Mon Mothma looked to Commander Thanos, who nodded. He's right. The droid contacted us on one of the secure frequencies. That's another reason why I need to go, Kyle said, not just to find out about my father, but to learn what 88's plans are, what exactly is up to. Silence reigned in the room until Jan sighed loudly. Fine, she said resignedly, then turned to look at Kyle. But I'm coming with you. Now it was Kyle's turn to protest. Now who's not being serious, Jan? Your face is as well known as mine. Besides, AT-88 said for me to come alone. Jan didn't respond. Mon Mothma, Kyle began. The rebel leader held up a hand. I agree with her, Kyle. You're going to need a mission in any case. So, if you truly want to go to Nar Shaddaa, it will be the two of you together or not at all. Kyle considered saying something else, but one look at Mon Mothma's face told him he wasn't going to win the argument. All right. Good, said Mon Mothma. With that settled, we'll leave you and Jan to come with a plan for the mission. Contact me as soon as you complete it. Kyle nodded. Understood, Jan said. Jan shook her head. I still don't like it. Kyle let out a sigh of exasperation. You know, he said, glaring at her, you can be a real. He stopped himself from saying the next word. Doing so would only exacerbate things and result in a fight that he realized wasn't worth it. Kyle forced himself to meet Jan's eyes, which seemed to be entreating him to finish his comment. We've been over this again and again. Jan, there's no way you can come to the cantina with me. You need backup, she countered. Kyle nodded. I agree. But you're not seeing this clearly. There is no way AT-88 is going to come alone. He'll have spies all over the place. Once they spot you, everything falls apart. You're the one not listening, Katarn. I told you before I come in a disguise. Kyle looked up to the ceiling for a moment to keep his temper from exploding. Looking back to Jan, he said, and I told you any disguise you try isn't going to fool AT-88. He's a droid, Jan, he'll see through any disguise with one of those eyes of his. You don't know that for certain, Jan argued, unwilling to concede the point. Maybe not, Kyle said, his voice a bit angry. But you read the file from Undomiel and Aldarian and Intelligence. 8T88 has brokered deals all over the galaxy, and everyone who's tried to cross him so far has ended up dead. All the more reason for me to be there, Jan said, her voice rising. Jan, Kyle said, forcing himself to speak calmly. What? She said angrily. We're obviously not making any headway on this. How about we contact Mon Mothma and go over the plan with her? She can make this decision. Jan said nothing. Please. Looking at his face, she realized Kyle was holding the olive branch out to her. All right, she said, her voice a little less angry. Reaching for his communicator, Kyle contacted the rebel leader. Enough, the elder stateswoman said, her tone amicable but also forceful. In the midst of bickering with each other of whether Jan was accompanying Kyle to the bar or not, the pair heard the retort in their superior's voice. Having already antagonized Mon Mothma once today, Kyle and Jan both were getting well acquainted with Mon Mothma's nonverbal cues. And both realized the word enough in this case was a cue for both of them to shut up and listen. Mon Mothma rubbed at her eyes, feeling a bit weary. You two have hammered away at this for almost 10 minutes now, and are clearly getting nowhere. She waited a moment to see if either would interrupt. When they didn't, she continued. It is clear you both are very passionate about this. But at the same time, this bickering is both pointless and completely unprofessional. She saw that comment hit both of them. Neither of the operatives was meeting her eyes. Jan, your position about Kyle needing backup makes good sense. Sending in a single operative in a situation such as this is both dangerous and unwise. Jan smiled. However, Kyle is right that 8T88 would inevitably detect your presence, jeopardizing the entire mission. Now it was Kyle's turn to smile. Therefore, it is my determination that Kyle goes to the cantina by himself and meets with 8T88. Assuming the droid is honest about exchanging information, Kyle will see what payment is desired and conduct the exchange. With luck, he'll leave the cantina with the information and contact Jan for pickup. But what if something goes wrong? Jan asked. Kyle looked at her. The sarcasm and anger in Jan's voice was gone. The question was being asked honestly. Then Kyle will have to take whatever measures he can to escape the bar and rendezvous with you, Mon Mothma answered. Kyle could see Jan still wasn't happy with the plan. Very well, she said. Good, Mon Mothma said. Then I want you both to get something to eat and get some rest. We'll begin preparations first thing tomorrow. Understood, Jan said, rising to her feet. We'll be ready, Kyle said, standing up. With Kyle apace or two behind, the two operatives left the room. Once outside in the corridor, he quickly took the initiative. Have dinner with me. Jan looked at him. Why? Why not? Kyle responded. She stared at him for a moment, and then sighed. All right. They made their way to the ship's mess. After filling their respective trays with food, the two of them found a small table to sit at, Kyle sitting opposite Jan. Neither of them said a word as they began eating, the scent of the food making them both realize how ravenous they were. A short time later, Jan set her knife and fork aside. That's it, I'm full. Me too, said Kyle, wiping his hands on his napkin and placing it atop the tray. They sat in silence for a moment. Kyle took a look around, seeing only a few other personnel around, sitting some distance away. Jan. What? Look, he said, I'm sorry, but the mission has to be this way. I just don't see any other way. I know, interrupted Jan. It's just that I have a bad feeling about this. You know I'm going to do everything I can to get out of there safely. She nodded. Besides, he said, suddenly smiling, I am letting you use my ship, after all. You should be happy. Your ship? She countered. Listen, Buster, your ship would be a pile of spare parts if it weren't for me and Wexter. And my team, he said. You wouldn't even have a team if it wasn't for me, Jan said, rising to the argument. At least I'm a commander, unlike some people, he said. For one mission. she protested. Still. Katarn, she said warningly. Understood, he said, shutting up now. Good, she said. More silence. Jan rose from her seat. I'm going to bed. Okay, Kyle said. See you in the morning. Jan started to walk away, stopped. Kyle. He turned to see her facing away from him. Yes. Are you just going to sit there? Huh? Well, she said haughtily, I think most gentlemen would offer to escort a lady back to her quarters. But perhaps I'm expecting too much of you. You're not exactly a gentleman. Kyle shook his head. Jan had to know he couldn't let a challenge like that go unanswered. He quickly stood up and caught up to her. Excuse me, he said. She looked up at him. Yes. Kyle felt his heart beat faster as he looked down at her. His carefully prepared words vanished in an instant. Would you? He paused. I mean, may I? Please, may I? He paused again. Can I? Jan suddenly grabbed his left hand with her right hand and pulled. Let's go, Katarn. By the time you form a complete sentence, it'll be morning. Kyle felt his face grow warm with embarrassment. He walked with Jan out of the mess hall and through the various corridors to her quarters. Standing in front of it, she turned to Kyle. Thank you for dinner and our conversation. Kyle smiled back at her. You're welcome. They stared at each other for a moment. Well then, Jan said quickly, good night, Kyle. Good night, Jan, he said, turning and walking away while she entered her quarters. Sitting in a private booth all by himself, Kyle waited, his patience wearing thinner with each passing second. The mission had begun well. As he normally did, Kyle was up early and preparing his gear. This included his new uniform. The lightweight armor he had used in rescuing Jan had proven to be of little protection during battle. Other variants were developed, and while some proved to be more flexible, they were just as vulnerable as the original. After hours of testing with Chief Brawley, Makfar Cone, and Adarn Damon, the decision had been made to focus on strengthening the personal shield, so that it would last longer in battle and provide Kyle protection against heavier weapons. The result had come in the form of a dark brown, ellipse-shaped shoulder guard that attached directly onto his outer shirt. Underneath, he wore a close-fitting, but lightweight, gray shirt that contained the shield circuitry. Over this went an off-white shirt, made of a looser fitting and softer material. The shoulder guard contained 3 shield power cells, all much larger than the one Kyle had used before. It took better than a dozen close-range blaster shots to take the shield down now. The underarms of the shirt were colored a contrasting brown and made of a reinforced material to protect his side from a close-range blaster shot and most knives. Just in front of the elbows, the loose-fitting material gave way to a pair of close-fitting, light brown armbands in which Wexter had managed to incorporate Kyle's datapad, shield monitor, and communicator. A pair of pants in a mottled brown color and high black boots completed the ensemble. Unsure at first how it would feel, Kyle quickly grew to like the uniform. He had all the dexterity and mobility he was used to without being encumbered by armor. Jan, too, had gotten a new uniform. Her outfit consisted of a long-sleeve white shirt, over which she wore a tan vest with pockets for her equipment. She also wore heavy gloves now, particularly when flying the crow. The pants she wore were either gray or brown, accompanied by brown boots. Since her long hair had proven to be a problem, and she loathed the thought of cutting, Jan had found a more effective solution. Before a mission, she used heavy-duty clips to put and keep her hair in place. The last item she used was a pair of gray goggles that contained thermal imaging, radio wave, sound wave, and various other sensors that fed her information. Ensconced in their new duds, they made final inspections of their weapons and equipment before attending one last meeting with Mon Mothma. With her stamp of approval on the mission, Kyle and Jan headed to the hangar. No words were exchanged between them. Pretty much everything worthwhile saying had been said. Kyle climbed into the rear cockpit of the Moldy Crow and strapped in as Jan mirrored his actions in the forward cockpit and began the startup sequence for the engines. The repulsors came on obediently, but the main engines were another matter. Jan ran through the ignition sequence again, but there was no response. Muttering under her breath, she reset the controls once again, then tried the sequence a third time. The ship began to quake, the vibration rocking Jan and Kyle from side to side in the cockpit. The engines coughed once, twice, and with a deafening roar, came to life. One of these days, Jan said, glaring at the crow's instrument panel. Behind her, Kyle smiled, but said nothing. Selecting a channel on the comm system, Jan pressed the transmit button. Moldy Crow to hangar control. Hangar control here, answered the familiar voice of Pooh Gil. Have a little starting up there, Jan. Don't get me started, she said. How about clearance for departure? You have clearance, Pooh said. Be advised, though. An X-Wing squadron just left hyperspace and is on approach vector. Then they better get out of my way, Jan muttered. Though he tried, Kyle was unable to suppress a bark of laughter. Jan turned and glared at him. She was about to say something when Pooh's voice came back in her headset. What was that, Moldy Crow? Nothing, she said firmly, understood on the X-Wing squadron. Closing the channel, Jan decided it was time for her to have a bit of fun at somebody else's expense. Maneuvering the Crow until it was lined up with the hangar bay exit, she grasped the throttles in her left hand and shoved them as hard as she could to the stops. With a scream of released energy, the Crow's engines flared a bright blue white as the vessel shot out of the hangar bay with all the grace of a cannon firing a projectile. Kyle found himself slammed into his seat and unable to move as the distance between the Crow and the Intrepid increased rapidly. Well, this is unexpected, he thought. He considered what to do or say to her, but decided for the moment that less was more. And so, the forces of acceleration pinning him in place, Kyle tried to relax as best he could. After another 2 minutes, Jan pulled the throttles back, albeit much slower this time. After her headlong dash out of the hangar bay, the last she needed to do was hit the brakes too quickly. She also prepared herself for a verbal assault from Kyle, fully expecting him to be livid with her. But none came. Jan waited as 30 seconds passed, 45, a minute 30, and still nothing from the rear cockpit. She considered that Kyle might be trying to bait her, and on the heels of that thought, she wondered if the fast exit had done something to him. She decided she had to at least make sure he was alive. Katarn, she called. Yes, came back the reply. He doesn't sound hurt, Jan thought, or angry, for that matter. She considered his response for a moment more. What are playing at, Katarn? Anything you want to say? She asked, purposely trying to provoke a response. There were several seconds of silence, and then Kyle spoke. As the computer finished calculating the hyperspace jump. The question made Jan realize she had completely forgotten to do that. Her fingers danced across the hyperspace controls, setting the computer to work. Almost, she said, not wanting him to figure out her mistake. Okay, came the reply. From feeling vindicated and victorious, Jan was now frustrated and disturbed. Why isn't he angry? He should be? As she thought this, the answer appeared. She shook her head, realizing she had already lost. Katarn. Yes, Jan. I hate you? No, you don't, he said honestly. Right now I do. Oh, he said, in that case, understood. Blowing out a breath, Jan refocused her attention on the instruments. A minute later, the hyperspace computer finished its calculations. We are ready for hyperspace, she said. Then let's get this over with, Kyle said. Jan nodded in agreement. Grasping the lever controlling the hyperdrive, she advanced it and the Crow seemed to stretch forward before vanishing into hyperspace. 3 hours later, the ship came back into real space only a short ways away from the smuggler's moon. There it is, Jan said to Kyle, you ready? As ready as I'm going to be, he replied. Jan guided the ship down into the geometric maze that comprised this area of Nar Shaddaa. After unsuccessfully trying to find a spaceport or landing field, she had to bring the Crow in low in a spot near the cantina where Kyle had safely exited the ship. I'll see if I can find a place to land somewhere else around here, she said. Make sure you keep the engines hot, he advised, looking around. Once I'm finished with AT-88, I want to get out of here pronto. She nodded. Be careful, Kyle. I'll do my best, he said sincerely. And with that, he turned and strode away. Jen waited until he was out of sight before guiding the crow skyward. And now, after all that, all the prep work and planning, I'm just sitting here, he thought. Kyle glanced at the time display on his wrist again. He had been here over an hour now. First, he tells me to get here as soon as I can. Now he makes me wait, Kyle thought. I am starting to really not like this droid. Deciding he needed to do something to alleviate the boredom, Kyle reached into his shirt and pulled out the holo emitter Jan had gotten him for his birthday. Thanos had given it back to him during the final meeting with Mon Mothma. A thorough search of the device had turned up a hidden transmitter, but no other foreign components. Grateful to have the device returned, Kyle had stuffed it in a pocket on his way out of the briefing room. A small smile appeared on his face as he keyed the play switch. The machine hummed to life and, a moment later, the image of Kyle and his father appeared. Kyle watched as his father told him how proud he was. It was just as the elder Katarn began talking about Kyle's mother that he heard a new sound. It was low at first, but distinct enough to tell Kyle what it was. The sound of meshing servo motors, getting closer. Kyle craned his neck and saw a droid approaching. A droid whose face matched the one he had seen before. It was AT-88. The droid approached Kyle's table and sat down, its servo motors whining a bit loudly as it did so. Kyle turned off the holo emitter. How touching, the droid said, its vocalizer doing a fair job of mimicking the tone of condescension. Its multicolored eyes seemed to be looking both at Kyle and the emitter. Kyle kept his expression neutral. You took your time getting here. When someone desires information, the droid intoned, ignoring the comment, they come to me. Kyle felt his thin line of patience draw close to snapping completely. He didn't hide his frustration as he spoke. Don't waste my time, 88. You said you had information on my father. What is it? The droid said nothing for several seconds, then in an almost deadpan tone, spoke. It concerns his rebel ties, Kyle leaned forward in his seat, his eyes hard. I already know about that. If that's all you got then? AT-88 was still speaking. And the events of his death, it concluded. Kyle paused upon hearing this. He considered that maybe the droid knew exactly what had happened to his father when the Empire attacked Sulon. You know who killed my father? Patience, the droid said. That sent Kyle over the edge. No way am I gonna let some stupid droid tell me to calm down. He hit the table with his clenched right hand. I said don't waste my time, 88. Tell me who killed my father now. The explosion of anger didn't seem to faze the droid in the slightest. Patience, it said again, he is a dark Jedi. Jedi, Kyle echoed. Dark Jedi, AT-88 said. The droid's emphasis on the word dark reminded Kyle of the voice from before, the one that had called itself dark. His name is Jarek, AT-88 continued, and he has great plans for the rebirth of the Empire. Normally, such a comment would have concerned Kyle. But at this moment, whatever plans someone had for the Empire took a back burner to what was happening presently. I'm not interested in someone's plans for a power grab. Besides, the Empire is gone. Well, you should be interested in this one, AT-88 said emphatically. And why is that? Kyle challenged. Without going into unnecessary detail, AT-88 said, Jarek's offerings have been quite munificent. And for some reason, he seems very interested in finding you. There was sudden movement from the front of the room. Kyle's right hand was just going under the table for his weapons when someone stepped in behind him and pointed a blaster right at his neck. One shot and he wouldn't even be able to call for help. Moving to stand on the other side of the table from AT-88, a grand clad in a dark blue outfit also leveled a blaster at Kyle. You were right, Jan, he thought, it's a trap. AT-88 spoke again. But I am not without what a heart, as you humans say. One of the droid's spindly arms went under the table for a moment then reappeared holding something. It is familiar to you. The droid held a silvery metallic disc with holes punched in equidistant positions on its surface. The disc itself was partially contained inside a tan holder that was part square, part triangle. Kyle did recognize the item. One of Ouija's holo discs. He fought not to let the recognition show on his face. When he didn't answer after a time, the droid continued. I found this in your dead father's home, it said. This blasted droid was in my house. One of AT-88's photoreceptors moved to look at the disc. I can't decipher any language or code known, it said, but this one has so far resisted my efforts. I conclude that whatever is on it must be important. The droid held the disc out towards Kyle. If you will agree to tell me what this is, then perhaps I can convince these gentlemen to not show you their darker side. It was, perhaps, one of the worst veiled threats Kyle had ever heard. And if AT-88 thought it scared him, well. A smile came to Kyle's face, a smile that made the droid instantly uncomfortable. The dark side, Kyle said, a hint of amusement in his voice. I've been there, 88. No deal. The droid paused, processing the retort. Then, with the whine of servo motors, it pulled the disc back and rose from the table. As it turned to go, the droid turned his head around to look back at Kyle. I suppose our business is concluded then. To the men covering Kyle, it said, make sure no one finds the body. And with that, the droid strode away, the whine of its servo motors growing fainter. The Grand took a half step closer to Kyle, his blaster trained on him. You should have made the deal, it said in his language. Now you will never leave an Nar Shaddaa. To the alien's surprise, Kyle didn't show any fear. Instead, the smile reappeared, the smile of a predator. Moving quickly, Kyle reached over his right shoulder. The gunman behind him had made the mistake of getting too close and leaning over to aim his blaster. The Grand saw the man behind his target fly forward, rotating in midair until the gunman's back slammed hard onto the circular table. There was a flash of metal, and a heartbeat later, the man on the table slumped lifelessly, his neck twisted at an impossible angle. Kyle moved again, and a second later, the Grand found itself staring down the muzzle of a blaster rifle. Kyle leaned forward, his face becoming visible. He was still smiling. I'm not interested in leaving just yet, he said to the alien. I still have some business with AT-88. Fight or flight instinct kicking in, the Grand gave a guttural cry and dropped his weapon, turning to flee. It had barely taken 2 steps when Kyle fired twice. The Grand fell to the floor, dead. Moving around the table and past the body on the floor, Kyle headed down the corridor that connected to other private rooms. He swept the blaster from side to side as he moved, in case there were any more of AT-88's henchmen lying in wait. But no more appeared, and the only other person he saw right then was a goggled-eyed, gray-haired humanoid who had retreated to the far wall as Kyle had turned in his direction. Turning into a connecting hallway, Kyle followed to an entrance he recognized. It was the bar he had come through on his way to the room to meet AT-88. As he got close, Kyle's ears picked up the unmistakable sound of a Grand speaking. Guess there is more than one. But on the heels of that though came another. He considered what might happen if he was wrong and the Grand was just there having a drink. Sure, he thought sarcastically, and the Emperor is secretly a humanitarian. Reaching up to his right shoulder, he pressed a recessed control. There was a low hum from the shoulder pad as the shield powered up, the shield indicator on Kyle's right wrist coming on, and displaying the shield power level at 100%. Well, let's see who's in there, he thought. Moving into the doorway, Kyle's eyes swept the room, spotting the 2 Grand around the same time they saw him. Aiming his blaster, Kyle got off 3 shots before the Grand opened fire. Crimson bolts crisscrossed each other, seeking out their targets. One of the pair of Grand was hit by 2 of Kyle's shots and gave a guttural cry as it fell. Kyle felt the impact of the Grand's fire against his shield, causing him to stagger back a few steps. The second Grand kicked over a table and was hiding behind it, sliding out every few seconds to shoot at him. Kyle tried returning fire, but the table was shielding his target. Just then, a shot from the Grand hit the shield, driving him back another step. A glance at the shield display showed it as 70%. Can't keep this up, he thought. I've got to find a way to take the advantage. A memory of stormtrooper training came to him. Sometimes, men, the instructor had said, the trick to defeating an enemy is the choice that makes the least sense, and so is the last thing expected. On the heels of the memory came an idea. It's crazy, he thought, but it's the last thing the Gran will expect. Waiting until his enemy fired another round, Kyle ran forward towards the table. Reaching the spot, Kyle grabbed the table with left hand and yanked. The table slid, exposing the Gran, crouching on the floor. The alien looked up, dumbfounded. "Hi there," Kyle said, and shot him. With both Gran dead, he made another sweep of the room, but the bar seemed empty, the dark and stained metal creating shadows, even though the room was lit brightly from an overhead fixture. The wall to Kyle's was a mix of diagonal beams and transparent steel, providing a view that wasn't much to look at, as a viewer would only see more of the caverns and buildings that comprised Nar Shaddaa. Suddenly a voice called seemingly out of nowhere. "Get out of my bar." Turning round, Kyle faced the bar again and found the origin of the voice. It took only a moment for him to identify the humanoid bartender he had encountered upon arriving here. He also noticed the man was glaring daggers at him. "You got a problem?" "Yeah, I do," the bartender said, showing no fear even though a weapon was pointed at him. "Look at the mess you made." "Hey," Kyle countered, "T-Hay attacked me." The bartender made a dismissive gesture. "Your type always causes trouble," he muttered, turning away. Part of Kyle wanted to slam the man's face right into his bar. But then he remembered the disc. "I've got to find AT-88. He was about to leave when he noticed the weapons lying near the Gran's bodies. Going over, he picked up both weapons, finding them mostly charged. Removing the power packs, Kyle pocketed one and used the other to recharge his shield to 100%. Ignoring the continued comments and protests from the bartender, he headed for the bar's exit. "That's right," the bartender called. "Get out already." "That tears it." Turning back towards the bar, Kyle noticed the neon sign on the back wall, the image displaying some kind of serpent. He aimed the blaster and fired twice. With the sound of transparent steel shattering, the sign guttered and went out. The bartender hit the floor. With a satisfied smile, Kyle exited the bar. The corridor he stepped into was dimly lit, but he could distinguish a ramp of green metal ahead of him. Kyle moved carefully up the ramp and into a larger, brighter room of the same decor as the bar, minus the windows. Part of the ceiling on one side of the room was low, casting one whole side in shadow. Beyond it appeared to be a larger room where the left-hand wall was set on a diagonal disappearing up and out of Kyle's sight. Moving across the space, he kept an eye out for more attackers. Passing into the larger, high-ceilinged room, Kyle saw what looked like a chute on the left side of the room with an opening near the ceiling. He looked in that direction in the event that someone was there, ready to shoot. Suddenly, he heard a sound from behind just as something large and heavy hit him. Pain flared in Kyle's back, the force of the blow knocking him forward. Instinctively, he tucked his head into his chest and turned to fall into a somewhat clumsy forward roll. Kyle's back flared all the more as it struck the unyielding floor. He managed to roll onto his side even as he raised the hand carrying the blaster. To his surprise, Kyle noticed that his attacker was not carrying a blaster. He could tell right away it was a Gran, but this one was not wearing a shirt, displaying his modeled upper body in the same tan color as his face. In addition, this Gran sported some rather impressive-looking muscles. Even as he took in his attacker's appearance, the Gran began to move forward. His hands were raised in a gesture that Kyle recognized. "I think, yes, it wants to fight me." He considered for a moment obliging the Gran, visions of knocking the alien on his butt flitting through his mind. But then again, he wasn't sure exactly how strong the Gran was, and if I underestimate him. A new vision appeared in Kyle's mind. Himself on the ground, getting the daylights beat out of him. Yeah, definitely not what I want to happen. In any case, Kyle knew he needed to come up with something soon. The Gran was getting closer, and before he knew it, The alien was looming over him. It has been said that some of the best ideas come out of desperation. And so it was that an idea came to Kyle. With the alien's hands almost upon him, Kyle leaned forward, raising the hand holding the blaster. In an instant, the barrel had dug in the flesh of the Grand's throat. Kyle saw its three eyes blink in astonishment. A smile came across his face as he pulled the trigger. Surprise! The gun lurched in his hands as it fired, the tough skin and bones of the Grand no barrier to the energy beam. It tore through the Grand's throat and neck, exiting out the other side. Eyes glazing over, the Grand continued to move forward, now falling towards Kyle. The operative felt his breath rush out of him as the heavy body of the dead alien struck him, trapping his gun arm. Kyle tried to move, but the Grand's body proved to be very heavy. It took several minutes and a lot of grunting and pushing, but he finally got enough of his left side free to help with the effort. With the final push, Kyle rolled the Grand's body off him. He lay there for several minutes, getting his breath back. He also found his entire right arm and most of his chest covered in the alien's blood. "Aw man," he complained, trying to remove the viscous liquid. "Gross." When he felt able to, Kyle sat up and tried to clean himself off. He got most of the alien's blood off, but his clothes were stained and spotted. "And I just got this." Shaking his head, Kyle rolled to one side and pushing off with his left arm and knee, he rose to his feet. Checking himself over, Kyle concluded that, aside from the stains, he was okay. He glanced over at the body of the Grand and saw that his initial assessment had been correct. This Grand was huge, its body larger and muscular than any other he had seen before. Explains why he didn't have a gun. Big as this guy is, he probably could have crushed me with one blow. It also occurred to Kyle that there might be more of this type of Grand around. He made a mental note that if he saw another, to shoot first and shoot often. Chapter 3. Kyle negotiated 2 more turns and moved down a hallway with another smiling face laid out in neon. At the end of it, another Grand appeared and started towards him. Kyle didn't hesitate in lifting his blaster and shooting the alien twice. It fell, smoke already rising from the 2 holes burned into his body. He moved ahead, reaching a curving wall that was covered in multicolored graffiti. He had just started around it when he heard a high-pitched, reptilian giggle. Kyle began to swing his blaster up, but before he could locate the source of the sound, a Rodian dressed in a medium green outfit with a brown vest jumped into view barely a half-dozen steps away. It fired, the shots deflected by Kyle's shield, but the close impact drove him back against the wall, pinning his right arm against. The Rodian laughed again, its snout uttering the equivalent of, "I got you, I got you." Kyle mentally shook his head, even as he transferred the blaster from his right hand to his left. The Rodian was still in mid-celebration when Kyle raised the weapon. The alien was able to get out a strangled squawk before a blast ripped into his chest. It uttered a high-pitched cry, then fell. Kyle observed the body for a moment. "Got your back?" He continued on, moving through several more corridors and up lifts when the paths ended. Several more aliens, mostly Grands, kept attacking. It got so no sooner had Kyle recharged his shield than another attack took the power down to dangerous levels. "I came for a simple exchange of information," Kyle thought, and now all of this. He had gone from feeling tired, to feeling peeved, to feeling annoyed, to perturbed, to full-on angry. And the angrier he got, the better it seemed to feel. When a Rodian appeared from behind a wall and fired at him, Kyle took the hit on his shield without giving an inch of ground. Eyeing the alien, he felt not only anger towards, but also contempt. No, more than contempt. He felt disgust. "You dare," he said, raising the blaster. The Rodian called him an ugly name, which only added to his anger. He fired one shot into the Rodian's stomach, and it fell. He moved forward until he was standing directly over the alien. The gut shot, while intensely painful, had not been a lethal one. The Rodian croaked out something at Kyle. "You're so right," he said, aiming the blaster. He fired 4 more times, the Rodian screaming out until the last one ended his life. To Kyle, such a sound normally would have repugnant, But at this moment it was almost. It's almost pleasant. Disgust filled him again, this time directed at himself. What in the name of the trapezian circle am I thinking? Just then, the smell from the Rodian's body reached his nose. Gag reflex threatening, Kyle quickly moved past the body, finding clearer air to breathe. I need to focus on AT-88. Finding him is the priority. But even as he moved into the next room, Kyle wondered what had just happened to him. His attention was soon taken by the side of a diagonal ramp before him. Moving closer to it, he saw that the ramp led upwards and out of sight. Well, that's probably where I need to go, so... A search of the area finally revealed a switch mechanism. Activating it, Kyle heard a loud sound, as if a gear had been shifted. A rumbling sound reached his ears as a platform appeared, sliding down the metal track of the ramp until it came to a halt, its metal deck flush with the floor. Moving towards the platform, Kyle stepped onto it. He began to look around for a way to get it to move when he heard the sound of a gear shifting again, and with that, the platform began to rise upwards. The shock of the sudden movement nearly knocked him from platform, but after a moment of unsteadiness, he was able to regain his feet. The platform rose several meters, and as a new floor came into view, Kyle braced himself against the shock as the platform banged to a stop. Stepping off, Kyle made his way around another turn and found a short corridor ahead leading to a space with another diagonal ramp leading up. Kyle moved forward, looking for any attackers, but none appeared. Nearing the ramp, he noticed what looked like a room to the left, but the doorway and single windows were lit strangely. Instead of a standard overhead light, this space was lit in a low red color. Though he found it curious, Kyle decided, for the moment, to ignore it and keep going when he noticed sudden movement in the space. His blaster was in place an instant later as he braced for an attack. When none came and he saw no more movement, Kyle decided to investigate the red-lit room. Moving slowly, he advanced to the doorway and stepped inside. At first, he didn't see anyone. What's happening? A voice called out of the darkness. Though it startled him, part of Kyle's mind recognized the words had been spoken in Basic, which was a pretty good indication that whoever it had said them was not a Gran or a Rodian. Still, caution was warranted. Kyle lowered his blaster, but didn't holster it. Moving deeper into the room, his eyes adjusted to the point that he was able to make out two figures standing in the space looking back at him. They were both dressed in grayish robes, the man wearing a peaked hat while the woman's dark hair was piled atop her head. "Who are you?" he asked. "I know nothing," the woman said. "I didn't ask anything yet," Kyle retorted. He stepped closer to the pair, deciding to try being friendly for the moment. "My name is Kyle Katarn. I'm trying to track down a droid named AT-88. Have either of you seen him?" "I know nothing," the woman said, a bit louder this time. His gesture rebuffed, Kyle's anger came back full force. He raised the blaster, pointed it at the woman. "I'm not in the mood for games, lady. That droid has something of mine, and I want it back." "We know nothing," she repeated, looking fixedly at him, and then added, "You need to leave." Now Kyle felt his patience begin to crack. He had tried being nice, but it appeared that nice wasn't going to work here. Time to get a bit forceful. "I'm not leaving until I get some information from you. Did you see the droid or not?" "We know nothing," she said again. Bristling, Kyle advanced until he stood nearly nose to nose with her. "Lady, I don't know what your malfunction is, but don't expect me to believe you know nothing. I know you saw the droid I'm looking for. Now tell me where it went." Amazingly, she didn't back down. Her eyes glared fiercely back at him. She was not backing down in the slightest. Kyle shifted his eyes to the man. "How about you?" The man said nothing, but his eyes shifted to the right and his head moved a little. Kyle stared at him. "What's your problem?" he asked. The man made the same motions again. Kyle squinted at him, trying to understand. The man made the motions a third time. Light flashed inside Kyle's mind. He realized what the man was trying to tell him. Lowering his voice, he spoke to them both. "I think I understand. When I tell you to, both of you drop the floor." Neither the man or woman said anything, but the look in their eyes seemed to say they understood. Kyle shifted the aim of blaster slightly, even though it appeared to still be aimed at the man. "Now," he yelled. The man and woman dropped to the floor. Holding down the trigger, Kyle swept the blaster from left to right and back again, completely exhausting the power pack. With a cry of anger and then of pain, a grin became visible as it fell to the ground, the blaster it held falling out of his lifeless hand. The man rose to his feet and helped the woman up. "I'm sorry," she said. "That thing came in here and told us if we said or did anything suspicious, it'd kill us both." Kyle nodded his understanding. "No problem. Are you two all right?" "I've been better," said the man. "We saw that droid you're looking for," said the woman. "It went up the ramp a little while ago." Kyle nodded again. "Do either of you know where the controls are for the ramp?" "They're in here," said the woman. "I'll handle it for you, if you want." Kyle smiled at her, the first genuine smile he had shown since arriving on Nar Shaddaa. "That'd be great." As the woman moved to the controls, the man accompanying her, Kyle discarded his useless blaster and took the one lying near the body of the Grand. The check found the weapon fully charged. Moving outside the room and close to the diagonal ramp, he signaled the woman, who activated the control. Hearing the mechanical switch sound, Kyle watched as the platform came into view, descending towards him. Blaster fire suddenly erupted from above him. Caught by surprise, Kyle was knocked to the deck by several impacts, his shield power dropping fast. Rolling onto his side, he looked up and saw a Rodian standing atop the platform as his descent finished and the machinery came to a halt. Anger filled Kyle, anger at the Rodian, but more at himself for not thinking to make sure the platform was unoccupied. Before he realized, he was on his feet and walking towards the Rodian. The alien fired again, but his shots missed. Moving to stand in front of the Rodian, Kyle grabbed his gun arm and twisted it hard. With a scream, the alien dropped the laser pistol it held. With his free hand, Kyle raised his blaster and shot the Rodian in the face, watching as it fell. Hearing a loud gasp, he wheeled around to see the woman, her hands over her mouth, and the man staring at him wide-eyed and with expressions of horror. "Kill them," said a voice. Kyle looked away from the man and woman, searching for the source of the voice. But there was no else there except the three of them. "I know I heard someone speak." He looked again at the man and women, but they just continued staring back at him, not uttering a word. Though he was curious, Kyle realized that he losing precious time. "I've got to find AT-88. Nodding to himself, Kyle walked onto the platform, bracing himself as it shuddered into motion. When the platform stopped at the next level, Kyle found himself under attack once again. The confusion he was feeling over the man and woman's reaction faded, and was replaced by fierce anger. Drawing his blaster, Kyle took off at a run towards his attackers, his lips pulled back in a fierce smile. Several minutes and rooms later, he paused to exchange the exhausted blaster he was carrying with one from a Grand that lay dead on the ground before him. It suddenly occurred to Kyle that he had little to no memory of the paths he had taken to reach the place he was in now. What he could remember was a nearly constant stream of laser fire directed his way. He knew he had been hit a number of times as well and that his shield needed recharging. "I should feel tired," he thought, "but I don't. I feel." Kyle realized he felt energized, invigorated. And he sensed he was getting closer to AT-88. Moving around a corner, the space in front of him had possibly the narrowest catwalk he had seen. And on all sides, he saw only blackness. "If I fall from here, the bottom is a long way down." Kyle started across the catwalk when he heard a new sound. Movement from above directed his eyes towards the roof of the structure. There, held in the grips of a docking clamp, was the double-hulled structure of a TIE bomber. As Kyle watched, the docking clamp released. The TIE floated on its repulsors for a moment, then with a loud whine from its engines, shot forward. Instinctively, Kyle ducked as the vessel roared overhead and out of the space. He watched as it curved to the left and moved out of sight. Okay, Kyle thought, T-Hat was a little scary. Moving carefully, he made his way across the narrow catwalk to the other side. In time, Kyle found himself in a larger room where he was attacked from an overhead control room. After 2 impacts to the shield, Kyle managed to hide behind a wall opposite the control room. He tried shooting back, but the attacker's return fire was too intense. His anger returning, Kyle decided to do the unexpected. Stepping out from behind the wall, he ran towards the control room. Laser fire greeted his approach, but somehow he managed to avoid being hit. Reaching the other side, Kyle found a ramp leading up. He moved up it carefully, knowing there were at least 2 attackers. Reaching the top of the ramp, Kyle heard the voice of a Gran who was very close by. He turned around and found himself nearly nose to nose with the alien. Before Kyle could aim his weapon, the alien struck, his fist crashing into Kyle's chest. The impact sent him flying backwards until he fetched up against the wall. Kyle cried out in pain as he bounced off the wall and onto the floor. Even as his body screamed at him, Kyle felt his anger return with an undeniable intensity. His skin began to feel warm as his anger increased. On his hands and knees on the floor, Kyle looked up at the Gran. It was coming towards him, his fists raised to attack him again. His anger rose even more, both at himself and at the alien. Use the pain? Kyle closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them again. The Gran was standing over him, raising his arms over his head. Kyle smiled despite the pain he was feeling. And to the Gran's surprise, he rose suddenly, his fist striking out. The Gran, in the midst of its strike, found itself crying out in pain as it fell to the ground. Reaching to his wrists, Kyle extracted the 2 knives there. He smiled down at the alien and dropped down, shoving the knives into the Gran's neck and chest. The alien cry of protest turned into a scream as the serrated blades sliced into his flesh. A chuckle escaping from his throat, Kyle yanked the knives out, the removal shredding organs and flesh. By the time the operative rose to his feet, the Gran was dead, its blood spreading out on the floor. Fool, he muttered, moving past the body. He went up another ramp, but this time stepped up facing the other direction. As the Gran there started advancing on him, Kyle was easily able to shoot it. At the top of the ramp, Kyle turned around to see a long hallway before him leading to another room. He also spotted 2 more attackers. He was about to charge them when one of the Gran reached out and roughly yanked at something. Into view came a pair of feet, a body, and finally, a face. It was a female. Dressed similar to the one he had seen earlier, this was not a woman, but a girl. Even with the distance separating them, Kyle could see she was frightened and shaking. The Gran was holding her in front of itself, a shield against Kyle's attack. A second, older female came running, reaching for the younger one, but the second Gran pushed her away, then aimed at her with his blaster. Kyle assessed the situation, trying to decide what to do. But no matter what plan he came up with, he was fairly sure that it would result with the girl being killed. What do I do? Kill her? Kyle looked around again, certain he had heard someone speaking to him. But he saw no one. Kill her? Kyle understood. You again? Kill her, the voice in his head said for a 3rd time. Looking ahead of him, his mind going over the situation once more, it occurred to Kyle that the command did make sense. No matter what I do, the girl's going to die anyway. If I do it right now, then I can take out those Gran. He began to raise his blaster. Her life is not yours to take. Kyle recognized the other voice. She's going to die no matter what I do. Kill her, the first voice said emphatically. You can't save her life. Kyle's certainty over the girl's fate wavered. Could he really be certain of her fate? Was death the only option? I don't want to kill her. Then save her. In an instant, Kyle knew what to do. With his blaster held out, he pushed off his right foot and charged. In the next second, it felt to Kyle as if something had shifted around him. Unsure, he looked around. Suddenly, he realized he was standing right in front of the first Gran and the girl it was holding. Quickly, Kyle reached out and grasped her head, pushing it down and out of the way. The Gran had time to utter a squawk of surprise as Kyle fired his blaster at point-blank range. Then, even as the body of the first Grand was falling, his grip on the girl loosening, Kyle shifted his aim to the second Grand as the alien was reaching for the other female. His lips drew back in a snarl. Get away from her. He fired twice. The second Grand fell. Something seemed to shift around him again. Feeling dizzy, Kyle closed his eyes for a moment. He opened them. He looked around, seeing the bodies of the Grand, lying on the floor nearby, blood pooling around their bodies. His eyes shifted to the two females. Mother, the girl cried, hurling herself at the other woman. Crying out her child's name, the older woman enveloped her in a tight embrace, both of them crying now. Kyle stood there, dumbfounded. What just happened? His logical mind provided the answer, but it didn't seem to make sense. Turning round, Kyle looked down the hallway to where he had stood just a short time before. He judged the distance. How did I do that? Somehow, the operative had crossed a distance of nearly 10 feet in what seemed like an instant. He looked down at the women again. He opened his mouth to speak, searching for words to say to them. Are you all right? The older woman looked up at him, tears still running down her face. But instead of fear or gratitude, she glared up at Kyle with an angry expression. But why? I just saved them. It was then Kyle realized his weapon was pointed at them. He quickly holstered it and then raised his hands with the palms facing out. The woman continued to glare at him. Feeling confused, Kyle tried again. Are you okay? The woman gave him the briefest of nods. She ought to be grateful, Kyle thought. The woman's expression didn't change. He began to feel angry, right hands drifting back towards his holster blaster. I saved their lives, and this is what I get for it. They'd be dead if it wasn't for me. He considered what to do next, and then remembered 8T88. I can't waste any more time here. If 8T88 escapes. But as he looked down at the older woman, Kyle felt a sudden impulse. Pulling the blaster out once more, he reversed his hold on it, holding the weapon out but first. The woman stared at it. Take it, he said firmly. The woman hesitated, then removing one arm from her daughter's trembling body, reached out and wrapped her fingers around the grip. Kyle let go, allowing her to take the blaster. Turning away, he went to the bodies of the two Grand and retrieved their weapons. Then, without looking back, he walked away. It occurred to him how risky this was. Given the woman's apparent attitude, what was to stop her from shooting him in the back? But for some reason, he didn't think she would do it. He was about halfway down the first ramp when a reedy, high-pitched voice called out. Thank you. Kyle paused in mid-step. It was the girl. A smile came to his face. You're welcome, he thought, starting forward again. He had just stepped back into the large room when there was a large clanking sound. The floor under his feet began to move. For a moment, Kyle thought it might be a trap. But as he watched, he saw that two sections of the floor were sliding apart, exposing something in the center. 30 seconds later, the clanking sound came again as the floor stopped moving. Kyle moved towards the opening in the center, being careful to not get too close to the edge. He saw that there was a room below this one, and judging by the stacks of large crates, it was a warehouse of some kind. Kyle considered how to get down there, since it appeared to be the only exit out of the room he was in. Moving around the perimeter of the opening, he spotted what looked like an angled ramp. Getting closer, he saw that it was indeed a ramp leading down. He started down it. Reaching the bottom of the ramp, he negotiated a turn and found a one-person lift at the end of a short corridor. Stepping onto it, Kyle heard the system engage, and a second later, he began to descend. Barely had the lift come to a halt when a Grand appeared. Kyle activated his shield just as the first of the alien's shots reached him. Suddenly, the floor under him shifted as the lift began to rise. Kyle tried to shift his aim, but the walls of the shaft cut him off after only a few shots. A few seconds later, he was back where he had been. Didn't exactly expect that, he thought. On the heels of that thought came the realization that the lift wasn't moving, even though he was still standing on it. Kyle contemplated this. It occurred to him that the elevator might work on a cycle where it descended, waited long enough for the rider to step off, then went back up. And if that's right, I just might have a way to take care of that Grant. Stepping off the elevator, Kyle placed his right foot inside and put some pressure on it. As soon as he heard the click of machinery, he stepped back, watching as the elevator descended out of sight. As he expected, there was a flurry of blaster shots from below as the elevator arrived at the lower floor. But when the Grant saw that there was no there, it stopped firing. The alien advanced towards the elevator slowly. Following his programmed cycle, the elevator ascended back to the top. Kyle repeated the motion with his right foot. This time, when the elevator arrived at the bottom, the Grant stepped partly into it and looked up the shaft. Lying on his belly and looking down the shaft, Kyle smiled a predator's smile and pulled the trigger of his blaster. Crimson bolts tore into the Grant's face and head. A thud echoed up the shaft as the body fell onto the ground. The elevator started back up, and with a horrible sound, the part of the Grant lying in the elevator was separated from the rest of his body. Kyle felt his gorge rise at the sight of what lay on the elevator as it came to a halt on the upper floor. What made it worse was he still needed to use the elevator to go down to the lower level. Steeling himself, Kyle used his feet to move as much of the mess off of the elevator pad. And while he was mostly able to not look at what he was doing, nothing could keep the sound and smell from reaching him. It took about 3 minutes before he was able to clear a space large enough for him to stand on in the elevator. The seconds it took to reach the lower level seemed interminable. Kyle quickly stepped off the elevator, grateful when the elevator rose back up. "Okay, Katarn," he told himself, "stay focused. You've got to find that droid." "I know," he said aloud, "and then I'm getting off this blasted planet." Determined, he walked down another short corridor and through a door that slid open at his approach. Kyle found himself on the floor of the warehouse, the huge stacks of crates rising above him. Looking around, he spotted a number of spaces between the crates, surmising that one of them had to lead out of the warehouse. He began to explore, at first finding only dead ends. But then, as he moved behind another set of crates, Kyle heard the all-too-familiar voice of a Grant. Before he could determine where it was, the alien stepped out of a shadow. It struck, his fist slamming into Kyle before he could bring his weapon to bear. The blow sent him flying backwards. Expecting to feel the hard sting of a wall, Kyle instead felt something grab him. He was spun around and was just able to determine it was another Grant when the punch it landed sent him flying out of the space. Pain flaring in his stomach and chest, Kyle tried to scramble to his feet. He managed to push himself back a short distance and was onto one knee when a third Grant grabbed him from behind. This one threw Kyle, casting him onto the floor of the warehouse and into a lighted spot. Concentrating, Kyle managed to rise to his feet as the 3 Grant closed on him. Suddenly there was a new sound as 2 more appeared from behind another crate. Too late did Kyle realize he had been distracted by the newcomers. It was a trap. 2 more punches landed, one to the chest, the other to the face. This was followed by a kick that knocked him off his feet and sent him sliding back again. It was as if his whole world was pain. Kyle tried to rise, but his body wasn't responding. He managed to open his eyes and saw the Grant closing on him. Each breath he took hurt. And he was angry, both at himself and his attacker. Got to do something, he thought, or I'm dead. On top of everything else, the voices in his head were back. One exhorted him to relax, to calm himself. But the words of the other seemed to reach out with greater force. They dared to attack you. Are you simply going to lie there and not do something about it? I want to, Kyle thought. Then do it. Kyle felt a moment of uncertainty as to how, but then the answer was there. So clear, so simple. He let the anger inside him grow, the frustration, the fear, the pain, the desire for revenge. His body grew warm, a pleasant warmth. He still hurt, but now the injury seemed manageable. And most importantly, he felt strength. No, more than strength, he realized. He felt power. The light over him was partially eclipsed as the Grants came into view, standing over him. One reached down and pulled Kyle up, holding the seemingly unresponsive body upright. It looked to the others and they conversed, deciding who would strike first. Suddenly the Grand holding the body felt something grasp his arms. It looked and found the human's hands wrapped around his forearms. The grip was strong and tight, not weak at all. The Grand tried to shake the human's grip off, but the hands held fast to his arms. Kyle's eyes snapped open a second, startling the party of Grand. But they found even more frightening was the expression on Kyle's face. His lips were drawn back over his teeth in a feral grin, the normally blue eyes displaying a strange light in them. The air in the room seemed to have changed as well. And then, from the crazily smiling face came a voice full of malevolent fury. "You dare to touch me?" Kyle twisted the Grand's forearms until bone grated against bone. The alien yelled with sudden pain, and then shrieked as the snap of bone echoed in the space. His grip failed, hands letting go of Kyle. But he didn't let go of the Grand. "Oh no," he said, looking almost bemused at the Grand's pained face. "It's not over yet." Putting his weight onto his left foot, Kyle spun, swinging the Grand off his feet and around in a half circle. The arc ended when Kyle let go, sending the Grand's smashing face first into a crate. There was a last cry of pain from the creature as his head was crushed. What was left dropped to the ground. Kyle turned to the others, still grinning. "Who's next?" One of the Grand came in swinging. Kyle didn't seem to move at all, but somehow the blow missed, the Grand's fist shooting past Kyle's head with only an inch or two of clearance. "Nice try," Kyle said, taking a single step forward and then lifting a knee into the Grand's stomach. The alien doubled over, his breath gone. Lacing his hands together, Kyle raised them over his head. Still smiling crazily, he struck, the double axe handle blow hitting just under the area where the Grand's neck met his torso. The clean, clear snap of bone sounded and the room followed a crushing sound as the alien's spinal cord was severed. It dropped to the deck. Kyle turned to the remaining three. 9 ice dogs looked back at him with shock. None of them moved. Kyle laughed at them. "Are you afraid?" he said. None of the Grands responded. "Cowards." Emboldened, 2 of the aliens rushed him. Kyle responded by dropping to one knee, punching one of the Grands in the gut. As it went down, gasping for air, Kyle rose back onto his feet in a single smooth motion, his left hand arcing up to strike the other Grand in the throat. It too fell to the deck, fighting for air. He looked at the remaining Grand. Well, to his surprise, the alien turned to run. Normally, Kyle would have let it go. But not now. Somehow, he shot ahead, moving to stand in front of the Grand. Its attempted flight ended as Kyle grabbed his neck with left hand and reached with his right to scoop up the Grand, using the momentum of his legs pushing his body forward. Up went the Grand's body into the air, and down a second later as Kyle slammed the alien onto the deck with all of his strength. The Grand uttered a tortured wail, and then fell silent. He turned back to the other 2 and felt momentary surprise to see them recover. One had produced a blaster from somewhere and trained it on him. For some reason, Kyle didn't feel the least bit nervous or afraid. The Grand motioned at him with the blaster. Kyle didn't move. "Awfully confident, aren't we?" he taunted, the feral smile still plastered on his face. The Grand responded by blasting the deck just in front of him. That's when Kyle remembered the shield. Reaching to his shoulder, he activated it, the corona of energy solidifying around him. He took a step forward. This time, the Grand fired at him, but the shield easily deflected it. Kyle advanced. "Didn't expect that, did you?" The Grand fired several more times, and while Kyle noted the shield power was being dissipated, he felt it would be enough. With a lunge, he got to the unarmed Grand and slid behind the alien. Grasping his arms, Kyle immobilized the Rees, even as the other shifted his fire in that direction. But instead of Kyle, the shots hit the other Grand, who screamed out as the crimson bolts gouged deep furrows in his body. More shots came, and then the blaster fire stopped. Tossing what was left of the Grand he was holding aside, Kyle looked to the remaining one. It was trying, unsuccessfully, to insert a fresh power cell into the weapon. Kyle's smile widened as an idea came to him. With 3 quick steps, He stood in front of the Grand. With his palm held stiffly out in front of him, Kyle hit the alien in the chest. It let out a loud grunt, the blow knocking it back and jarring the blaster and power cell from its grip. Kyle plucked them out of the air. "Here," he said to the Grand, who was trying to get back onto his feet, "it's like this." Holding the two items out in front of him, Kyle popped open the power cell housing, allowed the expended one to drop out. He slid the new one in and closed the housing, finishing the procedure by drawing back the firing bolt, which engaged the new power cell and prepared the weapon for firing. "See?" he said, turning the muzzle of the weapon to face the Grand. A single shot penetrated his head and destroyed his brain. The Grand fell. Kyle muttered, looking at the dead body. "Guess you don't." He looked around, seeing the death and devastation around him. Normally, he would have found such a scene repulsive. But not now. The pain from his wounds resurfaced, but Kyle found it manageable. It also sharpened his focus. "All right, 88, he muttered, looking about the room. "Where are you hiding?" He felt a sudden, strong impulse. Turning towards one crate in particular, he had a strong sense that that was the way to go. His wounds made running impossible for the moment, but he managed a fast walk. Coming around the crate, he found an angled section of wall leading up to an open grate. There, finding a recessed ladder on the wall, Kyle climbed up to the grate. It opened onto a darkened shaft, but he could see light from the other side. Coming through the shaft, Kyle found himself in a room with two angled walls and a flat center section. The catwalk he was on spanned part of the room. A moment later, blaster shots hit the wall close by. Kyle looked and spotted two Grand in the center section, firing up at him. He smiled, already knowing what to do. Pulling himself out of shaft, Kyle slid on his butt down the angled wall, towards the floor, his weapon already out and firing. By the time he reached the bottom, both Grand were dead. Fools, he thought. He examined the room, looking for an exit, the feeling even stronger that a T-88 was somewhere nearby. It was then Kyle noticed two exhaust fans built into floor. He looked and noticed a floor beneath the one he was on. It took less than a minute to time the cycle of the slower moving of the two blades. Sliding through the opening, Kyle's feet struck the deck below. An even stronger impulse hit him and he dropped onto his knees an instant before the blast from another pair of Grand would have struck him. Looking over his shoulder, Kyle spotted them and noticed the door they were standing in front of. "That's where I need to go." More shots arced in and struck. The shield deflected 4 of them, but the 5th and 6th hit him. Recoiling from the pain of impact, Kyle yelled out as fresh pain hit him, part of his mind wondering what had happened to the shield. A quick glance told the tale. The power display was at 0. Another shot hit his already wounded back, eliciting another cry from him. "I'm in trouble," Kyle thought. No cover and no shield. Kyle considered the very real possibility that he was going to die. This thought brought with it renewed anger. "Yes, Katarn," the voice in his head said, "there's power in pain. Focus on it. Let it give you strength." Focusing on his pain wasn't all that difficult, but as he did so, Kyle felt his power rise, becoming even more than it had been in the warehouse. Somehow, even as more blaster shots struck, Kyle managed to turn around and draw his weapon. The narrowness of the corridor he was in made aiming practically worthless. He depressed the trigger of the weapon and held it down. The blaster bucked in his hand as it discharged shot after shot. The two Grand, caught by surprise, were hit multiple times. But even as the fire from them slackened, then stopped, Kyle kept firing. He was smiling crazily once more. The Grand's bodies jerked to and fro as the blaster bolt struck them over and over again. And then it was over. The power cell in the blaster drained. Kyle let the useless weapon fall from his hand and stepped forward. Looking down at what remained of the Grand, he casually reached down and took their weapons. He took the power cell from one and holstered the other. A brief examination found a control panel in the wall next to the door. Kyle pressed a button and the door slid up. Before him was a ramp leading down to an octagonal landing platform. A Lambda-class shuttle sat in the middle of the platform, its boarding ramp extended. And there, moving towards the shuttle, was the object of Kyle's search. He considered opening fire right away. No, he decided, if I shoot from here, I might hit the disc. Besides, it'll be better up close and personal. Kyle moved down the ramp, taking pains to conceal the sounds of his footsteps. It wouldn't do to alert the droid to his presence. As it turned out, AT-88 was taking his time heading towards the shuttle. Kyle came to within a foot of the droid before halting and drawing his weapon. Taking a deep breath, he spoke aloud. Leaving so soon, 88. The droid paused in mid-step and then, with the whine of servo motors, it turned round, all three of its photoreceptors taking in the figure standing there. Before the droid could do anything else, Kyle fired a single, precisely aimed, shot. With a small explosion, AT-88's left arm was severed and fell away. But to Kyle's dismay, it hit the deck too close to the edge of the platform. For a moment, the spindly arm hung there. And then, even as Kyle shouted in protest, the arm fell over and out of sight. Kyle looked back to the AT-88, who was scrambling as fast as it could towards the shuttle. You're not getting away. Kyle fired several more shots, but with his concentration broken, only a few struck, and most of these were on the shuttle's boarding ramp. A few seconds later, the ramp having retracted into the shuttle's nose, its repulsors came on. The shuttle lifted, somewhat unsteadily at first, then executed a perfect 180-degree turn. Its thrusters came on, flaring with blue light as the shuttle moved away, its wings unfolding from their stowed position. Even as Kyle mentally cursed himself for letting the droid get away, his finger stabbed at his communicator, calling up a certain frequency. A voice answered. Kyle? Jan! He shouted, AT-88's getting away. I need you here now. Since she had left Kyle, Jan had spent 3 fruitless hours trying to find a landing strip, docking port, or unused platform. Most of her calls had been met with more or less the same answer. We have nothing available. And others, upon hearing her voice, had suggested a spot might be open if she was willing to offer certain services. This had culminated in Jan offering a particularly sleazy Toydarian to demonstrate her skills with a blaster by setting his wings on fire. And so it was that she was now in a parking orbit over the planet, using minimum engine and repulsor power to hold the ship in place. Nearly another hour had passed without any word from Kyle, taking her worry quotient up another notch. She considered for the umpteenth time just landing the ship somewhere and going out to look for him. But if she got involved in a firefight, she sighed. Next time, I'm bringing something to read. Even a holo novel would be better than just sitting her waiting. Suddenly the comm panel lit up. Jan checked the reading and saw the signal was coming in on the frequency she and Kyle had selected. She opened the channel. Kyle? Jan! Kyle shouted, his loud shout filling the cockpit. AT-88's getting away. I need you here now. Jan took a moment to recover it. Geez, Katarn. Nice way to deafen me. Jan! He called again. Jan, are you there? Answer me? She reached for the gain switch on the panel and dialed it down, reducing the volume of Kyle's voice to a more manageable level. Jan wondered what was going on. Kyle being agitated during a mission she could handle, but the way he was shouting at her. What's going on down there? Kyle called up a third time, and when he finally took a breath, Jan keyed her mic. Don't shout at me, Kyle, she said firmly. She paused a moment. Tell me what's happening. Chapter 4. Don't shout at me, Kyle. This statement took him by surprise. Was I shouting? Tell me what's happening. For a moment, Kyle considered unleashing another verbal tirade. Here he was, wounded, AT-88 escaping, and Jan was chastising him. Not now. The important thing is to catch AT-88 before he gets away. Even as he began to speak, Kyle realized he felt a bit strange, as if he was smaller. No, not smaller. It was more like something was missing from inside him. It's AT-88, Jan, Kyle said. He said with far less emotion and volume than before, he's getting away in a shuttle. We need to. A new sound reached his ear. It grew until the object causing it came into view. Kyle's eyes widened as he recognized the TIE bomber he had seen earlier. Jan was speaking at nearly the same time. "Activate your locator beacon, Kyle," she told him. "I can't find you otherwise." Even as his mind took in the ship hovering before him, part of Kyle's mind heard the words and understood. His right hand reached out and pressed a control on his left wrist. The TIE rose further, his left side dipping for a moment, then stabilizing. "Oh, Sith spit," he muttered. A new indicator lit up on the control, Kyle's locator beacon. The computer processed the signal and displayed its origin on the radar screen. The location was close by. Jan fed power to the drive and pushed the control stick to the left and down, sending the crow into a diving left turn. "Oh, Sith spit," came Kyle's voice over the speaker. The words themselves weren't unfamiliar to Jan, but it was the way they were said that had her pushing the throttles to the stops. He's in trouble. Kyle didn't know what to do. He briefly considered running, but where to? He was completely exposed on the platform. He saw a green flash, and a moment later, the blast wave from the TIE's cannon fire sent him flying. Turning over in midair, Kyle hit the ground on his chest and stomach, the impact sending renewed waves of pain shooting through his body. He managed to turn onto his side and saw the TIE drifting closer. "This'll be the kill shot," he thought with certainty. "Blast you, Jan Ors. Where are you?" "I'm about to." The thought went unfinished as a stream of red lasers arced down from above. A few hit the platform, the rest sliced into the TIE bomber. The Imperial ship exploded in a fireball. "I'm not dead," Kyle thought. Just then, he heard a familiar whine. Rising painfully to his feet, Kyle smiled at the sight before him. As she descended through multiple levels of the vertical city, Jan strained her eyes, looking for a sign, any sign of Kyle. A flash off to the right caught her attention. She glanced in that direction and saw a TIE bomber hovering near a landing platform. And as she drew closer, she noticed a figure sprawled on it. Despite the urgency of the moment, Jan shook her head. She had seen this scene repeated more than once on more than one world. "Why is it whenever I need to find you that you're always in some kind of trouble, Kyle?" she muttered. Activating the crow's laser cannon, Jan settled the crosshairs over the TIE and fired. A half-dozen shots leapt from the barrel of the weapon, 3 of them striking the landing platform, the other 3 ripping into the bomber. It quickly became a fireball of incandescent gas. Approaching the platform, Jan cut power to the engines and fired the repulsors hard, working to slow the crow. She managed to bring the vessel into a hover about 7 feet above the platform. She noticed Kyle was on his feet and looking up at her. For a moment, his expression seemed angry, but then it changed. A smile appeared on his face. Well, not so much a smile as a smirk. "Jan," he called, "what a pleasant surprise." Her first impulse was to yell at him. She had just flown in here, thrusters blazing, and destroyed a TIE bomber that surely would have killed him, and here he was acting almost cavalier about it. "Well, if that's the case, then 2 can play this game." She raised her goggles so they rested above her brows. "What would you do without me, Kyle?" she returned, smirking back at him. He raised a hand to his chin and rubbed at it, appearing to be thinking about it. Jan raised an eyebrow at him. "Don't think about too hard, Katarn," she called. "You might hurt yourself." Kyle's eyes widened at this. "Touché," he said. Just then, the crow's proximity alarm went off. Jan scanned the threat board and saw that there are at least 2, possibly 3 incoming signals. "So much for the relaxing chat," she said to herself. To Kyle, she yelled, "Company's coming." "Jan," he called, his expression serious now. "I need the grapnel," he called. Nodding, she retrieved the device and tossed it to him. He caught it with a 2-handed grip and then yelled one last thing. "Meet at the top of this place. I've got to get that disc." She responded by closing the cockpit and wheeling the crow around. The thrusters flared and the ship leapt away. About 30 seconds later, Kyle saw 2 TIE fighters and a TIE interceptor howl past where he was. They headed after the crow. "Good luck," Jan, he thought, be careful. It also occurred to Kyle how his mood had shifted so suddenly. One moment, he had been furious with Jan, thinking she had left him to die. Even after the TIE bomber had exploded and the crow appeared, he had still been angry. But when Jan's face had become visible, it was as if all of the anger had drained out of him. He realized he had been happy to see her, and relieved that she had come in time. How could he not be grateful to her? And at the same time, how could he not tease her a bit too? Still, the sudden shift in mood was troubling. However, now was not the time to contemplate it. He needed to retrieve AT-88's arm and get his father's disc, then find a route to the top of this structure and meet up with Jan. Sure, he thought to himself, no problem at all. Then he looked over the edge of the platform into the yawning blackness below. No problem. I've got to be nuts. Still, it needed to be done. Aiming the grapnel, Kyle pulled the trigger. A three-pronged spike struck the surface of the platform and dug in, its tines gaining a firm hold in the permacrete. Kyle gave the attached line a few experimental pulls, and then moved towards the edge of the platform once again. Even though he knew the grapnel was secure, the drop below was unwelcome to say the least. Well, he thought, here goes. He carefully moved his legs out into space, and then lowered himself until only his hands were touching the platform. This thing had better work, he thought, eyeing the grapnel's handholds. Moving into quick, precise steps, he slipped his left hand into one handhold, then his right into the other. The grapnel now bore his entire weight. The line jerked and shook, but settled down after a few seconds. Most important of all, it held. Opening his tightly shut eyes, Kyle smiled and laughed a bit hysterically. Sure, it works. No problem, knew it would all along. And I'll just keep telling myself that until I actually believe it. With his fingers, Kyle touched one of the recessed buttons on the grapnel. The motor inside began to whine as it paid out line, lowering him. Nearly 5 minutes passed before a dimly illuminated section of deck came into view. Kyle noticed the small display built into the grapnel indicated he had come down nearly 6 meters. The deck below got closer and closer until finally his boots touched it. Making sure he had a firm footing, Kyle pressed another button on the grapnel. Up above him, small drills built into the tines began to whir as they worked to remove the spike from the permacrete. It took nearly a minute, but finally it came free. Stepping back from the edge several paces, Kyle took a deep breath and gave the grapnel a quick, hard yank. The spike scraped along the edge of the platform and fell over. The grapnel's motor worked to retrieve the line quickly, but as Kyle had expected, the spike came shooting past where he was and fell out of sight. He grasped the device tightly and braced himself. The shock, when it came, was less than he expected, but would have been enough to pull him over the edge had he not been ready. He waited until the spike reappeared, the grapnel pulling it in until the three-pronged spike snapped into his enclosure. Attaching the device to his belt, Kyle scanned the area around him. At first there seemed to be nothing, but then he felt the movement of air, brushing past him. Wish I'd brought a Luma, he thought. It took several minutes before he saw an outline of whitish metal in contrast to the dark metal of the floor he was walking on. Getting closer, Kyle saw that the whitish metal was actually something built into the floor. Another few steps and he was able to discern that it was an air shaft. And there, lying against the floor of the shaft, was AT-88's arm. Kyle smiled at seeing this. The question was how to get to it. Sitting down on the lip of the shaft, Kyle slid his legs forward and carefully lowered the rest of his body forward. Unfortunately, he found the shaft to be far slicker than it appeared. His right foot slipped and down he went. The sound of a clank reached his ears, and looking down, Kyle saw his foot had managed to catch the droid arm. Well, that's one way to get it. He continued to slide down and forward for a distance, until friction and the reduced angle of the shaft slowed his headlong plunge, until he finally came to a stop. Moving carefully, Kyle managed to regain his feet. Looking around, he saw that he had reached an area where the air shaft reached a dead end. Ahead of him, a metal gate blocked forward progress. 2 more shafts were visible to either side, the one to the left leading upwards and the other down and out of sight. Ahead of Kyle was a raised platform with some kind of machinery atop it. He could only guess at its purpose. He started in the direction of the left-hand shaft when a familiar, but unwelcome sight appeared. Rising from behind the odd-looking machinery was a Grand. But instead of brandishing a blaster, it held something Kyle couldn't quite see. The Grand's right arm went back and then forward as it threw whatever it was holding. Kyle heard a metallic clank as the object hit the deck next to where he was. He looked down, his eyes widening in horror. A thermal detonator. Kyle tried to move, but the slick metal of the shaft made quick moves all but impossible. The metal orb let out a high-pitched sound a second before it exploded. Caught by the blast, Kyle found himself pitched forward out of the shaft and into the air. Before he could manage a coherent thought, he fell into the right-hand shaft and dropped down. Another shimmering green bolt of energy leapt from the TIE fighter's cannons, passing just under the starboard wing of the moldy crow. Jan slowed the ship as she negotiated another sharp turn, and then shoved the throttles forward, pushing the crow's engines for all they were worth. She bit back a curse as the ship's radar indicated the TIEs were still on her. Jan had thought taking the crow directly into the narrow spaceways of Nar Shaddaa would discourage the Imperials, but her pursuers had so far proven equal to all the challenges she had presented them. She hit the braking thrusters hard, diving underneath a Corellian corvette that had managed to shoehorn itself into a space meant for a ship half its size. The TIE stayed with her. Frustrated as she was, Jan felt a bit of admiration for the Imperial pilots. Nar Shaddaa was a difficult place to navigate even at normal speeds. But at the pace she was keeping, a moment's distraction could make the difference between negotiating a corner successfully or ending up a smear on the wall. She guided the crow over a permacrete structure stretching between two buildings, and then quickly dived to avoid a hauler coming the other way. Still, the TIE stayed with her, their blaster fire barely missing. This is not going to work, Jan thought. I've got to try something else. An idea came to her, a maneuver that was equal parts danger and surprise. It could work, but I need the right place. As she moved between two slow-moving trash haulers, Jan noticed another ship ahead of her. Seeming to float above the streets of Nar Shaddaa, the rounded vessel, with a square tail, displayed a large advertising board protruding from the top of its hull, displaying various promotions in multiple languages. She had seen a number of these ships since arriving on Nar Shaddaa and noticed how their lights from their advertisements displays could be blinding if you weren't careful. Jan nodded to herself. Here goes. She gave the throttles another push, trying to wring as much speed out of the crow as she could. The advertisement vessel grew closer by the second. She was perhaps 5 meters away when she cut the engines and engaged the repulsors, guiding the crow on momentum alone until she was positioned right next to one of the plasteel pillars holding the electronic sign aloft. Jan quickly slid her goggles into place, the lenses going opaque to keep her eyes from being overwhelmed by the light from overhead. No sooner had she gotten the crow settled in place than the lead ship pursuing her, a TIE interceptor, came roaring in. A few seconds passed before 2 TIE fighters appeared as well. They shot underneath the advertisement vessel and passed by. Jan smiled as she reignited the engines and used the repulsors to maneuver out from under the lighted sign, her goggles altering their opacity to give her a clear view. Dropping under the large vessel, Jan fed power to the drive, sending the crow ahead. She steadily advanced the throttle until it was once again up against the stops. A check of the radar showed the TIEs ahead of her, the distance between her and them decreasing by the second. Through another series of twists and turns, Jan guided the ship, eyes flicking from the view outside to the radar display, and back again. It took a little more than 6 minutes before she spotted the first of the group of Imperial ships. She closed in, until only a few dozen meters separated her from them. Activating the crow's laser direct, she worked to center the target in reticule over the first of the TIEs. The pilot gave off a grunt as he turned his ship to avoid another obstruction. Though he was confident of his flying ability, the man found the constantly changing landscape of Nar Shaddaa one of the most difficult places he had ever flown through. One slip here, and I won't live to regret it. Just then, over his comm, the pilot heard his wingmate. Alpha 1 to Gamma 1. Go ahead, Alpha 1, came the reply from the squadron leader. I'm not detecting the rebel ship anymore. Do you have visual? A brief pause. Negative, Alpha 1, came the response, the voice tinged with annoyance. Do you think we lost it? I don't see how, said Gamma 1. It's been in front of us this whole time. So how could? Suddenly, Alpha 2 felt something strike his ship, and strike it hard. The ship jerked up, then down and to the right. The pilot pulled hard on his controls, trying to stabilize his craft. This is Alpha 2, he called. Something just hit me. I'm trying to get control. Can you? A second hammer blow struck the ship and the pilot knew nothing more. The pilots of the other fighters heard the loud call from their wingmate, then a sudden silence. Alpha 1 was about to speak when the roar of an explosion from somewhere behind him reached his ears. An instant later, crimson bolts passed over the roof of his cockpit. Gamma 1, this is Alpha 1. The pilot cried, we're under attack. Something bad. His ship was struck, the impact exploding the cockpit. The pilot had just enough time to see the metal walls around him crumple and separate as his craft slammed into a building and exploded. Jan grinned savagely as the second TIE detonated against side of a building. 2 down, she thought, now for the last one. She closed on the TIE interceptor. The pilot cursed himself for not figuring it sooner. Somehow the rebel ship he had pursuing only a short while ago had somehow gotten behind him. And now both of his wingmen were gone. But I'm not going to make it that easy, Alliance scum. Shifting power from his lasers to his engines, the pilot increased his speed. Try and follow me if you can. Jan felt momentary surprise as the interceptor suddenly accelerated, pulling ahead of her and out of weapons range. She checked her instruments, engines reading full power, currently running at 105%. But still, the TIE was pulling away. This is probably a bad idea, she thought, but I can afford to let him go. Her fingers flew across a set of controls, drawing power from the crow's shields. She then redirected the energy into the engines. The ship seemed to buck, and then leapt forward like a racehorse that had been spurred. The sudden acceleration pinned Jan to her seat until the inertial compensators were able to make up the difference. Her eyes were glued to the view outside. She couldn't afford even a second's glance at the instruments, given the speed she was traveling at. But had she looked, Jan would have seen that the speed reading was pegged at all nines, the engines now running at nearly 200%. The two ships weaved through the streets and alleys of Nar Shaddaa, ducking over and under obstacles, slicing around turns with mere inches left to spare. And despite the fact that they were on opposite sides, both pilots felt exhilaration at the chase, the chance to really test their respective skills. You're good, they both thought. Suddenly, the TIE executing a half-looping, stomach-turning, nearly 90-degree turn down an area that struck Jan as familiar. Her mind quickly reviewed what she could remember of the spaceways of Nar Shaddaa, and with a sudden flash, she realized she did know this particular path. And while this normally would have given her the advantage, this particular path presented one obstacle she could not ignore. It was a dead end. Going on for about 3 miles, she had found this spaceway ended in a wall with no way out but up. And given the speed we are traveling, she quickly did the mental math on the remaining distance. Oh, spit. She grabbed the throttles and pulled them all the way back, at the same time angling the crow's nose upwards. The vessel shot skyward, its headlong rush imparting plenty of momentum to send it several hundred feet up. The pilot smiled as his radar indicated the pursuing ship was slowing and beginning to climb. You rebels just aren't good enough, are you? Now all he had to was reverse course and pursue. Suddenly a warning alarm began to sound. Confused, the pilot turned to look at it, but his attention was diverted as he saw the massive wall of black he was hurtling towards. Still climbing above Nar Shaddaa, Jan was able to see the explosion as the TIE interceptor slammed into the wall at the end of the spaceway. And while the destruction of the Imperial ship meant the end of her final pursuer, Jan felt a pang of sympathy for the deaths, particularly of the pilot of the TIE interceptor. It's a shame you were on the wrong side, she thought. We could have used pilots like you three. Momentum finally bled off. The crow slowed to a relative stop high above Nar Shaddaa. She activated the repulsors, maneuvering the ship so she could look down on the vertical city. Though the high perch allowed her to see more of the planet, it made figuring out where the landing platform she had left Kyle on supremely difficult. She considered trying to find it on her own, but quickly discarded the idea. I could be searching for hours. And if Kyle needs me, a vision of Kyle, encircled by enemies, looking in vain for her to come flying to the rescue flashed across her mind. A shiver worked its way down her spine. Several minutes passed as she considered how best to find the platform. She finally settled on a solution that she was fairly confident in, but not very pleased with. She opened the comm channel and called out, "Modi Crow to Nar Shaddaa traffic control, please come in." The speaker crackled, and then, "Well, hello again there. Darling," the traffic control officer answered in a thick drawl. "Didn't think I'd be hearing from your agent." Jan shook her head. She had contacted this same office earlier trying to find a landing spot. The officer who had answered seemed to be genuinely pleased to be talking to a female and commented that her voice sounded awful sweet. It was also equally clear that he was trying his best to hit on her. But his attempts were at best clumsy, and at worst, repugnant. But right now, Jan needed information. Besides, she told herself, it's not like any of this is going to be serious. "Well, hello there, yourself," she said, putting as much sensuality and suggestiveness into her voice as she could stand without sounding fake. "You doing okay?" "Much better now that you're calling darling," the man oozed. "You seemed kinda upset last time." "Kinda upset? Last time you asked me what kind of underwear I was wearing." "Well, I still haven't found a place to park my ship," she forced herself to continue, adding a tinge of sadness, "and I'm getting really bored sitting up here all by myself." "Well, ain't that just a shame?" the man drawled, "Sweet-sounding thing like you stuck in your ship." "Oh, I'll show you how sweet I am, you pig." "It really is," she replied sweetly, fighting not grimace, "and I really like a chance to shower, and change my clothes and shower. I've been wearing the same thing for nearly 3 days now." She could hear the man's breathing grow faster. "Well, darling," the traffic officer said, his voice a little unsteady, "that just ain't right. Time to go for the kill." "I know you're busy," she said with feigned smoothness, "but isn't there something you can do to help me? I'd be ever so grateful." There was a long pause from the other end. "Hope I didn't give him a heart attack." "Darling," the man said suddenly, his heavy breathing loud in Jan's ear, "I really shouldn't do this. But you're awful sweet and sound like you're in real trouble. So come on in, docking pad A12. "Oh," she exclaimed brightly, "thank you, Sumuak." "You're welcome, darling," the man replied. "I'm looking forward to meeting ya." "I'll just bet you are." "Could I ask you one more thing?" she said hopefully. "Anything, darling," the man oozed, "anything. There's a friend of mine I'm supposed to meet later, but I can't remember exactly where the place is. Could you help me?" "I might, darling," the man said, a note of caution in his voice, "but let me ask you. Is this friend of yours a man or a woman?" "Oh, she's a girl," Jan replied. Now the man's breath was nearly a hurricane in her ear. Well now," he said, fighting for breath. "That sounds just fine, darling. I might like to meet this friend of yours." "You sick bastard." "Oh, I'm sure I can arrange that," she forced herself to say silkily. She's supposed to be at the top level of a building near the Rimmer's Rest Cantina. There was another long pause. "I found it, darling," the man said. "You want the coordinates?" "I would love them," she replied. 10 seconds later, the computer registered receipt of the information. "All right. So, darling, can I expect you here soon?" Flushed with joy over knowing where to find Kyle, Jan found the next line a little easier. "I'll be there as soon as I can find you, darling," she said, nearly spitting out the last word. "Like never, you sick pig." With that, she closed the channel and reviewed the location provided by the traffic officer. The building proved to be some distance away. "I'd better head over there now. Hopefully, Kyle won't keep me waiting this time." turning the crow in the direction indicated. She engaged the thrusters. Even as the Grand's arm came forward, Kyle blasted it in mid-swing. The thermal detonator in his hand fell to the deck and exploded, catapulting what was left of the body over the edge of the deck. With the final enemy taken care of, Kyle slumped back against the metal wall behind him and slid down to the deck, breathing heavily. He reached up to his left temple and gently probed. He grimaced at the pain it brought, but withstood it. Bringing his hand back into view, he saw the wound there was still bleeding. He considered trying to apply another bandage, but since the first attempt had nearly resulted in his passing out, he decided against it. The area on his right shoulder gave off another throb. He craned his neck to look at the appendage, the shoulder covering blackened and torn from the explosion of the shield power cells. The skin beneath was burned, but not severely. Blasted thing was supposed to protect me, he thought. His headlong plunge down the air shaft seemed to have been a long time ago when in reality, it had been a little less than 15 minutes ago. Fortunately, the slick metal of the shaft had cushioned his fall enough to keep him from being knocked unconscious, but not much more. His shoulders and back had taken the brunt of the impact, the fall turning into a slide until he reached the bottom of the shaft inside a new room. Unsure of where he was, Kyle activated the small computer planted in one of his wrist gauntlets and set it to help him figure out where he was in terms of getting to the top of the structure. The computer's laser tracker penetrated through miles of permacrete and in time, returned the answer. The path it illuminated first guided Kyle into another warehouse where large, two-armed cranes were being used to move crates similar to what he had seen earlier. He had just reached a room with a set of ramps leading upwards and an open space beyond when he was attacked from behind by 5 Grands. He had just been about to activate the shield when a lucky shot from one of the aliens had struck his right shoulder. The energy blast penetrated and struck one of the shield power cells. It exploded, taking the others with it. Kyle had cried out in pain as his arm was burned, even as he managed to switch his blaster from his right hand to his left. Finding some cover behind a group of crates in the room, he managed to kill 2 of the Grands, but then had come a deadly rain of thermal detonators. Abandoning his cover, Kyle ran out just as an explosion ripped the crates apart, sending shrapnel all over the place. Dropping to the floor had allowed him to avoid most of it, although one of the Grand wasn't so lucky. With only 2 remaining, Kyle thought he might have more of a chance until one of the aliens threw a fresh detonator at him. As the silvery orb sailed towards him, Kyle had acted instinctively and fielded the device with a one-handed catch. Realizing what he was holding, he quickly hurled the device back at the Grand. The surprised alien stood there as the detonator struck the ground close and exploded, killing it. Now, with the final one dispatched, Kyle struggled to his feet. His body desired more rest, but he knew the longer he waited, the bigger the chance that more attackers would appear. And in the state he was in, another battle might well finish him off. Reaching the slanting ramps, Kyle started up the first, and then turned to follow the second and third ones. At the top of the final ramp, a short corridor appeared leading to an open doorway. He proceeded forward, finding another ramp, but this time leading downwards. Going down this one, he found himself in a new room with yet another upward slanting ramp. But before he could go to this one, Kyle heard a strange sound. It sounded almost like a drain backing up, and he was instantly reminded of Puin's laugh. But then the sound came again, and he knew it hadn't come from a Corrin. He heard the sound of metal on metal, and then a curious sensation as the Gamorrean guard who had standing in the shadows of the down ramp swung his large axe, the sharpened metal slicing into Kyle's back. At first, it felt like a piece of cold metal sliding down his spine. Strange, but not unpleasant. Then the message from the nerve endings reached the brain. Kyle screamed loudly as the skin of his back was laid open, the pain nearly overwhelming. Somehow, he managed to turn and see his attacker, who was raising the axe for a second attack. Imperial training kicked in and Kyle moved, even as the pain surged inside him. His blaster came up and fired, a single crimson bolt striking the Gamorrean. And to his surprise, it had no effect. The large alien swung his axe and Kyle forced his hurting body to dodge, even as he tried to line up another shot. The axe swished past in a current of air and struck the metal deck. Unprepared for this, the Gamorrean was bent forward, trying to pull it free. Seizing the opportunity, Kyle fired 3 more shots. The Gamorrean gave a loud cry, but didn't fall. What in the name of all that's holy is this thing? The Gamorrean still struggled with the axe. Stepping forward, Kyle jammed his blaster into the side of the alien's head and pulled the trigger. This time, the Gamorrean screamed, the blaster tearing part of his head open and evaporating the contents of his brain. Smoke drifted out and the alien fell to the ground by his axe with a loud smack. Any relief Kyle might have was short-lived as he heard the same sound again, and close by. Looking round, Kyle saw a second Gamorrean coming down the up-ramp. He tried to swing his blaster towards it, but the alien was already in mid-swing with his axe. Kyle was struck in the chest by the flat of the blade, the blow catapulting him off the ground. He flew back, smashing into the other ramp on his back. Pain seared his mind, making it impossible to think. His vision tunneled, grayed. Can't pass out, he thought. I'm dead if I do. But it was too late. You just gonna go to sleep there. Kyle's eyes flew open. But instead of the metal walls and ceiling of the room he had been in, he was in a different space. Get up already. We need to talk. Kyle was about to protest, but suddenly found he could move. He sat up easily, no pain or discomfort at all. The space he was in was a mixture of gray and white, the colors shifting in and out in a constant flow all around him. Where am I? Where is the place? What? Where you are is immaterial at the moment. What is important is what's happening to you. Though he could hear the other voice clearly, Kyle could see no one. Where are you? Who are you? Also immaterial at the moment. Besides, you'll find out soon enough. Now, unless you want to waste more time with stupid questions, we need to address what's happening to you right now. Though he didn't appreciate the tone in which the voice spoke in, Kyle found himself agreeing. That Gamorrean attacked me, sliced my back. And then the other. Knocked you on your ass? An amazing display of ineptness for a former Imperial. Kyle gritted his teeth. You think you could do any better? The voice laughed, a loud, hard laugh. I had forgotten how headstrong you are. It's rather refreshing. Now who's wasting time? Kyle said. Touché, the voice replied. To the point then? You do realize you're about to die? Kyle's first impulse was to deny this, but then he considered what had just happened to him, the second Gamorrean's blow. I suppose. Another laugh. Unless you want Jan crying over your corpse, I suggest you listen to me. An image of Jan, tears in her eyes, crossed Kyle's mind. The voice continued. You know there is power in you? Oh, not this again. Kyle scoffed. I had enough of this garbage from Dark. Dark is an ambitious fool who fails to see what is right in front of him. You are destined to be far greater than he. Yeah, sure, Kyle said, his tone belying his words. This is no game, Kyle. Unless you listen to me, you will die right here and now. Stunned by the sudden anger in the other, Kyle said nothing. The voice continued, a bit calmer. You really have no idea of the great power inside waiting to be born, Kyle. I can give you a taste of it now. If you will listen to me, you already know the alternative. Something inside him told Kyle the other was speaking the truth. All right, let's just say for the moment that I believe you. How is it you know so much about me? In the midst of the swirling gray and white, a figure suddenly appeared. A black cloak covered it from head to toe. Black boots appeared as the figure began to walk towards Kyle. It moved close. Kyle stared at the cloaked figure. Who are you? Hands sheathed in black gloves appeared, reaching up the hood, lifting it and drawing it back. Kyle's eyes widened in stunned surprise, a gasp escaping him. He was looking at himself. Not exactly himself. Another Kyle, but the features of this one were darker somehow. Hooded eyes, sallow cheeks, and a cold smile looked out from the face. Your eyes do not deceive you, Kyle. I am you, or rather, what you might become if you will follow the path set out before you. And to do that, you must live. How? Kyle began. We have no more time for questions. I cannot hold this time and place any longer. Unless you want to die right here and now, you have one's choice. Accept my offer." The other Kyle extended a black-gloved hand. Kyle stared at it for a long moment, and then tentatively reached out with his own hand. The other Kyle smiled as the two clasped hands. "Well done. You have taken another step along the path, Kyle. A step towards your destiny." And with that, the gray-white room faded and resolved itself into the space on Nar Shaddaa once again. Kyle's eyes snapped open, taking in the scene. Then he heard and saw the Gamorrean above, raising his axe for the killing strike. Or so it thinks. Kyle noticed the pain he felt was still present, but was a dull roar compared to how it had been before. At the same time, he felt as if an electric current were coursing through him, charging him up, strengthening him, providing him with power he could use. The Gamorrean noticed the human's eyes had changed somehow. Its simple brain registered that the irises had darkened, and the sclera had assumed a rusty red color. It also noted that the human was smiling, which was confusing. The Gamorrean looked down on him, his foul breath washing over him. He smiled up at it and then moved. To the alien, it appeared as if the human was there one moment and gone the next. And the next moment, the axe it held was ripped away. Suddenly, the Gamorrean found the human standing close by. "Here," it said, "I believe this is yours." Kyle swung the axe down, the blade glinting and the lightest caught the Gamorrean in the neck and sliced in. Letting go of the handle, Kyle stepped back, watching, listening as the alien screamed in pain, then collapsed, blood already to pool around it. I enjoyed that, Kyle thought, staring down at the body. Suddenly, he heard a voice yell. Whirling around, Kyle saw a pair of Grand advancing towards him from the down ramp. Good. Both aliens brandished blasters, but suddenly their target moved, appearing right in front of them. Smiling widely at their surprise, Kyle struck, lifting his left leg to catch one of the Grand just under his chest. Bellowing, the three-eyed alien backed away, clutching his middle. The second one managed to get off a shot, but somehow, Kyle dodged it. He grabbed the shooter's wrist and twisted. It yelled out in pain, the blaster falling from his hand. Kyle retrieved it, jamming the weapon into the Grand's chest and pulling the trigger. The force of the blast sent the body flying backwards until it hit the ramp and lay still. Kyle turned to the first Grand, who had managed to recover from his blow. It rushed forward, knocking the blaster from his hand. Caught by surprise, Kyle wasn't prepared for the second attack as the Grand landed a punch to his chest. The blow was staggering, backing him up a few steps. That thing hit me. Enraged, Kyle ran forward, smashing a fist into the Grand's face. It tried to counterattack, but he blocked the blow with ease this time. Alien scum! How dare you touch me? Kyle landed 2 more punches, the second a haymaker that knocked the Grand's head back on his neck. Stepping forward, Kyle grabbed his heads in both his hands and yanked down roughly. The Grand's body tried to bend, but it wasn't enough. The sound of bones breaking filled the air as the Grand screamed in agony. Only when his final cry had faded did Kyle let go. He stared down at the broken body, part of him wishing he hadn't killed the Grand so quickly. A sudden impulse struck him. At the top of his lungs, Kyle cried out, "None of you will stop me. I will kill you all." He stood there for a few minutes, breathing heavily. Part of his mind told him to check his wrist computer. He did so, seeing the next part of the path he needed to take to the surface. Retrieving the blaster the Grand had knocked away, Kyle headed up the down ramp and into the next room. He wondered if any more would try to attack him, then realized he didn't really care what was arrayed against him. He had the power to destroy anything in his way. Proceeding forward, Kyle proceeded through 2 more warehouses and soon found himself in an open space where large crane arms sat seemingly unattended. A trio of Grands appeared as he was investigating one of the cranes in the space opposite from him and at least 10 meters away. They opened fire, most of their shots missing due to the distance. But for Kyle, it meant nothing. Raising his blaster, he fired a flurry of shots in the direction of his attackers. One by one, the Grands cried out as they were hit. One staggered fell into the open space, its body disappearing as it fell into blackness. Kyle smiled at this, and then resumed his exploration of the room. It took time, but he eventually figured out that he needed to manipulate the controls for a crane arm opposite of the one he was near in order to cross to the other side and continue. Pressing the control button, Kyle stepped onto the crane arm and out onto its very edge. Normally, he didn't care much for heights and avoided them whenever possible, but at this moment, standing on the edge of the arm, an interminable drop below, he felt exhilarated. When the other crane arm approached, he simply stepped forward onto it and continued walking. Traveling up a lift led him to a room with a large conveyor belt upon which equally large crates were guided down to another point. Again, it took time, but Kyle figured out there were angled shafts built into the shaft the crates came down on that would allow him to rise further up towards the top of the building. Reaching the first ramp, he saw that he was going have to wait until one of the large crates appeared to allow him to cross to the next angled shaft opposite from him. When the crate came, Kyle waited until it was level with both sides, and then simply walked across it, confident he would reach the other side without fail. This he did through 3 other shafts, reaching a room where 2 of the porcine Gamorrean guards attacked him. Kyle smiled as he raised his blaster and shot them dead. Also in the room was a white-coated droid with a strange-looking face. Though it posed no threat, Kyle blasted it anyway. Proceeding into another room, 3 more Gran attacked. Kyle used the remaining charge in his blaster to kill one, smashed one into the wall hard enough to snap its neck, and then used his blaster on the 3rd Gran. He sensed he was getting closer to the top. Jan had better be there, he thought. The next room he stepped into was occupied by a humanoid man and woman. They eyed Kyle suspiciously as he moved past them. Briefly, he considered eliminating them, but they seemed to pose little threat to him. He was midway down a ramp to the lower level of the room when the woman's voice rang out sharp and strong. "Look out!" Kyle raised his blaster and swiveled his head around looking for a target. "Underneath," called the man. Kyle understood. Pushing off on his right foot, he ran down the ramp, and then threw himself ahead, executing a forward roll. Coming up, Kyle turned precisely on his heel just as the Rodian hiding near the ramp came out firing. Even as the shots landed around him, Kyle felt no fear. He was about to shoot when an idea came to his mind. Shifting his aim, Kyle blasted the Rodian's hand, destroying 2 of its fingers along with the laser pistol it held. Screaming in pain and anger, the Rodian clutched his hurt hand. Smiling, Kyle advanced on it, stopping a short distance away. Suddenly the Rodian lashed out, trying to strike him. Kyle drew back, the blow just missing him. Eyes widening, he glared at the Rodian, lips drawing back, exposing his teeth. With a cry of rage, he brought the blaster over his head and slashed down, the blow striking the Rodian in the face. The alien went down to his knees, crying out. "You barely worth the effort to kill you," Kyle growled, jamming the blaster into the Rodian's head and firing. Hearing a footstep, he whirled again, finger tightening on the trigger. But instead of another attacker, he found the man and woman, standing on the ramp, staring at him with wide eyes. Again, he felt the impulse to shoot but resisted. It had been because of them that he'd known about the Rodian. He managed something like a smile. "Appreciate the help," he said, and turned away. More corridors and lifts eventually brought Kyle to a huge room where the floor ahead dipped down and then narrowed into a corridor at the far end. Walking across, he spied 3 Gran on the lower floor. A new idea came to him. Pushing off on his right foot, Kyle ran towards where the floor dipped down and jumped. The Gran, hearing the approaching footsteps, turned to see the human flying towards them. All of them grabbed for their blasters, but the human fired first, blaster shots lancing out even as he was in midair. When Kyle's feet touched the lower floor, he only had to fire 2 more shots to eliminate the last Gran. He exulted, body and mind filled with an inexpressible feeling. It was so easy. So easy. The power he possessed. It gave him everything. He was faster, stronger, his mind more alert and quick than it had ever been. Is this what that other Kyle meant? Is this part of my destiny? As he moved into another room and a new attacker appeared, Kyle decided such contemplation would have to wait for now. Right now, there was work to do. Chapter 5. Look, Jan said, fighting not to show her exasperation. I'm not trying to cause problems here. All I'm doing is making a simple pickup, and then I'm out of here. And exactly who or what are picking up, Miss Ors? I already told you, Jan said, sighing. I can't tell you that. Miss Ors, came the reply. We keep going in circles here. Now, I don't know what happened between you and Traffic Officer Huzon, but the roof landing areas around Rimmer's Rest are restricted space. Only official vehicles are permitted to land there. And I told you, Jan said, unable to keep the emotion out of her voice, I'm not going to land there. I'm just making a simple pickup, and then I'll leave. I don't understand the problem. Since her conversation with the traffic officer, Jan had guided the Moldy Crow towards the coordinates provided to her. But just as she was about to enter a shaft leading to the roof of the building, a new call from traffic control had come in. And this guy was the no-nonsense type who wasn't easily fooled. So, Jan had tried reasoning with him instead. But so far, it wasn't going well. The problem, Miss Ors, the traffic officer said, is that the roof area of Rimmer's Rest is restricted space and off-limits to civilian traffic. I thought you said the landing areas were restricted space, not the roof area, Jan countered. Miss Ors, the man replied firmly, I am growing tired of this. So am I, Jan said. Then let us bring this to an end right now. Your request to make pickup at Rimmer's Rest is denied. Should your ship be detected in the area, you will be tracked down, arrested, and your ship impounded. Is that clear? I still don't see. Is that clear, Miss Ors? The man said strongly. As transparent still, Jan said, realizing she wasn't going to win this one. Good, the man said, sounding a bit relieved, Nar Shaddaa traffic control out. But it doesn't mean I'm going to comply, Jan said to herself. For the moment, she reversed her course and drifted away from the building. Okay, Katarn, she thought, now would be a good time to let me know where you are. As if responding to her thought, the comm system lit up. Caught by surprise, Jan looked for a moment to make sure it really was an incoming signal. A check of the comm system confirmed it, and on the secondary mission frequency. Jan was about to open the channel when she remembered what happened the last time Kyle had called. She reached for the gain switch and dialed it down, then opened the channel. Kyle, are you there? Having negotiated the last set of lifts, Kyle leaned around the corner of a wall running along the roof of the building, describing 2 square spaces. Ahead of him was another group of 4 grand, milling about the roof. He was more than ready to kill them all, but first he had to make sure Jan was coming. Despite the power he felt, the battles he had fought and won here, Kyle was certain of one thing above all others. He was ready to get the heck off of Nar Shaddaa. Activating his locator beacon, Kyle waited, growing more impatient by the minute. Where was Jan? Why wasn't she answering his signal? On top of that, the impulse to go take out the Grand was becoming stronger by the second. He felt concerned. This wasn't like him, barely able to control himself. Something's wrong with me. Kyle, Jan's voice suddenly called out, are you there? Drawing back into the shadow of the wall, Kyle spoke. I'm here, Jan, but where are you? Taking the question as sarcasm, she replied. Very funny, Katarn. I'm close by. Give me 5 minutes. Less would be better, Jan. I've got to take out some Grand nearby, and I imagine more are on the way. Understood, Jan said. I'm coming right now. Kyle felt the smile come to his face as the channel was closed. It'll be good to see her, particularly after what I've been through. You have the power now. Nothing else matters. Dark. I don't have time to spar with you right now. I've got some targets to destroy. And then what, Kyle? It was the kind voice. Then I'm getting out of here. But who will be leaving, Kyle? You are someone else. Shut your mouth, Old man. Kyle knows what he's doing, don't you? I think so, Kyle answered, feeling suddenly unsure. You think so? Mocked the other Kyle, you think so? I thought you wanted the power I offered. I do, Kyle said, but... There's not but here, Kyle. Either you want this or you don't. I told you he was weak, said Dark. Better he come with me than you? Don't make me laugh, said the other Kyle. I already know what you want. And you're never going to get it. I'll make sure of it. Stop it, Kyle cried, grabbing at his head. Shut up. All of you. A moment later, he realized his mistake as the Grand began to open fire. The other Kyle chuckled in Kyle's mind. Nice move, Slick. Maybe I was wrong about you. And with that, Kyle's mind was quiet once more, but around him was chaos. Blaster shots landed all around him. A thermal detonator exploded nearby, sending shrapnel slicing into his face and arms. The pain from his wounds returned full force. But somehow, Kyle managed to activate his communicator and cry a single word. Jan! Jan guided the ship towards the building, ignoring the repeated calls from traffic control. Suddenly, the comm panel lit up again. Jan was in the process of reaching for it when Kyle's voice came over the speakers. Jan! She heard blaster fire, and explosions as well, partially masking his voice. But there was no mistaking the tone of voice from Kyle. She rammed the throttles to the stops. Struggling against the pain that threatened to drive him into unconsciousness, Kyle edged himself back as fast as he could, away from the incoming blaster fire. The Grand were approaching his hiding place, the blaster fire intensifying. So when it suddenly cut off, Kyle was both surprised and curious. The answer came in the form of a set of screaming engines. The shaft Jan was flying through suddenly ended, and the roof of the building appeared. She yanked the throttles back, reoriented the crow's nose, and tapped the throttles, sending the ship in a downward arc towards the roof. She spotted a group of 4 beings on the roof looking up at her. Suddenly, they began firing, but the crow's S-deflector shield shrugged them off easily. Activating the laser cannon, Jan held the trigger down and swept the weapon from left to right and back again, creating a curtain of laser fire that wiped out all 4 attackers. When the last one fell, Jan deactivated the cannon and brought the crow down as fast as she could. As she descended, she noticed a huddled form on the ground nearby. Even as the crow settled onto his landing skids, she had the cockpit open and scrambled out of it. She headed towards the form at a dead run, crying out his name. Kyle heard the staccato thrum of the crow's laser cannon followed by the cries of the Grand as they were destroyed. It occurred to him that he should feel good about this. Then came the sound of repulsor lifts and a wash of wind as the crow settled to the ground nearby. A figure jumped from the cockpit and ran towards him. As it got closer, he saw it was her. Jan knelt next to him, her eyes roving over him. Hi, partner, he muttered. Don't talk, she said firmly, examining his injuries. You're hurt pretty badly. Was a trap, he managed. You were right. I said don't talk, and don't move either. Ignoring her, Kyle reached under his shirt and pulled something out. But I got it, Jan, got it. She looked at the oddly shaped disc he held, wondering if all that had happened was over such a simple thing. It must be important, whatever it is. Come on, partner, she said, moving him as gently as she could. We need to get out of here. Jan's heart heard at every grimace and cry of pain from Kyle as he got to his feet and started for the crow. She held on as best she could without hurting him more. Climbing into the cockpit was the worst part. Kyle tried to steel himself, but a low scream came out as he finally managed to place himself in the forward couch. Jan carefully, but quickly strapped him in, then headed for the rear cockpit. Hang on, partner, she called to him. We're leaving. Time to get you patched up. Kyle's response was a weak wave. Jan hit the thrusters hard as soon as the crow was aloft, blasting past the traffic control ship sent to arrest her. As soon as they cleared Nar Shaddaa's gravity well, Jan punched up the hyperdrive coordinates. The computer made its calculations and pronounced the ship ready. Here we go, she said, and pulled back on the hyperspace lever. Stars outside became lines, and then shot past as the crow into hyperspace. Doctors Berth and Godwin, along with 2 of the nursing staff, were waiting in the hangar bay when the moldy crow arrived. Pushing a hover stretcher, they stood ready outside the ship as Jan opened the cockpit. "How bad is he?" asked Berth. "Bad," Jan replied. Berth nodded, signaling the nurses to remove Kyle from the cockpit. He was quickly taken to sickbay. And despite the number and gravity of his injuries, Dr. Berth's medical nanobots made short work of it all. Some hours later, Jan received a call that Kyle was out of surgery and could have visitors. Arriving in sickbay, she had found him in a room by himself, asleep. The torn and shredded shirt Kyle had worn had been cut away, exposing his chest and stomach, save for a bandage across his ribs. Looking at him, Jan removed her flight gloves and stuffed them in a pocket. She moved to stand by the bed and reached out a hand, brushing a lock of hair off of Kyle's forehead. "You know, Katarn," she muttered, "you really know how to piss me off. I told you this mission was a trap. But did you listen? No. And now look at you, laid up once again." Kyle's body shifted a bit, the bed automatically compensating for the movement. Jan moved her hand until it lay atop his. She linked their fingers. "I know we're both operatives, Kyle. Danger is part of the game, but I need you to try and stay alive, okay? If anything ever happened, Jan felt her face grow hot, tears brimming in her eyes. "Just remember that I care about you, Kyle Katarn. Okay? I really do care about you." Disengaging her hand from his, Jan placed it back down on the bed, then turned and left the room quickly. Looking around, he saw a rock-strewn landscape, mountain ridges reaching high into the sky. He seemed to be drawn towards one of them. Passing inside the mountain, Kyle found himself in a large, circular room. The room was lit in a flickering, blue light, and all around him were glowing orbs of yellow-white light. They seemed to be moving in a slow circle around the room. Suddenly, one of the orbs expanded, changed, shifted, and became a man. But not really a man. The figure was a bit taller than Kyle and wore a set of white robes. A corona of blue-white light seemed to cling to the figure, like an energy field. As Kyle silently watched, a pair of weathered brown hands came out from the sleeves of the robe and reached for the hood. When it was pulled back, Kyle saw a face he did not recognize. A bald head led down to a wizened face wrinkled in spots, with a wide nose and full-lipped mouth. A neatly trimmed goatee covered the man's chin. And somehow, the dark-skinned man seemed to know him. "Hello, Kyle?" Hi, mister. You may call me Rahn." "All right then, Rahn." "Kyle, there is much I have to tell you. But there is one matter of extreme importance." Kyle nodded, feeling unsure. "Long ago, I was a Jedi Knight in the service of the Republic. After its fall and the Empire's rise, I found myself on an outer rim world called Rentron. There, as a boy there I met and grew to know well named Gigi." Kyle nodded. "Because I am now dead, I can pass on only a few more things to this young man. When all else is done, would you go and tell him of my death?" "Me? As I trusted your father, so I trust you." Thought the statement made Kyle immediately want to ask his father and his relationship with this Rahn. He had a feeling that the matter being discussed was more important. "Are you sure?" Rahn nodded. "Gigi was the closest thing I had to a student in many, many years. I care for the boy as if he was my own. He deserves to know what happened to me." "What did happen to you?" "We shall come to that in time, Kyle. But first," the man looked expectantly at him. Though the request didn't make much sense to him, Kyle got the impression that this was something very important to the man. "I'm not sure I completely understand, Rahn. But as soon as I can, I will do my best to find this Gigi and tell him about you." The old Jedi nodded. "Thank you, Kyle." The younger man nodded. "I'd like to ask you about my father." Rahn looked a bit concerned. "First, there is something I must tell you. My time on this plane is limited, Kyle, but I will do what I can for you." He smiled at the older man. "Then please continue." Rahn gave him a quick smile in return. Your destiny is quickly approaching a crossroads, a moment of irrecoverable change. The man who murdered your father, Jarek, is a deep and dark evil. He searches for this sacred place you see before you now, the Valley of the Jedi. In this place are stored the collected energies and memories of thousands upon thousands of Jedi. If Jarek finds this place and claims it, he shall become a creature such as the galaxy has never seen. A collection of stars all going supernova at the same time, the eradication of life in an entire star system. These things and more will be within his power. Rahn paused to let his words sink in, and then continued. Your father gave his life to protect this place and the power it holds within long before he became part of the rebellion against the Empire. And now, it is a place your destiny must take you. The disc you retrieved from 8T88 is a fountain of information and will be your gateway to the ways of the Jedi. Remember, Rahn said gravely, it will provide a pathway for you into the ways of the Force. Wait a minute, Kyle said. I know you now. You're the one from before, the one who was always kind. Rahn inclined his head. Should I call you Master? A title long since past and one that makes little in the events to come. What about my father? How did he? Another story for another time, my friend. The disc you have shall provide some. And I will be watching and waiting. With that, the light around Kyle seemed to intensify to the point that he had to shade his eyes. Wait, Rahn, please. With a whooshing sound, the glowing room disappeared. Hear me, Kyle. It's Dr. Berth. Can you hear me? His eyes open, taken in the face of the doctor looking down at him with a concerned expression. Kyle blinked, his eyes adjusting to the light. Kyle. Hi, Doc. Woo. Berth breathed. You had me worried there for a second. What do you mean? You tell me, Berth replied. You started shouting all of a sudden. I did. The doctor nodded. Scared me half to death. You sure you're all right? Kyle shrugged. You're the doctor? You tell me. Don't be a smartass. Kyle smiled. I think I was dreaming something. Must have been one wild dream, Berth replied. Yeah, Kyle said. I think it was. You want to talk about it? Kyle thought for a moment, and then nodded. But I'd like Mon Mothma here to hear it as well. Sure, Berth said. I'll see when she's available. And Doc. Yes. Can you make sure it's just her? Berth raised an eyebrow. Kyle waved his hand at the man. I'm going to tell Jan. Okay. But I want to run this past Mon Mothma first. You'd better not forget, Berth said. The last thing I need is her tearing up my sickbay because you've upset her again. Kyle sighed. I'll take care of it. I promise. The doctor nodded at this. One other thing, he said, pointing, when are you going to shave that? It took Kyle a moment to realize the doctor was referring to his beard, which had grown thicker and fuller with each passing day. Kyle smirked at him. Never, he said. That's when. I like it. It makes you look old. Says you, Kyle countered, brushing his hand across it. I think it makes me look distinguished. Berth busted out laughing. You've got to be kidding. The doctor took a moment to get his breath back. You, distinguished? Not too likely. Says you, Kyle replied. Shaking his head and still laughing, Berth turned and headed for his office to make the call to Mon Mothma. The door to the room, and in stepped the rebel leader. Mon Mothma, Kyle greeted, sitting a bit more upright in bed. Thanks for coming. Sorry I can't. She held up a hand. Protocol can wait, Kyle. Besides, I find myself getting used to having conversations with you this way. Ouch, Kyle said, miming as if he had been struck. Besides, Mon Mothma added, Dr. Berth's message lead me to believe there was some urgency to the matter. Well, I don't know about urgency, but things don't exactly feel normal to me right now, Kyle said. Taking a chair, Mon Mothma moved close to the bed. Let's begin with your mission. Then, Kyle nodded and began speaking. 40 minutes passed. And once Jan helped me into the cockpit, we headed out. The rebel leader shook her head. I sometimes wonder exactly why I listen to you, Kyle. It seems that every mission you go on ends up with you injured. He nodded. In this case, I should have listened to Jan. Hindsight is always 20/20, you know. Indeed. There's more I need to tell you, perhaps the most important and weirdest part. Mon Mothma lifted an eyebrow. Oh, then go on. Kyle explained the vision dream he had had, the vision of Rahn. The words exchanged. The next thing I knew, I woke up here. The rebel leader's face was etched in concentration as she contemplated Kyle's story. So, what do you think? I'm not sure, Mon Mothma admitted. So many Jedi were lost in Great Purge. I know Obi-Wan Kenobi escaped along with some others, and there were many rumors of Jedi fleeing to distant worlds all over the galaxy. But until recently, with Luke and the Academy he wants to form, most people felt the Jedi were more or less extinct. Rahn did is less than it say he went to an outer rim world named Rentron. Indispensable, Mon Mothma mused. I'd like to do some investigating into it, Kyle ventured. What kind of investigating? Mon Mothma said quickly, instantly suspicious of Kyle's motives. Nothing unnecessary this time, he replied just as quickly. I was hoping I could ask Zet and Wineglass to do some searching for me. Mon Mothma searched her memory. The officer in charge of data and communication retrieval. Kyle nodded. The guy's a certified archivist. I imagine he'll be able to find something on the valley and on Rahn. That's not all, is there? Mon Mothma asked, eyeing him. Kyle smiled like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar. No, he admitted, there is something else I'd like to do. And that is, with your permission, I'd like to take that disk I got from AT-88 and head to Sulon. Your home planet, Mon Mothma said. But why? AT-88 mentioned he got the disk from there. And if I'm right, it's one of the storage disks Ouija will be able to read. Ouija? Mon Mothma asked. Oh, sorry. Ouija is a droid my father built back when I was still a kid. I see, Mon Mothma said. Ouija was kind of an all-around droid. He helped my father in his work, maintained most of the house's systems, and, after my mom died, Ouija became my official bodyguard. Are you certain he's still there? Kyle shrugged. No reason that he shouldn't be. Even with father gone, Ouija should still be taking care of the house. He can be a quirky droid, but he was always loyal. Mon Mothma considered this. What I want to do is find Ouija and see if he can read the disc. Perhaps, Mon Mothma began. And besides, Kyle added, I imagine the last place I'll find any trouble will be on Sulon. The rebel leader gave him a disbelieving look, and then softened. I'm going to see if we have any reports of Imperial activity in that system first, she said. Assuming for the moment that there is none, you can go. Kyle smiled at her. There is one other condition. And that is, when are you going to tell Jan? As soon as I get out of here, Kyle promised. Be certain you do, Kyle. This is a big ship, but I'd just as soon not have Jan doing damage to it should you disappear without a word again. He blew out a breath. I'll tell her right now if you want. No, Mon Mothma said, rising from her chair, a smile on her face, but make sure you do tell her. Anything else, Mom? Kyle thought this, but restrained himself from saying it. He lay back down in the bed, feeling suddenly tired. I need to get some rest. The sooner I'm okay, the sooner I can find out what's on that disc. His eyes drifted closed. He was almost finished packing when he heard the sound of knuckles rapping against the door. Come in, Jan. The door slid open to reveal her slim form. How did you know it was me? She asked, stepping inside. You're the only one who knocks, he said. Well, I hate to disappoint you, Kyle, but that blessed ship of yours is going to be laid up in repairs for at least 2 more days. Despite Jan's superior piloting skills, the flying and combat over Nar Shaddaa had done some damage to the Crow. Why is it whenever the ship's damaged it suddenly becomes mine? Kyle asked, sarcasm in his tone. Besides, I seem to recall that someone else was flying the Crow recently. Don't blame me for having to deal with inferior equipment, Jan said, walking over to where he was. Kyle blew out a breath. "So how bad is it?" he asked. "Nothing a crate load of money you don't have wouldn't fix," she teased. It was then she noticed the serious expression on his face. "Hey," she said, coming over and touching his arm, "it's going to be okay? Besides, I know a very qualified mechanic who can put you on the installment plan." Kyle chuckled, and then turned to look at her. "Once again, I owe you." "Oh, please," she said, playfully swatting at him. "You know I'm not like that, Kyle. I wouldn't be doing the work if I didn't want to. Besides, Wexter is going gaga over getting the chance to lay his hands on the crow once again." Kyle smiled at the thought of the man, an old friend of Jan's with an almost obsessive passion when it came to the moldy crow. Jan noticed the large bag sitting on table. "Kyle," she said, pointing at it. "What this?" He looked down at the floor for a second, then back up at her. She was glaring at him. He quickly put both his hands up. "Hold on a second, Jan." "Explanation, Katarn," she said firmly, "right now. I was planning on telling you." "And when exactly was that?" "After you left." He could feel her rising anger. "Look," he said simply, "I do want to talk. But not here." Seeing his face, Jan backed off a bit. "Then where?" she asked. "Come on," he said, turning towards the door. "I'll show you." Jan's eyes widened at the sight before her. A huge circular airlock door stretching at least 6 feet overhead guarded this area of the ship from the cold, airless space outside. But what caused her to suddenly suck in her breath was the large transparent steel window built into the door. "I had no idea this was here. I found it last month," Kyle said, smiling at her reaction. "This is one of the hatches used when the ship docks with another vessel or orbital station. Except for those times, it's more or less forgotten." Jan moved to stand next to Kyle and to watch the ever-changing field of stars outside. After about 5 minutes had passed, she turned her head. "I'm glad you brought me here, Kyle, but you need to tell me what's going on. Why is it you look ready to go somewhere?" He lowered himself until he sat on the lip of the hatch, indicating Jan should join him, which she did. "Here goes," he said, and told of her of the vision dream he had had in sickbay. Jan listened raptly as he explained what Rahn had said and what he was planning to do. "Although," he said, towards the end, "with the crow out of commission, I'll need to find some alternate transportation." "Are you sure this Rahn knew your father?" Jan asked. He shrugged. "Father never mentioned him to me." "So how are you so sure?" "Because," Kyle replied, "Rahn knew things." She gave him a skeptical look. "What things?" "My father's involvement with the rebellion." "That's hardly news, Kyle," she countered. "True, but before now, not many people knew about it." "True," she admitted, "but that's hardly convincing." "He knew about the disc." "Again," she said, "not terribly convincing." Kyle sighed. He had known persuading Jan that Rahn was real wouldn't be easy. "I've got nothing else. Might as well tell her." "Jan," he said, gazing directly into her face, "do you remember how I told you about a voice I heard sometimes?" She nodded. "Do you remember what I told you about it? That it always helped you, and that it was kind." "That voice was Rahn," he said. Jan stared at him, not saying anything. "Rahn has been helping me for a long time, practically since I started working for the rebellion." "You're serious," she said. "Yes, I am," he said firmly. Jan and I searched him for a moment. "I'm not sure whether to believe you or have you sedated and put through a psych eval. I know what I'm saying is incredible, Jan. When I first started hearing the voice, I thought I might be going nuts. And now, well," he said with a quick grin, "now I know I'm nuts." He smiled at her. Then the serious expression was back. "But I also know that Rahn is real. And I believe what he told me." Kyle could see Jan was trying to process this and having difficulty with it. "I'm probably nuts for asking this," she said, "but you don't suppose I could meet him?" Kyle shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe." "What do you mean, maybe?" "He's not a genie, Jan. It's not like I can summon him at will." Staring into his face, Jan realized she pushed a bit too far. "I'm sorry," she said sincerely, reaching out to take his hands in hers. "I didn't mean to make fun. It's just this is so hard to believe." "I know," Kyle replied, giving her a reassuring squeeze. "Have you told anyone else about this?" "Just Mon Mothma." Jan nodded. "So what are you planning to do about this, Rahn?" "I've asked Mon Mothma to let me take the disc. I'm planning on going back to my father's home on Sulon." "Why?" "I'm pretty sure that disc is one of the storage discs we use to keep around the house, and that Ouija can read it." "Who's Ouija?" Jan asked. "A specialty droid my father built a long time ago. He was my bodyguard and playmate, as well as helper to my father when he was tending the farm." "Are you sure the droid is still there?" Kyle shrugged. "I think so. With father gone, it's pretty likely Ouija would have kept taking care of the house." Jan raised an eyebrow at this. "Ouija is kind of an oddball droid," Kyle admitted. "He was always bustling about the house, checking and rechecking things." Jan was tempted to ask what Kyle would do if the droid was gone or destroyed, but decided not to. "Assuming you're right," she said, "what then?" "I play the disc and see what's on it. And then, Jan prompted. "We'll see," Kyle concluded half-heartedly. Jan sighed and shook her head. "Could you be a little more vague?" she asked. He shrugged again. Jan finally had to smile. Kyle's seeming inability to plan ahead was one of the things she found endearing about him. "All right, Katarn," she said, "but just one thing." He looked at her expectantly. "You know I'm coming with you?" He smiled at her. "I hoped you might. I just didn't feel right asking you, what with the vision and all Katarn." "Yes, Jan." "Shut up." "Yes, Jan." More words were exchanged between the two, and after a time, they parted, but not without a promise to meet with Mon Mothma the next day to discuss the plan. "What do you mean I can't go?" Jan protested. "The matter is quite simple, Jan," Mon Mothma said, sitting across from the two operatives. "Your presence is needed elsewhere." "And may I ask for what?" "Rebel intelligence has recently become concerned about the loss of signals from a number of listening outposts in the Draven system." "Draven?" Jan asked. "I've never heard of it." Mon Mothma nodded. "Most people haven't. It's a small system with no habitable planets." "So why does the rebellion have listening posts there?" Kyle asked. "Because Draven happens to be near a major traffic lane used the Empire," replied Mon Mothma. The two operatives nodded, understanding. "So what's happened?" Jan asked. "We're not completely sure," Mon Mothma said. "Chiefs Aldarian and Undomil came to me a few days ago after they have received no response from the outpost for 3 weekly check-ins." "What about natural phenomena?" Mon Mothma shook her head. "Draven's primary star is a K-type with no sunspot activity. The system has shown itself to be relatively quiet, and until recently, there have not been any issues communicating with the outposts." The two operatives shared a concerned look. "So what's the plan?" Kyle asked. "A squad of troops has been assembled and a Lambda-class shuttle has been secured for the mission." "So where do I fit into this?" Jan asked. Mon Mothma turned to her. "We'd like you to lead the mission." A long silence. Jan's mouth hung open in surprise. Next to her, Kyle's was similarly surprised, but then a smile appeared on his face. "Congratulations, Jan," he offered. You want me in command," she finally managed to say. "Indeed," Mon Mothma said. "What's wrong?" Kyle asked his partner. "Nothing," Jan said. I figured I'd be part of the mission. But to be in command." "You were the logical choice, Jan," the rebel leader said. Thank you, Mon Mothma. I'm grateful. But why me?" "As I said, Jan, you were the logical choice. I guess I'm just a bit taken aback." "Jan," Mon Mothma said, "you and Kyle are two of my best operatives. You've both survived missions that, truthfully, you had almost no right to. You, specifically, have demonstrated the ability to quickly size up a situation and determine the best course of action. Which is why you want her in command of this mission, Kyle added. Exactly? Jan still looked stunned. Come on, Ors, she said to herself. Get a hold of yourself. Wake up. The stunned expression on Jan's face faded. With a quick shake of her head, she faced Mon Mothma. What exactly is my mission? There are 3 outposts we'd like you to check out, determine the situation, and take whatever steps you deem necessary. As soon as you've determined the status of the outposts, you'll radio in on a special, coded and scrambled frequency. Jan seemed to contemplate this. And if I find any problems, take whatever actions are needed to preserve the outposts and their crews. Jan nodded. Your decision then, Mon Mothma asked. Without hesitation, the operative answered, I'll do it. Kyle smiled widely at her and Mon Mothma nodded. Good. There will be an operational meeting between you, Aldarian, and Undomiel at 1600 hours, ship's time. A nod. And Jan. Yes. From this moment until this mission is completed, you will be commissioned as an Alliance commander, with all the requisite privileges and obligations. Mon Mothma stood and offered her hand. Congratulations. Jan stood quickly and took the other woman's hand. They smiled at each other. Thank you, Mon Mothma. Next to her, Kyle was positively beaming. Nice job, partner. Thank you, Jan said to him. Resuming her seat, the rebel leader shifted her eyes. Now to another matter. Kyle, what is your status as far as leaving for Sulon? He shrugged. On hold right now. With the crow in the shop, I'll need to try and find another ship. An idea flashed inside Jan's head. Mon Mothma? Yes, Jan. Regarding my mission, do we have a launch date? As the mission commander, that is more or less up to you, Jan. The operative nodded. In that case, may I have permission to use a shuttle to take Kyle to Sulon? A small smile appeared on Mon Mothma's face. She knew exactly what the motive was behind the request. I don't see where that would be a problem. But it will need to be a quick trip. Don't worry, Mon Mothma, Kyle interjected. I'll make sure Jan comes back. The rebel leader's eyebrow rose in comment to the attempt at levity. In contrast, Jan's glare at him was instant and fierce. He stared back at her with a confused expression. Well then, Mon Mothma said, if there is nothing else, I shall leave you both to your respective preparations. Dismissed. Standing up, Jan, with Kyle a few paces behind her, left the briefing room. They weren't 10 steps outside when she whirled on him. Her hand shot out, whacking him on the arm. Ow. What was that crack about, Katarn? Huh? What do you mean? I'll make sure Jan comes back. That? I was just kidding, Jan. I didn't. He tried to smile, but it wilted under the force of her glare. Didn't what? Katarn. Didn't mean to embarrass me in front of a superior officer. Or what is that you have no confidence in my ability to follow orders? No, he said firmly. It's nothing like that. I wasn't trying to. I was just trying to. Let me ask you something, Katarn. Have you ever seen Mon Mothma express a lack of confidence in me? No, he replied. Or my work? Never. Jan, look, just in case you don't know, Katarn, I was working for Mon Mothma a long time before you showed up. And at no time did I ever disobey my orders or shirk my duty. I didn't say. I've done everything asked of me and then some. How dare you put that into question? Just who do you think you are? Well, if you let me explain. Explain what? How do you explain a statement like that, Katarn? Between us, I might not have cared, but in front of Mothma, what in space were you thinking? What I think, Kyle thought, is that I made a mistake. You know, she said, still winding up, I never would have said such a thing like that about you in front of a superior officer. Like this ghost you claim you saw. Now Kyle began to bristle. He was willing to admit his attempt at a joke may have been poorly timed, but Jan was taking it too far. I listened patiently while you told me that story, even though I found it a bit hard to believe. But did I make a joke about it? Mention it in front of Mon Mothma? No! Okay, Jan, this is getting kinda ridiculous. You've made your point. And where do you get off telling some stupid joke like that and expect everyone to laugh? Did you stop to think that maybe I wouldn't think it was funny? Kyle hesitated, and then shook his head. I didn't think so. I sometimes really wonder what goes through your mind, Katarn. Now he was angry. Me? He countered. What about you? I make one little offhand joke, and you're turning it into a big mess. You're practically putting words in my mouth. Words in your mouth? I'm not the one who suggested to Mon Mothma that I couldn't be trusted to follow orders. I never said that. Then why the crack? Why did you do that, Kyle? Are you that callous that you'd say something like that, knowing that I wouldn't like it? He threw up his hands, exasperated. Fine. You know what? Or think whatever you want. But I'm not going to stand here and take any more of your abuse. He moved to step past her, but Jan blocked his way. What's the matter? She said, smiling darkly at him. Did I hit a little too close to home? Maybe you'll think about that the next time you want to make some stupid joke about me. Kyle's hand clenched into fists. Or maybe next time I can make some little joke, she continued. Maybe about my partner hears voices or sees mythical Jedi while he's asleep. I'm sure someone would find that funny. His face flushed crimson. Kyle reached out with his left hand and pushed Jan aside roughly. She gave a squawk of surprise as her back hit the wall. It didn't hurt, but the realization of what happened hit her like a thunderclap. She turned to see Kyle walking away quickly. Real nice, Katarn. She called after him, go ahead and run away like a coward. But tell me one last thing. You always treat women like this. Or just me? The instant the last syllable left her mouth, Jan clapped a hand over it, her eyes going wide. Oh blast. Tell me I did not just say that. Kyle paused in mid-step, his head turning to look back at her. His expression was like a knife in her heart. Tears were brimming in his eyes. Oh no. 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 Kyle. I'm sorry. Please. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. But none of these words came out of her mouth. The two of them stared at each other for a long moment, and then Kyle resumed his path down the corridor, turning at the next intersection and disappearing from sight. Oh, spit. Jan thought. What have I done? A part of Jan's mind urged her to go after him, to call to him, to tell him how she felt right away. But her feet didn't move. Please, Kyle, come back. Let me tell you. But he didn't come back. She stood there a long time, the scene replaying over and over again in her mind. She saw the change in his face, the flush creeping up from his neck until his entire face was crimson. Sudden tears came to her eyes. No! I can't do this here. It took a strong effort, but Jan eventually made it back to her quarters, where she was finally able to surrender to her emotions. Chapter 6. Back and leg muscles screaming, Kyle squatted down until his thighs were perpendicular to the floor, then pushed up, lifting the weight balanced across his shoulders. Sweat poured off him in a near-constant flow, the gray sleeveless shirt and shorts he wore practically soaked through, evidence of the extreme workout he was putting himself through. It was just a joke. I didn't mean one thing by it. He did another rep. Why did she have to go and blow up like that? Another rep. And then, to call me a coward. Me? He tried to do one more rep, but the quadriceps muscles in his legs had already been vibrating with tension and now signaled to his brain that they were near collapse. Taking a step forward, he bent his head forward and levered the barbell onto the metal rack with a loud clanking sound. He stood there a moment, letting his tortured legs recover a bit. His hand moved automatically to reset the weight setting on the bar. He noticed only briefly that the indicator was reading 350 pounds. Then, slipping out from under the rack used for squats, he turned and moved to the bench press. Setting the bar there for 250 pounds, Kyle slid underneath it and wrapped his hands around the metal surface. If not for the neoprene gloves he wore, the bar would have proved too slick to hold. Taking a few quick breaths, Kyle lifted the weight, his exhalation timed with the exertion. He lowered the weight until the bar hovered only a few inches above his chest, then pushed it upwards again. 12 times he repeated the motion, finally setting the bar back on the raised metal clasps it normally sat on. Sitting up, Kyle reached for the weight setting and raised it to 280. Sliding back under the bar, he gripped the bar. "Who the heck do you think you are, Jan Ors?" He lifted the bar. Faintly, the sound of the door to the gym sliding open reached his ears. A figure stepped inside, noticing Kyle and moving towards him. The operative lifted the bar for 6 more reps. But as he went for the 7th, a tremor arose in both his arms, the overexerted muscles rebelling against the torturous treatment they were undergoing. "Come on," Kyle thought, willing his arms to work, just a bit more. "Come on." But his body rejected the plea. The bar came down lower and lower till Kyle began to sweat even more, this time from fear. The weight he was holding wasn't exactly dangerous, but if he couldn't raise it back up, it was enough to do damage to his chest. He tried to turn the bar to one side and slide it off of him, but again his arms refused to comply. "Need some help there?" A face appeared, looking down at him. 2 hands reached down, encircling the bar next to Kyle's own hands. "Okay," the figure said. "Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Acting in concert, the two lifted the weight away from Kyle's chest and placed it back on the holding clamps. Kyle sat up, his breath coming fast and hard. "Thanks," he managed to say through trembling lips. "No problem," said the other, "but you really ought to have a spotter for these heavy lifts." Kyle nodded, silently accepting the criticism. "Wasn't exactly on my mind when I walked in here." "Are you okay?" the woman asked, concern in his voice. Again, Kyle nodded. The figure stepped away and returned a moment later carrying a cup. "Here," he said, holding it out, "drink this, slowly." Kyle accepted the cup with one trembling hand, and then steadied it with his other. Slowly, he brought the cup to his lips and sipped at the contents. The cold water brought relief to his parched throat. Kyle could almost swear he could feel the liquid tracing his way down his spine. Several minutes passed before his ragged breathing assumed a more normal pace. Looking up from the floor, he saw the figure of the other person in the room with him. At least 4 inches taller than himself, the woman was sort of what one would call plain looking. Simple, straight yellow-brown hair formed a crown across the top of her head and down the sides of her face. Pale blue eyes looked out from an unlined face, with a modest nose and thin mouth. But as the woman shifted his feet a little, Kyle saw it. While the woman was not so muscular that her body bulged out like a weightlifter's, as he was in shape, Kyle could see the long, ropey muscles just under the skin of the arms and legs. Like him, this woman was clad in workout clothes, the shirt she wore emblazoned with the crest of the Alliance. Continuing to sip the water, Kyle found his voice again. "Who you? Thanks for the help. I was really in trouble there." The woman shrugged. "No problem." "I'd offer my hand," Kyle said, managing a small smile, "but I don't think it'd cooperate right now." "I'm?" The woman smiled back. "Kyle Katarn," he finished, "and don't worry about it." She pointed to herself. "Zet and Wineglass. You know me?" "The whole ship knows you, sir," Wineglass replied. "You are famous, after all." Kyle chuckled at that. "Famous. Can't quite decide if I like that or not. Sir," and dropped the "sir" too, Wineglass. "I resigned my commission a long time ago." "It's Kyle." "Oh, okay, see? I mean, Kyle." It was then the woman's name registered in Kyle's mind. "Wait a minute, I remember you now." Wineglass looked back at him, saying nothing. "Believe it or not," Kyle said, "I was planning on coming to see you." "Oh," Wineglass said. "You are the ship's chief archivist, if memory serves." Wineglass shrugged. "It's only one part of my duties. Mostly, I work on storing and organizing data. That's the reason I was going to be looking for you." "Why's that?" "See, Kyle." About to open his mouth, a memory flashed across his mind. Or maybe next time I can make some little joke, came Jan's voice. Maybe about my partner heard voices or sees mythical Jedi while he's asleep. He clenched a fist. Blast you, Jan, why'd you say that? Kyle. His mind returned to the present, seeing Wineglass looking at him with a confused expression. He decided he wasn't ready to tell the archivist everything just yet. Sorry, just thinking about something unpleasant. But never mind that. I wanted to see you to ask about a Jedi I've recently heard about. Jedi. Wineglass echoed. Kyle nodded. The name is Rahn. I was curious to find out whatever information is available about him. Wineglass looked thoughtful. Information on Jedi is pretty scarce. The Empire destroyed a lot of the old records when they held Imperial Sin. Coruscant. It's not a big deal, Kyle said. I was just curious about it. I can definitely check into it, Wineglass said. Was there any other information you had on this Rahn? Kyle considered briefly before answering. My data indicates he may have had a connection with my father, Kyle Katarn. Wineglass's eyes widened. Your father? Kyle nodded. Did you ever meet this Jedi? No. I think he met my father after I had left home to go to the Imperial Academy. Wineglass nodded, taking this in. Your homeworld was Sulon, wasn't it? Kyle nodded again. When I get back to my office, I'll see what I can dig up. But it might be a while. Take as much time as you need. Wineglass nodded, and then shifted topics. How do you feel now? Better, Kyle admitted, experimentally moving his limbs. Everything seemed to be working once again, the brief rest having allowed the muscles to recover. Well, I don't know how tired you are, Kyle, but I was about to begin my workout, if you'd like to join in. For a moment, Kyle considered refusing. It occurred to him just how hard he had pushed his body over the last 3 hours. I'm lucky I didn't kill myself. But then, the memory of the confrontation between him and Jan flashed across his mind again. I need something to distract me for a while longer. He looked up at Wineglass. Well, I'm not sure how much I have left, but if you're willing to put up with that, I'd like to. Wineglass smiled widely at him. Sure, let's go. The workout began with a run around the small track laid out in the room to warm up their bodies, followed by stretching. And then, back to the weights. However, this time, Kyle was careful not to force himself to lift beyond his capacity. His muscles still burned with exertion, but this time, it felt good. When the last rep had been done, the pair men sat on opposite benches, catching their breath. That, said Wineglass, was fun. Though his mind was still plagued with memories of Jan, Kyle nodded. Yes, he breathed. Yes, it was. Well, said Wineglass, standing up, I'm going to head back to my quarters and change. I'm on duty in another hour. Okay, Kyle said, thanks once more for the help. Anytime, Wineglass said, and I'll let you know as soon as I can regarding this Rahn. Sure, said Kyle, appreciate it. And with a wave, the woman left the room. Kyle sat there a while longer, stuck between the pleasure of making a new acquaintance and the discomfort of dealing with the fight between him and Jan. I am so mad at her right now. Even with all that exercise, I'm still mad. He realized he needed to talk to someone. Someone he could trust. Someone he could talk about this with and hash it out. Wexter's face came to mind, but Kyle was hesitant. The old man was a trustworthy sort, but he had also been Jan's friend a long time, which would make him anything but objective. And then it came to him. Standing up, Kyle wiped sweat from his brow and headed for the room's exit. He needed a shower and a change of clothes before he sought out this person. And as he headed to his room, he nodded to himself. Of all the people aboard the Intrepid, this man was the perfect choice. She looked over the map of the Draven system, and while her eyes took in the layout of the rebel outposts laid out on it, her mind was only half concentrating on the present event. Why? Why did I have to go and say that to him? Why could I have just kept my big mouth shut? She remembered his face, the hurt look on it. And then, just as quickly, she remembered the underlying cause. if he hadn't made that stupid crack. It really wasn't fair of him, and it made me so mad. Also in the room, standing on the opposite of the plotting table from Jan, were what some called the rebellion's twin eyes. Though both of them were young, no one who knew about their accomplishments had the slightest doubt in the abilities of the two. Mon Mothma in particular had seen their potential some time ago, and had offered them a billet in intelligence. Lieutenants Tenaville Undomil and Nerwin Aldarian, co-heads of rebel intelligence, whose minds, hands, and mouths worked in such concert with each other that they seemed, at times, a single being rather than two separate entities. They were both modest in height, around 5'6" or so, with lean, compact bodies. But it was their faces that drew you in, seeming to be alive and active at all times. Two pair of bright green eyes shined like four small jewels, which made them all the more noticeable. In fact, the only way anyone was able to tell them apart was Nerwin wore her hair long and straight down her back, whereas Tenuville preferred shorter hair, although she did occasionally grow it out. It was at those times that even Mon Mothma, who had known them longer than anyone, was unable to tell them apart. Today, they were supposed to be working on a plan to check out 3 rebel outposts that hadn't been heard from in several. However, at this moment, the two were distracted. Since the meeting with Jan had begun, both had sensed something was wrong. Nerwin had just asked a question about where to begin on investigating the outposts that had gone incommunicado. Still on the table, Jan spoke. I think we should investigate Outpost Beta on Falarian first. It was the one we lost communication with most recently. From there we can go on too. Though her response seemed normal, Nerwin and Tenaville were both certain that something was amiss. Jan's just not acting like her normal self, thought Nerwin. I don't want to bother her, but this can't go on, thought Tenaville. Jan, they said together. What? Came back the response along with a quick, rough gesture. And then, an instant later, Jan's head came up, a recalcitrant expression on her face. Sorry, she said. I didn't mean to say that. She sighed. Guess I've been looking at this board for too long. What's up? The intelligence chiefs looked at her quizzically. You're mad about something, aren't you? Said Nerwin. You're making those gestures again? And the only time I've seen you do that is when you're angry. Not at all, Jan said, her voice tone normal. I was just too focused. I'm not mad. It's about Kyle, isn't it? Asked Tenaville. Nerwin nodded, adding, right, it's always about Kyle. Tenaville smiled. When you think about it, it's kind of charming how they constantly bicker. Indeed, said Nerwin, it's probably because they have such similar temperaments, Tenaville finished. Jan watched in bewilderment as the two went back and forth with each other, verbally dissecting the very thing foremost in her mind. Well, I'm not going to just let them keep going. Hey, Jan said firmly, stopping the pair in mid-sentence. I am right here. We know, Tenaville and Nerwin said together, smiling at her. So tell us, said Nerwin, placing her elbows on the plotting table and placing her face in her cupped hands. What has he done now? Tenaville leaned on her left, her face turned towards her sister. He probably said something wrong again. You know him, he's always saying something wrong, Nerwin completed. But you have to admit, it's part of what makes him charming. Tenaville nodded. Right, his sense of humor. It is very cute. Jen glared at both of them. Not always, it isn't, she muttered, remembering the confrontation between her and Kyle. Come on, Jan, Tenaville entreated. Do tell us what's wrong. We can both see something's bothering you. And you know, Nerwin added, talking about a problem almost always helps. That's right, said Tenaville. That's why the two of USA always go to each other when we have problems. She smiled at her sister. Indeed, said Nerwin, smiling back. That's why we're so close and why we work so well together. Like the fact that you two look alike doesn't have anything to do with it, Jan muttered. And then just as quickly, she regretted the statement. Here were Tenaville and Nerwin trying to help, offering to listen and console, and she was attacking them. Just like I attacked Kyle. She opened her mouth to speak, but Nerwin beat her to it. And as Jan soon discovered, neither sister was the slightest bit upset with her or her comment. Identical looks, Nerwin began. Different personalities, Tenaville finished. Jan looked into their open faces, the way their eyes seemed to be reaching out, offering a hand to her. It made her feel all the more terrible. I'm sorry, she said, her voice low. For what? Nerwin asked. For what you said just now, inquired Tenaville. Jan looked at them, nodded. The twins looked at each for a moment and then laughed. We've heard, Tenaville began, comments like that, Nerwin added. Ever since we were kids, they finished together. Jan stared at them open-mouthed for a moment. How do they do that? Then her expression grew somber again. Did you think, Nerwin said, we'd get mad? Finished Tenaville. Jan hesitated a moment, then nodded. The pair smiled at her and shook their heads. We aren't mad, Jan, said Tenaville. We just want to know what's wrong, finished Nerwin. Realizing that the twins were really trying to reach out to hear, Jan tried to speak, but no words came. Instead, tears threatened too. Seeming to move as one, the intelligence chiefs came around the table to where Jan was. They each took one of her hands. Please, Jan, Tenaville said, tell us what's wrong. We want to help, added Nerwin. Please let us. It took Jan a moment to find her voice. I've made a mistake. A very bad mistake. The twins looked at each other in confusion. Come on, Jan, suggested Nerwin. Let's take a break. Yes, added Tenaville. It'll do us all good. Jan nodded, and the three left the room. And maybe, the pair thought, you'll finally tell us what's wrong. Finding the most secluded table in the room, the trio took seats, each with a steaming mug of caf in front of them. Jan took a long sip of hers. How do you feel? Asked Nerwin. Any better? Chimed in Tenaville. Jan didn't answer for a long moment. Jan, the twins asked together. Her head came up as if she had been asleep and had just woken up. She looked at them. Yes, I'm all right. At least I think so. The twins looked to each other and rolled their eyes, then turned back to her with frowns on their faces. Don't lie to us, Jan. We know something's wrong. Now spill it. The strong words, spoken in concert, seemed to penetrate inside. If nothing else, Jan knew she was going to have to confide in someone. She sighed heavily. Kyle is leaving. The twins' eyes went wide with surprise. Leaving, Tenaville said. Since when? Nerwin asked. We haven't heard anything about it, said Tenaville. Why is he leaving? Nerwin pressed. Jan jumped in when the pair took a breath. It's not like that, she said quickly. He's just going back for a time to his home world of Sulon. Oh, said Nerwin. So that's it, added Tenaville. But why? They said together. Jan almost told them outright, but then she remembered his face. I can't tell you everything, but it has to do with some information he received on our last mission. Oh, said Tenaville, you must mean the disc, finished Nerwin. Jan stared at them with a surprised look. How do you find out about that? Please, Jan, said Nerwin. We are in intelligence after all, said Tenaville. She marveled that the twins had somehow learned of the disc Kyle had gotten from AT-88. So then, Kyle is going to Sulon, said Tenaville. To find out something about this disc, added Nerwin. Jan nodded. You want to be with him, don't you? Asked Nerwin. Tenaville nodded. Jan considered that. Not right this second, I don't. Said Nerwin, looking at her sister. I suspect this problem goes deeper than simple worry, added Tenaville. Fine, Jan said, her temper boiling over you want to know. Here it is. We're in the middle of a meeting with Mon Mothma, and Katarn goes and makes this crack about my operative skills. I'll make sure Jan comes back, he says. I was so mad. Does he really think I can't take care of myself? The twins said nothing. You know, I've saved his life. I don't even remember how many times. You'd think he'd be grateful, But instead, in one sentence, he dumbs me down to some kind of damsel in distress. I am not that kind of girl. Jan realized she had stood up while saying this, and now her breathing was coming in heavy gasps. Cheeks flushing red in embarrassment, she quickly sat down. Shaking her head, Nerwin cocked her head at Jan. I really don't think Kyle sees you like that, as the kind of girl who needs saving. I'd say it's more like he sees you as someone he must protect, said Tineville. Oh, great, Jan said, exasperatedly, and how is that any better? The twins smiled at her. Jan, Nerwin asked, do you see Kyle as someone who needs help? Or more specifically, needing your help? I don't think so. I mean, there are times I need too. Jan, the twins pressed. Okay, fine. All the time then? The pair nodded. And you want to protect him, don't you? Asked Tineville. Of course I do, Jan said immediately. Because you care about him, said Nerwin. Jan nodded. You know he cares for you too, added Tineville. I know, Jan said quietly. He doesn't want you to be hurt, said Nerwin. It's why he worries about you, just like you worry about him, said Tineville. And you know, added Nerwin, jokes and wisecracks are sometimes used as a defense mechanism. In order to hide one's true emotions, Tineville said, in this case, Kyle hiding his. Jan listened to all this. She realized it made sense. Evaluating it in this context, his joke, even though it still bothered her, began to make sense too. How do you two come up with this stuff? She asked. Don't tell me you both have degrees in interpersonal psychology or something like that. The twins shook their heads. No, they said together, we just learn a lot by observing. Jan sighed, a small smile come into her face. So if I understand you two correctly, Kyle really didn't mean anything derogatory with that crack. He was just trying to make a joke because he's worried. Exactly, said Tineville, and tell the truth. You'll be worried about him while he's away, won't you? Jan's smile softened. Yes, you're right. I will. Do you think less of him because he worries about you? Jan shook her head. If anything, it kinda makes me appreciate him a little more. The twins smiled and nodded. So now you can go to him and settle this. Jan started to nod, and then her expression shifted again, a hand flying to her mouth. What's wrong? Said Tineville, her eyes shining with alertness and concern. Did something else happen? Asked Nerwin, her face showing an identical expression. Jan said, lowering her face, am such an idiot. The twins looked at each other, then at her. What did you do? Moving as one, the two of them reached across the table and took her hands, which were sitting loosely on the surface. It's okay, Jan, said Tineville. You can tell us, said Nerwin, we're here. And so Jan opened her mouth. Outside in the hallway, after the meeting, I tore into him like a buzzsaw. I see, said Tineville, looking at her sister, who nodded. I accused him of intentionally embarrassing me in front of Mon Mothma. I made it seem like he was questioning my commitment to my duty. And then, Jan felt new tears come to her eyes. Letting go of her hands, Tineville and Nerwin came around the table and sat on either side of Jan. They reached out, holding her. Tell us, Jan, Nerwin said softly. Let it out, added Tineville. In fits and starts, Jan told them about Kyle's vision. I made fun of it. I mocked everything he told, right to his face. And then, when he pushed past me, I called him a coward. The twins said nothing, they just stayed close. Oh, sit spit. Jan exclaimed, what did I say that? What have I done? Long minutes passed as overwhelmed emotions expressed themselves, the twins sharing in it with her. In time, when Jan seemed ready to listen, they spoke. Jan, Tineville said softly, there's no doubt you did a pretty dumb thing. But you're forgetting one thing, added Nerwin. What? Kyle did something dumb too. Jan stared at them. I don't understand. He should have thought about what he was going to say before he said it, said Nerwin. Maybe he wouldn't have said it then, chimed in Tineville. And besides, added Nerwin, knowing him, he's as torn up about this as you are, concluded Tinoville. So what do I do? Asked Jan. You don't know? Asked Tinoville. It's pretty simple, said Nerwin. Go to him. Apologize, said Tinoville, and then tell him why you got mad. We'll betcha anything you want he'll probably do the same thing, said Nerwin and Tinoville together. I don't know, said Jan. What if he's still mad? The twins shook their heads. He won't be, said Tinoville. Trust us, said Nerwin. Jan nodded. You know, sometimes it's really annoying how you two are always right. Nerwin smiled at her. Two heads. Tinoville smiled at her. Work better. Then one, they finished together. Jan shook her head. It's really creepy how you two do that. We get that a lot, the twins said, looking at each other. After making plans for another meeting the next day, Jan left the room. She had one goal on her mind: to find Kyle. After discovering that Captain Drown was on duty and unable to talk to him at the moment, Kyle had begun aimlessly moving through the corridors of the rebel ship. His repulsor scooter gave off a low hum beneath his feet as he negotiated another turn. His mind kept going over and over the fight with Jan, what she had, what he had said, what she said in return. It was a stupid fight over a stupid joke, he thought. He turned down another corridor. Jan ought to know I'd never questioned her duty or commitment to the rebellion. I've seen how hard she works. Visions of planning meetings with her moved across his mind. And she's been there to help me out whenever I've needed it. Heck, I owe her my life at least 10 times over. Memories of their missions came to him. I wish I'd never made that crack. I never meant for her to feel like that. And I really wish I hadn't put my hands on her like that. What the heck was I thinking? He thought of her face. Sith spit. Rounding another corridor, Kyle heard a sound of surprise from someone coming the other way. He quickly halted the scooter. Sorry about that, he began. I wasn't. And that's when he noticed the person he had almost run over. There, standing just in front of the scooter, was Jan. Her breath was coming fast and hard. What has she been doing? Katarn, there you are. I've been looking all over this blasted ship for you. Indeed, Jan had been through several of the Intrepid's decks, looking for Kyle, running when she couldn't find the scooter. Whoa, he said cautioningly, slow down there. Catch your breath before you saying anything else. Jan leaned forward, hands on knees as she worked to calm her rapid breathing. He waited as she did so. When she was breathing normally once again, he spoke. So you were looking for me? Jan nodded. You bet. I want to talk to you, Kyle. There's so much I have to say to you. Part of him said to apologize right there and then to her, to talk this thing out. But a louder voice told him to get out of there right now. He turned the scooter back on and started to back up. Well, I've got to be somewhere right now, so where in space is he going? It suddenly occurred to Jan that he was trying to run. Oh no, Katarn. You're not getting away. Hold it right there, mister. For a moment, Kyle considered not listening. At the same time, he realized that doing so was only going to pour fuel on the fire. All right, Jan, fine. He turned back towards her with a defiant expression. She met him with a similar one. Yes. She stepped forward. I've got to control my temper, she thought. I don't want this to dissolve into another fight. We need to talk. We talked earlier, Jan. I know, she said. That's what I want to talk about. Come on, Kyle, give me a chance here. Well, I don't, he replied, turning round again. I am not letting her lecture me again. I think you're forgetting one thing, Mr. Katarn. I don't want to do this, thought Jan, but if it's the only way I can get him to listen. Feeling anger creep around the edges of his mind, he turned back to her. And what is that? At the moment, Jan said, I happen to be an Alliance commander, and therefore, outrank you. So, we are going to talk. And we are going to do so right now. That's an order. Kyle found himself suddenly laughing. Oh, this is rich. You're not serious. I'm not even under your command, so there's no way I'm going to follow your orders, such as they are. Fine, she said defiantly, reaching to her belt for her communicator. We'll just see what security has to say about it. Don't push me, Kyle. I'll put you in restraints if I have to, but you are going to listen to me. Kyle's amused expression morphed into a serious one. You wouldn't. Try me, she said confidently. Kyle could see she wasn't kidding. Memories of his last time in the brig flashed across his mind. Fine, he said. Where and when? To the briefing room on this deck, and right now, she replied. He gestured at the scooter. Then, let's get this over with. The trip to the empty room was silent. They stepped off the scooter and into the room. Kyle immediately found a chair. Do you want anything to drink? She asked. What I want, Jan, he said angrily, is to get this over with so I can get out of here. She nodded. All right then, she said, taking a chair next to him. She looked into his eyes. Kyle. What? I'm sorry. It was as if a switch thumped loudly into place in his mind. Here he was, all ready to have another knockdown, drag-out fight with her about last time, and Jan had pulled a trump card. She had apologized. He stared at her, mind a whirl, wanting to say something, but not knowing the words. Jan continued. I realize now you didn't mean anything by that crack in the meeting. That's right, he thought. And I shouldn't have accused you of trying to embarrass me or that you felt I had ever shirked my duty. I would never say something like that to you, Jan. She looked at him, shields down and vulnerable. And I'm really sorry that I called you a coward. Still, he was speechless. Jan reached out and took his hand in hers. You're not a coward, Kyle. You're a pain in the ass sometimes, but you're not a coward. Jan. Please, she said, will you forgive me? I've got to say something. But what? Then it came to him. He lowered his head. Jan. Yes. I'm. She waited. Oh, blast. He spoke the next words quickly. I'm sorry, too. If I'd had any idea that stupid crack would make you feel that way, I never would have said it. I'd give anything to take it back. And I'm sorry I shoved you. Please tell me I didn't hurt you. She took his other hand. No, she said, you didn't hurt me. Scared me a little, but you didn't hurt me. I was the one who did the hurting. So did I, he said. But I started it. I made it worse. Okay, Jan said. Hold it a sec. Let's just say we were both at fault. All right. Okay, he replied, a smile coming to his face, though Jan couldn't see it. Katarn. Yeah. Look at me. Feeling as if he'd weighed 1,000 pounds, Kyle brought it up slowly until his eyes met Jan's again. I forgive you, she said. Me too, he said. Gently letting go, Jan reached out to touch either side of his face. But I still don't know if I like this beard, Katarn. He smiled, laughed. She smiled too and pulled him forward. Their lips met. Sensations crashed inside both their minds. The feelings of anger and alienation from the fight flooded away, replaced with forgiveness and gladness, also a sense of coming back together. Gently breaking the kiss, the pair pulled back from each other. Their eyes met. Well, Kyle said, at least one good thing came out of this fight. Jan looked quizzically at him. What do you mean? He smiled. We made up. She laughed and whopped him on the arm, albeit with gentle force. You're a wiseies, Katarn. Guilty, he said. Suddenly, his stomach loudly rumbled. Cheeks flushing with embarrassment, Kyle scratched at his hair. Guess I'm hungry. Just then, Jan's stomach also rumbled, her own cheeks coloring. Guess I am too, she said. Rising from the chair, Kyle extended a hand, bowing from the waist. Then, might I have the pleasure of escorting you to the mess hall, my lady? Jan smiled broadly at him, taking his hand. You may, sir. And do be quick about it. I'm famished. Laughing, the two of them walked hand in hand out of the room. Chapter 7. Jan's eyes moved over the surface of the plotting table, reviewing the information on the rebel outposts. But unlike yesterday, her mind was fully engaged this time. She nodded, feeling confident about her assessment. As I said yesterday, once we arrive in the system, we should begin with the Outpost Beta on Valerie. Once we determine their status, we'll move on to Outpost Gamma. From the other side of the table, Jan thought she heard giggling. Looking up from the table, she eyed Tinaville and Nerwin, who were doing their best to look serious and failing miserably at it. Jan sighed. "Go ahead," she said. "Ask away." "You made up, didn't you?" said Nerwin. "We can tell," added Tinaville. "You're in a much better mood today," said Nerwin. "That's true," Jan admitted. "So tell us what happened," the twins said together. "Oh, please," Jan thought. This is like a scene straight out of a high school holodrama. But looking at the expectant faces of Tinuville and Nerwin and considering how they helped yesterday, Jan decided she could clue them in just a bit. "Fine," she said, facing them across the table, "but it's nothing dramatic. We literally bumped into one another, talked, and made up. That's it." "That's it," said Tinaville, looking very put out by the quick summary. "Surely there's more to the story than that," added Nerwin. But there was no reply. "Oh, come on, Jan," said Nerwin, "you're not playing fair. You could at least tell us what was said between you," added Tinaville. This time, their glances at her had a bit of iron in them. Seeing this, Jan realized she had little choice. "You two don't give up, do you?" "Never," said Tinaville. "Not when it comes to our friends," said Nerwin. The word friends hit Jan unexpectedly. Granted, she had known these two since being posted to the New Hope, but aside from mission briefings and the occasional meal together, they hadn't exactly been close. She decided to ask, "Since when are we friends?" "Since the Rumen incident," the twins said together. The Rumen. And suddenly it came back to her. A year before she had even heard of Kyle Katarn, Jan had been temporarily assigned to bridge duty when Admiral Houston Rumen had come aboard the New Hope as his new commander. Standing a shade under 6 feet, the Admiral had wavy gray hair and a lined face. His expression seemed to suggest that he had spent countless hours sucking lemons through a straw. But despite this, all went well until the Admiral had come on the bridge. Asked for a tactical status report, Tinaville and Nerwin had come over and did their best to inform the Admiral of the ship's current status as well as the latest updates from the Rebel spy network. And as they usually did, the two of them traded off on who was speaking and occasionally said things together. Nerwin was in mid-sentence when the Admiral butted in. "I've had just about enough of this. Is there something wrong with the two of you?" "Sir," the twins said together, "when I ask a question, I don't appreciate getting an answer that's bounced between the two of you like a no-graph volleyball match. Is there some reason you two act like this?" "We didn't mean to offend, sir," said Tinaville. "It's just that we've always talked this way," finished Nerwin. The Admiral had exclaimed, "That's exactly what I mean. What is wrong with you? Are the two of defective or something? I'm stunned that you've been assigned to such a sensitive post when you can't even conduct yourselves properly. Can't just one of you answer a single question?" "Well," with the Admiral having drawn uncomfortably close, the twins did their best to not be intimidated. "We're sorry, sir," said Tinaville, her voice faint. "We didn't mean anything by it," added Nerwin, her voice also quiet. "By all the stars in the Treeks galaxy, what in space is your problem? Get off my bridge. Now." "Admiral." "What?" the man said, turning towards the new voice. Then, realizing how he was acting, Rumen coughed into his hand. "Excuse me," he said, attempting to recover his decorum. "What can I do for you, Miss?" "Jan Ors, sir. Special operative currently assigned to astronavigation." "Special operative A?" the Admiral asked, curious, "For whom may I ask?" "Mon Mothma, sir." The Admiral's mouth twitched, a bemused smile appearing. "I see. But you're assigned to astronavigation." "Temporarily, yes, sir." "Do you have a question then, Miss Ors?" "More of an observation, sir." "Oh, really?" Rumen said, looking even more bemused. And what is that, Miss Ors? Begging the Admiral's pardon, but Ensigns Undomil and Aldarian have served well in their roles in intelligence. Their work has been invaluable to this ship and to the rebellion as a whole. Is that right? Yes, sir, Jan pressed, and while, as you say, it is your bridge, I wonder if I might prevail upon you to please try and understand them. They are a bit odd, I admit, but they do their job well. I see, said the Admiral, the smile gone now, a frown appearing on his face. And have you yourself observed their work, Miss Ors? No, sir. Can you personally vouch for their performance? Not in a professional capacity, sir. Then, Miss Ors, he said, moving towards Jan, I would prefer that you keep your observations to yourself. This is my ship, and I will run it as I see fit. He got closer and lowered his head towards Jan so only she could hear. So why don't you be a good little girl and resume your post before I have you thrown in the brig for insubordination? Jan's eyebrow twitched. Oh, like hell I'm letting this go. Lowering her own voice, she spoke again. Permission to speak freely, sir. Go ahead, if you dare. If you think you're intimidating me, you're way off base. And before you say anything else, you want might to consider something for yourself. And what is that? A breath mint. The Admiral's face turned instantly crimson. You are on report as of right now, Miss Ors, he said loudly. He turned to one of the other bridge officers. Get security up here, right now. The man hesitated before complying. And when Security Officer Plasden Maras had arrived on the bridge, he too had hesitated when ordered by the Admiral to take Jan into custody. The binders had just been snapped around her wrists when the bridge door opened, and in stepped Mon Mothma. The Admiral worked quickly to recover himself before speaking. Mon Mothma, he said, a plastic smile on his face. What a pleasant surprise. I didn't think we'd meet so soon. Neither did I, said the rebel leader, but I heard there was some commotion up here, so I thought I'd see what was going on. The Admiral's eyes cut towards Tinaville and Nerwin, who were carefully studying the floor. Mon Mothma spoke. Admiral, I'm not exactly sure what has transpired here, but can you explain to me why one of my operatives seems to be under arrest? Ruman decided to make a stand. I am charging Miss Ors with insubordination. She spoke to me in a disrespectful manner and insulted me. Oh, Mon Mothma said, her expression conveying bemused surprise. She turned to the operative. Is that true, Jan? Yes and no, she said. Mon Mothma's eyes flashed. I think that bears some explaining. Yes, Mon Mothma, Jan replied. I spoke up only after the Admiral was browbeating Tinaville and Nerwin. I see. She turned to the twins. Is that what happened? We didn't mean to upset the Admiral, Tinaville offered. We were only trying to answer his questions, finished Nerwin. You see, said Ruman, they've been doing that since I got here? Mon Mothma nodded. Well, don't you find it strange? Ruman asked. I certainly do. It's like the two of them have some kind of mental defect. They certainly aren't cut out for intelligence duty. Admiral, Mon Mothma said plainly, a hint of a displeasure in her expression, if it weren't for those two, we never would have received the information that allowed us to remove our personnel from the Unix system before the Empire attacked our base there, nor would we have been able to avoid the Imperial trap at Ganton's Cross 6 months ago. Ruman said nothing. I do realize their method of conversation is a bit disconcerting, but I have learned to adapt to it. Don't you think you can do the same? Realizing the ground under his feet was beginning to sink, Ruman quickly changed tactics. Perhaps, but that is no excuse for the way Miss Ors addressed me. I will not tolerate insubordinate people like her on my bridge. Admiral, Mon Mothma said, the beginnings of a glare appearing on her face. This is not your bridge, just as this is not your ship. I am in overall command of the New Hope. But given the nature of my position, I chose to delegate responsibility for day-to-day command to you. Now Ruman realized he was in trouble. I do agree that insubordination should not be tolerated. But given the circumstances here, I think it more likely that Jan was doing what she could to protect her fellow crew members. But, Ruman sputtered. Admiral, Mon Mothma said firmly, I think perhaps you and I need to have a talk. Raising her voice, the rebel leader called out. Is there anyone of command rank here right now? Yes ma'am, said a Sulon, raising his hand. Your name? Lieutenant Commander Alwish, in charge of defensive systems. Very well, Commander Alwish. The bridge is yours for the time being. I will contact you as soon as my meeting with the Admiral is concluded. Yes, ma'am, the Sulon said, stiffly saluting. With a quick grin at the alien, Mon Mothma gestured to the Admiral, who did his best to maintain his decorum as he followed her off the bridge. An hour later, scuttlebutt had it the Admiral was in deep trouble. 30 minutes after that, an official announcement was made that Admiral Ruman would be leaving the New Hope the next day. And to the surprise of everyone on the bridge, but most certainly for the one in charge, Alwish was named acting captain. Jan chuckled. It's been a while. I had forgotten about that. Well, we didn't, said Tinoville. You stood up for us that day, said Nerwin. And that's when we decided, said Tinoville. That you were our friend, finished Nerwin. And that's why we're not giving up till you tell us about yesterday with Kyle. They exclaimed together. Okay, Jan, holding up her hands in surrender. I get it. The twins gave her an expectant look. We did quite literally bump into each other, me on foot and Kyle on one of those repulsor scooters. Wish we could have seen that, said Nerwin. It must have been quite a sight, added Tinoville. Oh, that's not the half of it, Jan said, and went on to describe how Kyle had tried to run away, and she had tried pulling rank on him to get him to stay, even threatening to call security. You didn't, the twins exclaimed. I most certainly did, Jan said. She continued, telling them of going into the briefing room, of how she had apologized to him, and then he to her. And that's pretty much it. We went to lunch, talked a while longer, and then headed to our respective quarters. Jan thought she was done, but then she saw the look from the twins. What? You're not telling us everything, said Nerwin. We can't tell, added Tinoville. There's something you left out. Not really, said Jan. Oh, come on, Jan, said Tinoville. Do you honestly expect that we believe you two didn't make up? Of course we did, Jan said. How? Asked Nerwin. Yes, tell us, said Tinoville. Nope, replied Jan. Please, the twins said together. No means no, you two. I've told you everything I'm going to. Besides, we do have a mission to plan after all. You're no fun, said Nerwin. Not at all, added Tinoville. Jan shrugged, feeling inwardly pleased. There was no way she was going to tell. Besides, what went on between her and Kyle was their business. The twins stared at her a bit more, and then gave up, at least for the moment. So, Jan said, I'll post beta on the initial fly-in, then gamma. What do you think? Nerwin and Tinoville called up the latest intelligence reports on the Draven system on a panel built into the plotting table. Given the hyperspace route, said Tinoville, Beta Outpost is probably the best choice. We still don't have any reports of Imperial activity in the area, Nerwin said. I'm really curious to know what happened out there. Me too, Jan said. And with that, the pair began to craft part of the mission plan, focusing on laying out the main and alternate routes for the shuttle to take upon entering the system. With the low whine of its engines and the careful balancing of its repulsors, the Lambda-class shuttle descended towards the landing pad, its wings having already folded up into their stowed position. Landing gear reached out towards Permacrete, and with a small bump, the shuttle came to rest. In the cockpit, Jan Ors finished her communication with the port control officer. This is Shuttle LZX-46 Alpha to Control, we're down. Confirmed LZX-46 Alpha, can we be of any service to you during your stay? Negative, Control. But thanks for the offer. Understood. This is Port Control out. Removing the headset, Jan hooked it onto the control board. In the co-pilot seat, her passenger finished unstrapping himself and rose from his chair. Moving to the back of the cockpit, he opened a compartment and retrieved his overstuffed duffel. Looking forward, he saw her looking back at him. "I wish I was going with you." Kyle nodded. "Me too, Jan?" He shrugged. "But this is the way it has to be." "I is less than know that," she said firmly, "but it doesn't mean I have to like it." Kyle smiled at her. "That sounds like something I'd say." Jan considered this. "Guess your bad habits are rubbing off on me, Katarn." "I prefer to think of them as virtues," he said, tongue firmly in cheek. Jan raised an eyebrow at him. "Problem?" he asked innocently. "You really want me to answer that, Kyle?" "Probably not," he replied. A pregnant pause hung in the air. "I'll send a signal as soon as I get the disc checked out. Okay." She nodded. "I'll let Wexter know in case I'm not back from my mission yet." He nodded. Another long pause. "Well," Kyle finally said, shifting his bag on his shoulder, "I'd better get going." Jan nodded, not trusting herself to speak at that moment. "Be careful." "I should be saying that to you, Jan. You're the one going into the unknown situation. I suppose, but still, Jan, Sulon is my home, and the Empire is far away from here. What could happen?" And with that, he waved at her, turned, and left the cockpit. Footsteps rang as he descended the ramp. When he came into view beyond the ship's nose, Jan was tempted to go after him, but resisted the temptation. All that had needed to be said had been said. Anything else would just make things harder. She considered Kyle's last words to her. What could happen? She muttered, famous last words, Katarn. Then she shook her head. Enough of this. I'm acting like some silly lovelorn schoolgirl. I have work to do. But still, she didn't reach for the instrument panel until Kyle was out of sight. His back to the shuttle as he walked away from it, Kyle half expected Jan to come down the ramp after him. And part of him almost wished she would. No, he decided, she has work to do, and so do I. Besides, I'll see her again soon. That thought brought a smile to his face as he headed for the port office. His next step now that he had arrived on Sulon was to rent some transportation and see what he could find out about his father's and the home he had grown up in. A set of transparent steel doors parted before him as he stepped inside the largest building in a small cluster of 6 total structures. Being more or less a backwater world, Sulon's spaceport facilities were limited to the essentials. A single rental counter was visible as Kyle stepped inside the building. The man standing behind looked to be in his early 50s, maybe 60s, Kyle estimated. Iron gray hair and beard framed a suntanned, weather-beaten face. But the man's hazel eyes were alive and bright. Help, yeah. I need to rent some transportation, Kyle said. Anything in particular? The man asked. I'm heading for one of the outer farms. The old Katarn place. The man seemed to come alive at the name. Ah, you mean Morgan Katarn's place? Dang shame about him, the imps killing him and all. You a friend or something? Feeling a little suspicious, Kyle was hesitant to reveal who he was. Something like that, he said. I knew him for a while back. Is that right? The man said, suddenly pulling a blaster and aiming it at Kyle. Well, that's right hard to believe, Sonny, since I knew old Morgan and most of his friends. And you ain't one of them. Well, Kyle thought, so much for subterfuge. Now, suppose you tell me who you really are and what you want with Morgan Katarn's place before my trigger finger gets itchy. Kyle sighed, dropping his guard. Fine, I get it. I'm Kyle Katarn, his son. The older man's eyes went wide, and then returned to a suspicious glare. And how do I know you ain't lying? Kyle's mind raced, searching for some part of his past that would confirm his identity. The answer came, but it was a memory he particularly cared to visit. My mom is buried on southwest corner of the farm. My father chose it so she would always have a view of the sunset. Just as quickly as the blaster had come out, it disappeared. Bless my soul, Yower Morgan's son. Kyle nodded. I'm Hoxel Nufton, I used to own the farm 3 miles over from your father's. Kyle remembered. Near where the G-Tap was. Nufton nodded. Back before the imps took it over. But, look at you. It's been a long time since I saw you last. Kyle's cheeks colored a little. You don't remember me, do you? Sorry. Then how about this? Said Nufton. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, You better that dang scooter off my land, boy. Kyle smiled widely as the words triggered a memory. Old man Hoxel. Nufton nodded. Kyle stepped forward and clasped hands with the man. So where you been, Kyle? I know Morgan had talked about sending you to the Imperial Academy. I used to wonder if someday you'd come back here in a stormtrooper uniform or worse. Almost did, Kyle said, nodding, but then, a friend let me in on the truth about what happened to Father. Blasted shame that was. I'm sorry he's gone. Thanks, Kyle said sincerely. I miss him too. So what happened after you learned about what happened to Morgan? This same friend introduced me to a rebel contingent and I've more or less been working with him ever since. Well, how about that? Hoxel said, smiling. Your old man would be plenty surprised. Kyle chuckled. I'd like to think so. Sometimes I wonder. Hoxel reached out and gripped Kyle's right arm fiercely. You listen to me, boy. Kyle looked into the man's serious face. Your father was blasted proud of you a long time before you left for the academy. There'd be times at the local cantina that he'd come in and a bunch of us would groan and say, Here comes Morgan again, probably with another story about Kyle. Kyle listened intently. Don't you ever think your father was anything but pleased with you, Kyle Katarn? Don't you ever? Hoxel released him. There was a long pause. Cheeks colored in embarrassment, Kyle searched for the words to say. Thank you, he managed, that means a lot. Hoxel nodded, his own cheeks reddened. He coughed once, twice. Now, Kyle, what's this about you going out to the old farm? Knowing he was in the presence of a friend and ally, Kyle didn't hesitate to answer. Producing the disc, he showed it to Hoxel. I got this disc recently, and I'm pretty sure it's one of the data storage disks my father used to use. Hoxel studied it. Can't say I recognize it, but it looks kinda old. It'd be like Morgan to have something like that. Kyle nodded. What I want to do is go out to the house and find Ouija. I'm pretty sure he can read the disc. Hoxel's face suddenly clouded. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Kyle looked concerned. Why not? Well, the older man said, sighing, with your father gone, and all, the raiders out to the east decided that your farm was now part of their enclave. Kyle frowned. While Sulon's dominant population was human, the planet also hosted a small band of Tusken Raiders whose ship had crashed there several decades ago. At first, the raiders had proven more or less harmless, setting up their enclave some distance from the moisture farms. About the only time anyone saw them was when the raiders set out to hunt wild game. But then, when Kyle was about 10 years old, a farmer by the name of Endon Russell had an encounter with the Tuskens. Nearly 90 years old, Endon had lived by himself after his wife had passed away. The couple had been childless, though for no lack of trying. While no one knew the exact story of what had happened, a security camera on the farm captured some grainy footage of a party of raiders appearing on the farm and Endon confronting them, carrying a blaster. The camera image went out of focus, and when it came back, Endon was lying dead on the ground and the Tuskens were swarming over the farm. No one would have even known until one of Endon's neighbors, accustomed to seeing the old man from time to time, had gone to the farm to check on him. He had found what was left of Endon's body and managed to retrieve the camera before the Tuskens chased him off, retreating only when the man's cries for help brought on more people. That evening, most of the farmers in the area had gathered at Morgan's farm, which had the only working holo projector in the form of Ouija. When the last image of the camera footage had played, Score Jameson, one of Morgan's neighbors, had loudly called for them assemblage to take revenge on Endon's behalf. Though some were concerned about taking on the raiders, the deal had been sold when Morgan, normally one who avoided confrontation, stood up and agreed with Score. We can't allow the Tuskens to have the farm, he said convincingly. My fear is if we do, it will embolden them to attack another one. Those farmers with children readily agreed, and in time, it was decided among all of them. The next day, a part of 50 or so men set out for Endon Russell's farm. The Tuskens, upon sighting the approaching humans, had raised their gaffy sticks and shouted their cries as they came out for the attack. But even armed as they were, the Tuskens' weapons and tactics proved a futile match against the blasters and laser cannons the humans brought with them. When the last shot was fired, 30 of the raiders lay dead, outside on the land and inside the house, which had been ransacked. At the insistence of the same neighbor who had found Endon's body, a group of 20 or so men, including Morgan, had stayed overnight. The next day, a new party of Tuskens appeared, approaching the house. The men gathered, preparing for a new battle. Instead, the Tuskens halted their approach some 10 feet from the house. A single raider, dressed in tan robes with a white head covering, advanced towards the house. Unsure of what to do, Morgan had volunteered to go see what the raider wanted. The two beings approached each other, the Tusken coming to a halt some 10 steps away from the human, who also halted. The Tusken began to talk and gesture. While unable to understand the language, Morgan watched the gestures. In time, he understood the Tusken he was talking to was the leader of the Enclave. Minutes passed. Abruptly, the Tusken stopped talking, turned on his heel, and walked away. It joined the rest of his group, and the entire mass moved away and out of sight. Soon, the other men came to where Morgan was standing. "What did it say?" asked Score Jameson. "Don't know," Morgan said, shaking his head, "but I got the impression it said the farm was ours. At least for now." But why did they attack? And why did they kill Endon? Morgan had no answers for these and other questions. In time, it was decided among the men that the Tuskens had taken the house and killed Endon because they saw him as an easy target. Each man vowed to not let himself or his farm be the next victim. "How long?" Kyle asked Hoxel. The older man shrugged. "It was a little over a year after your father died that I was out that way and spotted them on the land." "I see," Kyle said, wishing even more that Jan had come with him. "That definitely complicates things." Hoxel nodded. "I don't recommend going out there alone." "How come?" Kyle asked. "They're just raiders." "They're not like before," Hoxel warned. "The latest rumor is they've got weapons now." "Weapons?" Kyle echoed, "as in blasters." Hoxel nodded. "That and something else from what I hear." "So they're armed." "How?" The older man shrugged. "No one knows." Kyle considered this new development. Tuskens on his father's property were more than a simple nuisance, and knowing they were armed. "Well," he said, deciding, "let's hope they don't know how to shoot straight." "You're still going out there?" Kyle nodded. "I have to, Hoxel. I've got to see what's on that disc." "It's a fool's mission, Kyle. You could just as well end up dead." "Maybe, but I'm not exactly unprepared." Reaching into his bag, he found the item he was looking for and pulled it out. Hoxel whistled. "An E11 blaster. Looks brand new." "More or less," Kyle said. "It'll definitely do the job." "I still don't think you should head out there alone." "Does that mean you won't rent me a speeder?" Hoxel's mouth twitched, a bark of laughter escaping. "Well, at least some things don't change. You've still got a smart mouth." "Thank you," Kyle said, smiling at the man. Hoxel laughed again as he passed over a data card. "Slot 9. Make sure it comes back in one piece." Kyle took the card. "And make sure you come back in one piece, boy. I ain't aiming to bury another friend too soon." Nodding, Kyle turned and left the counter. Outside the building, he found the speeder, an old XP-34 model in need of a paint job. But its repulsor and control proved to be well maintained, and soon, he was sailing across the hills and valleys of his homeworld, heading for his destination. And as Kyle would soon discover, the Tusken Raiders had indeed seen fit to occupy his boyhood home. But at this moment, one area of the house had been cleared of them. Half a dozen bodies lay around the site, none seeming to have been blasted. But if one were to look close, the evidence of wounds would become clear. Not overly large, each had been more than sufficient to eliminate his target. The dark Jedi Yun surveyed them for a moment, and then returned his attention to the others. He, Saris, and Bach had arrived on the planet some hours ago, and after a bit of searching, had found the Katarn farm. Setting their shuttle down near the front entrance, the three dark Jedi had soon found themselves set upon by the raiders. Bach's eyes had gleamed almost joyfully, and the pale-skinned Twi'lek had begun to giggle almost uncontrollably. Seeing the tension quivering in the deformed body, Saris gave a simple command. "Go ahead." With a cry of supreme joy, Bach had leapt at the raiders, at first using his dark side powers to knock them down and toss them away when they got too close. But then, one of the raiders who held a blaster had taken a shot at the Twi'lek. Bach spun in a perfect circle, drawing out his twin lightsabers at the same time. By the time he had completed the circle, both lightsabers were out and activated, and the blaster bolt headed towards him harmlessly deflect away. Crossing his sabers in an X pattern in front of him, Bach stood there, silently urging the armed raider to try again. More shots came, but not one made it through. Then, even as the dumbfounded raider attempted to shift his position, Bach leapt towards it. His saber slashed out, and by the time his feet touched the ground once more, the raider had fallen to the ground, dead. Bach turned to the rest and methodically killed each one. When no more attackers appeared, the Twi'lek closed down his sabers almost reluctantly. "Come," Saris had called, and Bach had come back to where she and Yun were. A short search of the exterior of the house had located their goal. And now as Bach and Yun watched, Saris raised her hands until they were parallel to the ground and closed her eyes. Invisible energy flowed, reaching out towards the roof of Morgan Katarn's workshop. A section of the tiled roof rose, then another, then another. It took less than 5 minutes for Saris to completely dismantle the roof and set the pieces down on a repulsor sled Yun had retrieved from the shuttle. Bach seemed to be staring at the house as the last tile came to rest on top of others on the sled. "That," said the Twi'lek, "should be all of them." Saris said nothing, using her own powers to confirm what the Twi'lek had said. Satisfied, a small smile crossed her face. "What now?" asked Yun. "Did we come all this way just for these?" "Indeed we have," Saris said, glaring at the youth until he dropped his gaze. She waited a moment to see if he would say more. When he didn't, she continued. "We go now to Baron's Head, and have AT-88 decode them." Knowing what she meant, Bach gave a loud bark of laughter. Ignoring him, Saris moved towards the shuttle, Yun following her at a respectful distance. Engrossed in the prospect of what the items on the sled would produce, Bach suddenly felt something. A presence. He turned towards a low bluff, about a half-mile away, and concentrated. Someone is there. I can't almost. Bach. Saris's commanding voice broke into his mind, shattering the Twi'lek's concentration. He glanced once more at the spot, then with a hiss, turned away and hobbled back to where Saris was. He tried smiling at her, but the dark Jedi regarded him with little more than cold contempt. Boarding the shuttle, Yun and Bach secured the repulsor sled, and then went to the cockpit, where Saris awaited them. Yun took the controls and powered up the engines. A cloud of dust surrounded the shuttle as the repulsors lifted it into the air. Feeding power to the engines, Yun guided the shuttle skyward, unfolding the wings as they ascended. Kyle watched as the black-colored shuttle ascended from the ground and rose into the sky. He ducked down as it passed over the bluff he was hiding behind. When the black shuttle disappeared from sight, his gaze returned to the scene ahead of him. He had arrived at the spot just in time to see what looked like a repulsor sled being loaded into the shuttle with something on it. 3 distant figures gathered around the shuttle had then moved towards the ship, a third pausing, seeming to be looking in Kyle's direction. Though fairly sure he could not be seen, he had ducked down nevertheless. And now, with the shuttle gone, he faced the prospect of what to do next. Looking at what had once been the front yard of his boyhood home, he noticed a number of wooden structures arranged on it. At first, it seemed to have been done haphazardly, but gradually, Kyle figured out it had been done in order to provide both a hiding place and ambush spot. The Raiders are here then. They probably set those things up. He considered what to do, finally deciding a front assault, while risky, would also be unexpected. Coming down the other side of the bluff, his blaster out and ready, he had just crossed onto the yard when a feeling as if something was touching his ear caused him to turn round. As he did so, he saw a Tusken Raider that had been creeping up behind him, holding a weapon. His sudden turn had caught the attacker by surprise. "Nice try," Kyle said, raising the weapon and blasting the Raider. It fell, the wrappings covering his face darkening with blood. It was then Kyle got a good look at the weapon it was carrying. "That's not a blaster," he thought, "at least none like I've ever seen before." Stepping forward, he holstered his own blaster and then reached down for the Raider's weapon. Larger than a blaster, it proved to be not much heavier. An oversized stock lead to an open trigger guard and a fairly thick body tapering to the muzzle of the weapon. Most unusual was the vertical piece sitting just under the muzzle. Attached to each side was a ball-like object. Kyle realized that the weapon looked very similar to the Wookiee bowcaster he had first learned about during his days at the Imperial Academy. However, it had been said that the weapon was unusable by humans due to the amount of strength needed to cock and fire the weapon. But as Kyle hefted this bowcaster, he found that he could handle it quite well. Guess somebody made some modifications. A blast struck the ground near his feet. The impact flash blinding him for a moment even as he lost his balance and tumbled onto the ground. What the? Rolling over onto his stomach, Kyle rose just enough to see over the tall grass. About 300 yards away, having just come out from behind one of the wooden structures, was a Tusken. It fired another shot. Kyle rolled desperately to his left as the next blast chewed up the ground where he had been only a second before. He rose up somewhat clumsily and began firing. The bowcaster bucked in his hands, firing shots all over the place. Gritting his teeth, Kyle exercised his muscles to bring the weapon under control even as another blast from the Tusken struck close by. The weapon's muzzle finally shifted. There, 2 blasts of green energy issued from the weapon, crossing the distance between himself and the Tusken in less than a second. A high, almost howling cry rose into the air as the Tusken was hit and fell. Kyle stayed where he was for a bit longer, catching his breath and watching for any additional attackers. When time passed and none came, he moved down towards the front of the house. Carefully moving around each of the wood structures, he searched for other Tuskens, in order not to be ambushed again. But strangely, none appeared. Feeling perplexed, but a bit more confident, he moved towards the front door. It didn't open. He tried again. Still nothing. Maybe it's locked or jammed. Given the situation, most would consider just blasting the door open, but Kyle knew something about this house no one else outside of him and his father, and now you, did. There was another way in. Kyle moved to the left side of the wide porch and stepped off into the grass again. He began to make his way up a slightly steep hill running along one side of the house. Nearing the crest, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. His hands reached automatically, and out came the bowcaster. Slowly his forward progress, Kyle peered over the edge of the hill. There, towards the far wall bordering one side of the property, were 3 more Tuskens. They seemed to be milling about, not going in any particular direction. So much the better for me, Kyle thought. He checked the ammo readout on the bowcaster. It showed a little over a dozen shots left. Should be enough. Gathering himself, Kyle moved over the crest of the hill, becoming visible to the Tuskens. They all uttered their war cries and brandished their weapons. Doing his best to ignore the bone-chilling sound, Kyle aimed the bowcaster, braced his body, and fired. The weapon still lurched strongly, but this time, it was controlled. 4 green bolts leapt out from the muzzle, 2 of them striking the nearest Tusken. Without waiting to see if they were kill shots, Kyle shifted his aim to the second Tusken and fired 3 more times. He had just lined up the third Tusken and depressed the trigger when it happened. A single green blast erupted from the muzzle, and then the bowcaster made a strangle gurgle. Kyle depressed the trigger, but the weapon didn't fire. Instead, the ammo readout on the weapon blinked twice and went out. Oh, great, Kyle thought, realizing what was happening. He threw the weapon aside. Lousy piece of junk. He reached for the blaster as quickly as he could, even as his left hand reached across his body to activate his shield. The blaster cleared the holster just as the first shots hit him. The shield deflected them, but the impact was very strong. Kyle felt his feet slip, give, and then he was falling backward down the hill. He uttered a cry of surprise as he fell onto the grass and slid backwards. The impact took away his next breath. However, the loamy soil provided an advantage he had forgotten about, one that served him well growing up. It made for fairly soft landings. Even as the slide churned up grass and dirt, Kyle felt only a little pain. When he finally came to a halt against part of the house, he found himself in a sitting position, legs extended out in front of him, and his blaster still clutched in his right hand. With a renewed cry, the Tusken came running over the edge of the hill, intent on finishing the job. So it was that a smile came to Kyle's face as he blasted it. That was too perfect, he thought. Chapter 8. He sat there a bit longer, the ground providing a rather comfortable to sit in and the adobe construction of the house radiating comfortable heat against his back. Kyle closed his eyes. I wish I could sit here for a while longer. This feels so good. Reluctantly, he rose to his feet and surmounted the hill once again, stopping long enough to retrieve the power pack from the Tusken's weapon. He found what he was looking for. Wooden shutters covered the windows of a room. Kyle approached the center pane. It should be right here, he thought. Several years ago, coming back from a visit to a friend's farm, father and son discovered upon reaching home that both had somehow managed to leave their entrance keys inside. Both had bemoaned the situation until Morgan had come up with an idea. Coming around to the left side of the house, the very place Kyle stood now, Morgan Katarn had gone to this same center pane and, using one of his farming implements, proceeded to bash it in. While the sudden noise and activity had alarmed Ouija, it did get them into the house. And so it was that Morgan had decided to rebuild that pane so it could be removed in case either he or Kyle should lock themselves out of the house again. And now, the sun-turned operative reached for the pane's top corners and gently pushed. With a resounding crack, the entire pane separated from the frame and fell inside, hitting the ground with a loud smack. Well, Kyle thought, they'll know I'm here now. He carefully lowered himself into the room, finding it dimly lit to fully darkened parts. Keeping his blaster out, Kyle reached for the back of his belt and produced a small Luma. Turning it on, he moved the beam around the room. Looks like someone had a party in here. The room had been trashed, a table turned over, chairs scattered about or broken. Anger began to wrap its fingers around Kyle's mind. Granted, his mother and father were both dead, and he had been gone from this place for many years. But still, to see the master bedroom that his parents had once shared reduced to the state. Father, mother, he muttered, I. The cry of a Tusken shattered the quiet of the room. Kyle whipped around, his Luma shining out and illuminating a doorway to the master bath. There stood the Tusken, one hand across his face to protect itself from the sudden flash of light. Its other hand was drawn back. Kyle's eyes widened as he realized what it was doing. The arm came forward. Sith spit. The explosion was sudden and echoed loudly in the room. A pall of smoke circled around where Kyle stood, causing him to cough. He also realized he was okay. How did? And then he saw. The smoke, mostly comprised of dust that had lain on the ground for years, wasn't terribly thick. He was able to tell that the thermal detonator the Tusken had tried to throw at him had instead hit the doorway of the bathroom and fallen back inside. Kyle advanced into the room, moving past the cracked and chipped doorway, and found the body of the Tusken laying half in and half out of one of the baths in the room. He also saw a belt lying nearby with 5 silvery orbs attached to it. Well, looky here, he said aloud as he retrieved it, thermal detonators. He clipped them to his belt and turned from the bathroom, leaving the Tusken where it was. Crossing the bedroom, Kyle moved towards the room's double doors. But as he did so, a glint caught his eye. He paused and turned to his left. There, lying on his front was the wooden double bureau his parents used, hand-built by Morgan himself. What of more significance to Kyle was the silvery object lying just behind it. He reached down and picked it up. It was a small picture, only 3 by 5 or so, but its contents brought sudden emotion to Kyle. There they were, the Katarn family. His father, hair still a mixture of brown and gray. His mother, Patricia Katarn, raven hair shot through with a few streaks of gray that almost looked like highlights. And himself, only a child when the image was taken. His father's expression looked rough, but a small smile was visible on his face. By contrast, his mother's grin was broad and vibrant. The child in the picture looked as if he was laughing at something. He stared at it a long time. It felt as if his throat was closing up. Father. Mother. He looked around the room again, memories of this place and happier times filling his mind. And then he thought of the Tuskens. The anger in him rose. How dare they? How dare these animals? How dare they set foot in this house and do what they've done to it? Kyle's fist clenched, tighter and tighter. I won't allow this to continue. I'll kill every one of them for what they've done. I'll clear this house of all their rotten corpses and then... Visions of eliminating every last Tusken on Sulon appeared in his mind. Is that what they would want? The voice was so sudden and unexpected, Kyle turned round, expecting to see someone else in the room with him. But there was no one. Kyle. He understood the voice had spoken inside his mind. It was Rahn. What? His response was full of anger, as if challenging the old Jedi. Is that what your mother and father would want, Kyle? Would they truly want you to commit such wholesale slaughter? What do you expect me to do? Kyle looked back angrily. Look at what those things have done to this place. What they've done to father and mother. The Tuskens are only doing what they feel is their right as nomads and as raiders, Kyle. It is not your place to judge their actions. How can you say that to me? This was my home. Yes, it was. And I'm sorry this has happened to you, Kyle. But you cannot let the actions of those who don't know any better dictate your own. So what am I supposed to do? Just let those bastards have the run of the house. Never. I'll see them all dead first. And then what? And then I'll... Kyle saw the vision again, of himself, blaster in hand, slaughtering the Tuskens. But this time, he felt sickened by it. He also realized how unfair he was being, raging at the old Jedi like this. Rahn had done nothing to deserve such anger. But if the words bothered Rahn, he was giving no sign. I understand you cannot let what was happened go unpunished. But take care, Kyle. You are treading dangerously close to the dark side at this moment. It's just this place, the memories, and now. I realize how this pains you, Kyle. Your feelings for your father and mother do you credit as a man. Carry them with you and let them give you strength. But you must beware. If you give in to anger, all you care about will be destroyed. While Kyle understood the first part of this, the second part made little sense to him. What do you mean? I don't understand. You will, Kyle, you will. For now, all I ask of you is to be the master of your emotions. Control them, do not let them control you. A light seemed to come on in his mind, the reality of what he was thinking. His anger abated somewhat, but not completely. He's right. It's just like all those years before with Mr. Russell's farm. More of his anger dissipated. Kyle looked around the room again. He realized that once he learned about the info on the disc, he'd leave Sulon once again. And it was pretty likely he'd never come back. I'm no farmer. And besides, Father wanted something better for me. He thought of the recording of the two of them, just before he had left for the academy. I said goodbye to this place back then. And though he had now returned, Kyle understood that in regards to this place and this planet, nothing had changed. He knew what he was going to have to do. But this time, said Rahn, you will not be alone. A sudden smile came to Kyle's face as a vision of a fresh face entered his mind, dissipating the last of the dark emotions inside him. He nodded to himself. Then let's get what I have to do done, he said aloud. But before reaching for the door, he slid the picture frame inside his shirt. Let's go. To Kyle's surprise, the master bedroom door readily opened when he touched the controls. I wonder if the main generator is still online then, he thought. However, the room he stepped into next was completely dark. But maybe not. Shining the luma around, his eyes caught movement to his right. Spinning that way, he felt the impact of 2 blaster shots. It staggered him back, the bolts deflected by the shield, but he still managed to get off some return shots. A cry and the sound of a body falling came next. It took Kyle a few minutes to find and make sure the Tusken was dead. He shined his light around, examining the room. In time, he recognized the space as the den reading room attached to the master bedroom. He was about to step into the entrance hall, figuring with the front door closed, he ought to be able to spot any attackers right away. The door slid open. He stepped into the hallway and was met with a flurry of blaster shots as the Tusken who had managed to open the front door opened fire. The sudden impact sent Kyle staggering backwards. Searching his memory, he felt certain that he was being driven towards the house's living reception room where he'd be able to find cover. That's why it was even more of a surprise when the floor dropped out from under him. A quick descent ended as his boot struck ground. Unbalanced by the sudden change, he fell to the floor, staring up. His mind registered a hole in the floor above, and that part of the ceiling above appeared to have caved in, which had cut off his access to the next room. Unhurt, Kyle began to collect himself just as the Tusken who had been at the front door appeared at the lip of the hole and began firing down. Moving to get away, Kyle fired up, having no time to aim. To his surprise, some of the wild shots hit and the body of the Tusken soon joined him on the lower floor. After retrieving his weapon, another bowcaster, Kyle took a few minutes to collect himself. His blaster ammo was getting depleted and so was the shield. I've got to turn things to my advantage. Heck, I lived in this house for 18 years. I should know it better than the Tuskens. Clear your mind, said Rahn. Clear my mind. Kyle thought, I understand. Close your eyes. Concentrate on your breathing. Think of nothing else. Kyle felt a bit dubious about this, but given how the old Jedi had helped him so many times before, he sat back against the wall and closed his eyes. In came air through his nose, out through his mouth. He did his best to think of nothing else except this. Good, said Rahn. Now, see this house. See all its rooms, all its contents. Images of his younger years entered Kyle's mind. Like snapshots, he viewed image after image of the house, its rooms, what was in them. And with all this came a plan. I know what to do. Standing up, Kyle found the room's single door and passed through it. He found the set of stairs he expected to take him from this level back up to the main floor. As he moved up the stairs, Kyle was wary, listening for the slightest sound, the slightest change, the indication of something that shouldn't be there. He had just crested the stairs when he heard footsteps coming from around the corner. Drawing as close as he dared to, Kyle listened. There was definitely someone there. He briefly considered moving in with his blaster, but then remembered the little extras hanging from his belt. Retrieving one of the silvery orbs, he pulled back the trigger, arming the device. Drawing his arm back, he executed an underarm throw. The detonator struck the wall and bounced off. Kyle moved halfway back down the stairs just as the device went off, the explosion echoing down the staircase, along with the cry from the Tusken. Moving quickly back up the stairs, Kyle found the body lying on the ground next to a partially blasted wall. Ahead of him was another door, and to his right, another set of stairs. It took a moment to remember where he was. He passed through the door. It led him into the attached garage, a large cavernous space capable of holding medium to large vessels, although those were a rarity on Sulon. It had also housed the family 2 land speeders. But as Kyle stepped into the space now, he found only a dozen or so storage crates and about a half-dozen Tusken Raiders. Even as their fire converged on the door, Kyle was moving, hurling himself behind a permacrete pillar a short distance from the door. He tried returning fire, but the storage crates provided cover for the Tuskens and most of his shots missed. The murderer's return fire also made it difficult to get off a good shot. Kyle looked about the room, his mind niggling at him that there was something he could use here. When his eyes reached the ceiling, he spotted it. Though skylights built into the roof provided adequate illumination, his father had installed a pair of overhead light fixtures for the winter months and when there was inclement weather. Each fixture was more than 20 feet across and 6 feet wide, hanging from the ceiling by 4 precisely bolted anchors. Kyle shifted his aim towards them, shots ripping into the anchors, tearing and ripping at the metal. Suddenly, with a loud shrieking sound, the first fixture tore free of the ceiling. It struck the ground, its internal components exploding even as shards of metal and transparent steel sliced through the air. Kyle continued firing until the second one gave way also. Screams and cries joined the cacophony of explosions and sounds of shattering. Kyle ducked down low and covered his head as pieces pinged off the pillar he was hiding behind or embedded themselves in the wall right next to him. When the room finally quieted and Kyle emerged from behind the pillar, the normally tidy floor of the garage was a mess of ruined bodies, broken transparent steel, and shattered metal. Able to move about safely now, Kyle went to the far side of the room to a small enclosure where a key sat. He took it. After collecting several power packs and recharging his blaster, Kyle went back the way he had come and then turned up the stairs, finding himself in the small kitchen of the house. Surprisingly, this room was neat and orderly, cabinets all closed, dishes and glassware all in their places, no sign of any disruption at all. And while Kyle wondered at it, the immediacy of completing his mission sent him out of the room and into the next, the garden room. Open to the outside by means of a sliding roof panel, the contents of this room had been selected, set up, and lovingly attended to by his mother, who among her many talents was an avid gardener. Where a stone or concrete floor would have been, she had managed to grow grass. Along the walls, spaced just so, were various plants in a riot of colors. The wall next to the door Kyle had passed through had been built just so under her instructions to resemble a garden from her childhood. And while Kyle didn't exactly have a green thumb, he had to admit the space was something to behold. And that's why when a pair of Tuskens attacked from behind a stone pillar, Kyle had retaliated quickly, blasting both before the battle could spill out into the garden. A control panel just outside the garden in another wall accepted the key he had taken from the garage and opened the door. Kyle entered what he called, as a boy, the circle room. Part of the exhaust system for the house's power generator was located here, and in order to protect it and the inhabitants of the house, Morgan Katarn had constructed a circular room of brownish stone. It had been one of Kyle's favorite places to play hide and seek, as when people came after him, he just moving around the circle to keep away. Remembering this, he smiled as he made his way around half the circle and to the exit. The room he now stepped into was a balcony running over the garage and connecting the Katarn's family quarters with the rest of the house. To Kyle's surprise, he found a Tusken there, crouched low, rising occasionally to peer over the railing as if expecting someone or something to appear. Unable to resist the temptation, Kyle crept up behind the Tusken. "Looking for me?" It jumped, squalling something as it did so. As it turned around, the weapon it was holding struck Kyle's right arm, the impact strong enough to cause him to drop his blaster. As it clattered to the deck, a surge of anger rose in Kyle with sudden and irrecoverable ferocity. He glared at the Tusken. "You dare to touch me!" His fist was already in motion, striking the raider in the face. The blow sent it staggering backwards. When his back hit the railing, Kyle hit it again. A cry rose from the Tusken as it went over, not ending until it hit the floor with a terrible sound. Kyle watched this, reveling in the moment. And then, just as quickly as it happened, he snapped out of it. A wave of dizziness overcame him. He closed his eyes, swaying on his feet. "What's going on?" He wondered, what just happened? No answer came from Rahn. What did I just do? The dizziness passed as quickly as it had come, and Kyle found himself looking at the body of Tusken once again. Why did I do that? No answer came, except a remembrance of anger. Like before, on an Nar Shaddaa. And then he remembered the voice. This is what you may become. An involuntary shudder ran through Kyle. He decided he needed to leave the balcony right away. Passing through the door at the far end, Kyle found the long hallway that connected the part of the house the Katarns once lived in with the part needed to allow the house to function as an independent unit. He started down the hallway, passing the first of 5 sets of doors in it. Kyle decided he needed to check the room, at the very least in order to prevent an ambush. The door slid aside at his approach, revealing a storage room and a Tusken ransacking the shelves. This time, Kyle simply shot the alien. Moving across the hall to the next door, he found the room within empty. Approaching a set of stairs that led to the upper floor, Kyle cautiously made his way up. His foot had just left the last step when a door on the left side of the room opened up and out came 2 Tuskens. They spotted Kyle a few seconds after he saw them. Laser fire crisscrossed, and within 10 seconds, the 2 Tuskens had fallen and Kyle had been backed up against a wall, driven there by the Tuskens' return fire. Fortunately, his shield had deflected all of it. Kyle checked the room they had come out of, but found no one else. This left only one other door to his right. Proceeding through, Kyle followed a switchback path down to the house's lowest and largest storeroom. Proceeding into the space, he found 2 more Tuskens there, raiding the space as the others had been doing on the upper level. One managed to get off 2 shots before Kyle killed them both. He proceeded through the storeroom, smiling faintly as memories of working with his father in this space entered his mind. He proceeded up another switchback path that brought him back to the hallway he had just left and through the final door. Kyle moved towards the end of the hall, where a large swing-up door had once been, but now was only a gaping hole. Wind rushed in through it, ruffling his hair and clothes. Despite having to deal with the Tuskens and the carnage around him, Kyle paused here, closing his eyes and letting the breeze blow over him. Memory after memory flooded into his mind, bringing a happy smile to his face. Beyond Kyle was a part square, part circular pit. Dark rocks bordered the space on 2 sides. But it was the contents of the pit that interested Kyle the most. The old pool, he thought. Initially planned as a retention and wastewater pond, Morgan Katarn had instead turned this space into a freshwater pool, the automatic filtering system using both rainwater and a small balance of what the farm produced to fill, refresh, and clean it. When Kyle had been young, it had been one of his favorite places to be, especially in warm weather. The place he stood now had once been his diving board. A sudden impulse struck him. No, he thought, I can't. I'm not a kid anymore. But still the impulse persisted. I'm not doing it. Still. Go ahead, Rahn said. That did it. Oh, why not? It's not like it'll hurt anything. An impish smile appearing on his face, Kyle backed away from the opening and moved back towards the stairs, holstering his blaster. Then, turning back around to face the pool, he ran for the opening as fast as he could, pushing off the lip at the last moment and catapulting himself into the air. He sailed out over the water, ducking his head down and pointing his hands ahead to help make his entrance into the water smooth. When his body slipped into the water, he felt his skin recoiled at the water's touch. It's cold! But still, he exulted in the feeling as he rocketed forward a short distance before the momentum of his dive bled off. He surfaced, wiping water from his eyes and grinning like an idiot. Looking back to where he had jumped from, Kyle imagined he could see Jan standing there, looking down at him while shaking her head at his foolishness. It occurred to the operative that at this moment, he wished she had come with him. As his body got used to the water, Kyle swam to one side of the pool. He saw the 2 long sections of rust-red metal that divided the space into 3 separate pools. Beyond them was a doorway he needed to use, but at the moment it was flooded and unusable. Reaching the spot where his memory told him to be, he dived under, eyes searching. There were a few rocks at the bottom of the pool, but he was looking for one in particular. His chest began to ache, so he surfaced, took a deep breath and went under again. This time, he spotted the object he was looking for. At first glance, it appeared no different than any of the other myriad rocks around. But if I'm right. Getting close, he pushed at the rock, which responded by sliding aside easily. The shaft it covered was revealed. That's it. Surfacing again, he took a series of deep breaths before plunging under the water once more. He headed for the shaft, a circular affair of dull gray-silver metal. He swam down some 10 feet before the vertical part of the shaft ended. Looking round, he spotted another section leading away. He swam into it, traveling another 6 feet before finding a second vertical shaft. It should be right up here. He could light filtering down into the water, growing brighter as he ascended. His head broke the surface of the water, and he reflexively took a breath, brushing the water out of his eyes so he could see clearly. And he did see clearly, right at the blaster pointing in his direction. Sudden fear gripping him, Kyle took a second, hasty breath, and dropped back under the water just as the first blast hit the area where his head had been. Drifting down a bit, Kyle looked upwards as 2 more shots struck the water. The water dissipated the energy, keeping him safe for the moment. But I can't stay under much longer. He considered trying to surface with his blaster in hand, but the attacker had the advantage, and would likely blast him before Kyle could line up a shot. That's when he remembered the 4 thermal detonators attached to his belt. Pulling one free, he pulled back the arming switch, 2 telltales on the detonator surface confirming his readiness. Gathering himself, Kyle kicked upwards as hard as he could, fairly exploding out of the water this time. Without looking, he tossed the detonator and fell back into the water. Drifting down once more, he listened and watched as the detonator went off, the water muffling the sound of the explosion, but not hiding the bright flash of light. He surfaced a 3rd time, albeit slower this time, and with blaster in hand. But as he rubbed the water from his eyes, Kyle saw the blaster would not be necessary. A Tusken lay at the far side of the small room, clearly dead, the wall behind it blackened by the explosion. Gotcha, he thought, pulling himself up and out of the water. He switched his gaze from the Tusken to a small control panel in the room. Originally set up to be a control station for the pool's dividers, an accident had flooded the shaft, making the room reachable only by swimming there. And while his father found it inconvenient, having to use the underwater had never bothered Kyle. Moving to the control panel, he reached for 2 colored valves, turning one clockwise and the other counterclockwise. There was a pause, then the sound of machinery coming to life. The room's single window was not overly large, but provided enough of a view for Kyle to see the 2 rust-colored sections of metal begin to move. Each turned 90 degrees from where it was, notches in one end of each section meeting with a loud thunk. The effect of the change in the sections was now the pool was dammed, allowing one side to remain filled with water while the other side drained. Nodding in satisfaction, Kyle left the switches where they were and returned to the well-like opening into the watery tunnel. Taking a deep breath, he jumped in, allowing gravity to drop him several feet until he reached the bottom of the shaft and could swim across the horizontal section to the other side. Swimming up through the other vertical shaft, Kyle surfaced back in the pool and swam to one side of the wall created by the 2 rust-colored sections of metal. The water grew shallow enough for him to stand, and he rose to his feet up, water sluicing off him, his clothes and body soaked. But where some would find it a bother, Kyle didn't regret one moment of it. He moved to the far end of the wall, where it neared one side of the pool. Sure enough, there was the opening to allow access to the other side. Kyle climbed onto and descended to the other side of the wall, where the ground was still wet, but any evidence of the water that had filled this area was gone. He had taken his first step towards the door a short distance away when laser fire erupted from it. Kyle dove, water splashing up as he hit the ground, the laser blast shooting over him. He reached for his blaster and pulled it out, positioning the weapon so it was directly in front of him. Aiming towards the door, he unleashed a volley of his own. A guttural cry came from the door, and a moment later, the body of a Tusken fell out of it and onto the ground. Kyle rose carefully to his feet, keeping his weapon ready. He approached the door warily, but no other attackers came out. Stepping inside, he climbed a short, steep ramp that brought him onto a path where he could see the other side of the pool now. Heading down the path, Kyle entered an enclosed corridor, lit every 4 feet or so by lamps wired to the main power generator. He smiled, remembering this path. It was the back entrance to his father's workshop and also provided access to many of the house's power systems. Suddenly, a high-pitched squeal met Kyle's ears, along with the flapping of wings. I've heard that sound before, he thought. It grew louder, closer. A long-forgotten memory flashed across his mind, and with it, fear. Fear such as Kyle hadn't felt in years. No way. It can't be one of those. They're supposed to be gone. The creature came into view. A tubular body encased in a boxy thorax, with a prehensile tail that curved underneath it and paper-thin wings beating furiously to keep it aloft. The Malak drew closer. Kyle's eyes went wide with fear, and he began to back away, retreating from the creature. He remembered the encounter, seemingly a lifetime ago. He was 10 years old, and inspecting some of the main generator's power lines when a Malak had appeared and attacked. The razor-sharp barb on the end of its tail had struck the young Kyle in the chest, causing him to cry out in pain and fall into the ground. The disgustingly yellow-colored creature had hovered over here, screeching and trying to strike again. Kyle screamed and cried out for help again and again and again. It had seemed like an eternity, but in reality less than 2 minutes had passed before the elder Katarn, hearing his son's screams, had come running, a blaster clutched in his hand. Sighting the creature hovering over his son, Morgan had fired, hitting the Malak with several blasts until it fell, screeching a final time as its body plummeted out of sight. The father reached the son, finding him cowering and afraid, eyes shut tightly even as tears leaked out, hiding himself from the menace that had attacked him. It had taken a long while before the young Katarn would even open his eyes, finding that his father had carried him back to the house and treated the wound to his chest. Seeing his father's face, new tears had, both of fear and embarrassment. But no words of recrimination of scorn came from the father. Instead, he held his son close, gently speaking to him, assuring him that he was safe and nothing could hurt him here in this house. The son barely slept that night, the nightmare vision of the Malak seeming to reappear every time he closed his eyes. The next day, Morgan Katarn began to teach his son how to handle a blaster. You'll never have to be afraid of one of those things ever again, son. And though Kyle had learned well, the next time he saw Malak, he broke and ran, the blaster seeming no match for the creature. And now, here it was again. It was coming closer, the beating of his wings growing louder, his stinger posed to strike. Though he could feel the weight of the blaster in his right hand, Kyle didn't raise the weapon, didn't fire. His whole body seemed locked in fear. He felt only the desire to escape. You must defend yourself, Kyle. Rahn's voice echoed in his mind. Kyle didn't answer. Do not allow this fear to overcome you. Still Kyle didn't answer. Rahn spoke again, this time with a disapproving tone. Your father would not be pleased with you right now. A new image filled Kyle's mind. His father's face. His comforting words. Learning from him how to hold the blaster, how to aim, how to fire it. In his mind, Kyle heard his father speak. You don't have to be afraid anymore, son. As if released from invisible bonds, Kyle's right arm rose, stretched out, his finger tightened on the trigger. 3 crimson bolts leapt from the blaster and sliced into the Malak. It screamed in pain and fell to the ground, its body twitching before it lay still. Well done, said Rahn. A haphazard smile appeared on Kyle's face. He looked at the body of the Malak. Was it always that small? And the wings, they're almost nothing. Confidence grew inside him like a warm light, dispelling the dark cloud of fear. Is this what I've been afraid of all this time? Emboldened, Kyle stepped forward and smashed the heel of his boot down on the Malak's head. The carapace split open, and an ugly yellow-purple substance leaked out. Shaking his head, Kyle took another step ahead. He felt almost giddy. And when the Malak appeared, he shot it without hesitation, stepping on the body as he continued down the hall. The corridor wound to the right, then back to the left, tracing a path that Kyle had forgotten somewhat. 3 more times Malaks attacked, and 3 times they fell dead, not even getting close to him. Minutes passed, and then the corridor began to brighten. Kyle moved forward until the brightness gave way to an opening in the corridor. Another old memory flashed across his mind, and Kyle moved out in the open, but carefully. Stepping out into the open air, Kyle found the space he had just recalled. Below him, nearly 3/4 as big as the pool, lay another of sorts. But this one was roiling with a dull orange substance where electricity arced across its surface at random. Kyle nodded, remembering this place. It was the waste plant for the main generator, where fuel for the generators was refreshed, recycled, and reused. Kyle remembered from his youth to be very careful in this space. The orange-colored substance had the same consistency as water, but should one fall into it, the arcing electricity would quickly kill you. Kyle followed the path laid out by his father from decades ago and passed by the energy lake, moving into another shorter, enclosed corridor. After about 10 feet, a new opening appeared. Kyle felt his heart swell as a new smile appeared on his face. "I'm almost there." But when he emerged from the corridor, the smile faded. He knew instantly that the people he had seen outside the house earlier had been here. Where once the roof of his father's workshop had been was now little more than a collection of 2x6 struts that had once supported the roof. Between them, Kyle could see into the workshop. It had been ransacked, tables, chair, and all kinds of equipment and tools scattered about. Finding the entrance, Kyle stepped into the room, feeling his heart sink. The whole room was trashed. Whatever his father may have left behind for him was likely gone or destroyed. That's when he remembered the disc. Where's Ouija? He moved about the workshop, straightening some things, moving others out of the way as he searched. Memories flooded his mind, memories of watching his father work in this place, later helping him. So much had passed between them in this place. So many good and wonderful times. And now, look at it. Moving a fallen shelf back into place, Kyle found what he was looking for. But not as he had hoped. There on the floor lay Ouija, the family droid, his friend and companion. His body looked to be broken in half. Kyle checked his arms, the single photoreceptor, nothing. No response. "Oh, Weed," he muttered, "what did they do to you?" Suddenly, he noticed something. Looking closer, Kyle noticed that the area where Ouija appeared to be cut in half was actually cleverly disguised. The two sections of the droid's body had been turned opposite from each other but were still intact. "You don't suppose?" Kyle thought. Reaching out, he held one piece in his with his left hand and gently began to pull with his right. The right side began to rotate, sliding smoothly under his hand. Kyle saw the two sections of Ouija's data input mechanism drawing closer together until they connected with a small, quiet click. Faintly, Kyle heard something began to whir inside in the droid's body. Suddenly, the sound of Ouija's photoreceptor come into life was heard. The droid's manipulator's arm moved experimentally. "Ouija," Kyle asked hopefully, "can you hear me? Can you see me?" The droid's photoreceptor moved until it was level with Kyle's face. Lenses inside whirred and clicked as they focused. Suddenly, a stream of beeps issued from the droid. One of his manipulator arms seemed to reach out. Kyle reached out his own hand and grasped the droid's arm. Ouija's hand closed over his very gently. More beeps issued from the droid. Though both Katarns had learned to understand the droid's language somewhat, it had been a long time since Kyle had heard it. But in this instance, the meaning was clear. "It's good to see you too, Weed. You okay?" The droid beeped an affirmative. "What happened?" The droid gave a short series of beeps that Kyle translated as, "It's a long story." "Okay, you can tell me later. But right now, I need your help with something." He pulled out the disc. "Do you recognize this?" Ouija's photoreceptor turned to look at the disc. It studied it for nearly a minute before looking back at Kyle and issuing another series of beeps. "Recorded by my father." "What? What's on it?" Ouija answered with, "Play it and you'll see." Kyle nodded, extending the disc forward until it snapped into the droid's disc reader. A lens underneath Ouija's photoreceptor came to life, a light shining from it as the lens focused the image being transmitted from the disc. A figure appeared in the room, and Kyle heard himself gasp. It was his father. Disheveled, his clothes streaked with dirt, Morgan Katarn looked as if he had just come from working on the farm's vaporators. But as Ouija explained, the conditions were much more dire. Morgan had recorded this just before being captured by the Imperials during their raid on the G-Tap. His father's expression was grave, unsmiling. This message is intended for my son, Kyle Katarn. His father's voice. It had been so long since he had heard it. His eyes began to sting. Kyle, I have left 2 very important items for you here to help you find the Valley of the Jedi. The same place Rahn showed me. The first, his father continued, is a map that I have embedded in the stone ceiling of this room. Morgan Katarn's eyes drifted up. Kyle's gaze followed to where he would have seen the map had the roof still been there. That's why whoever that was earlier took the roof. For the map. He felt disappointment at having lost the chance at the item. The message went on. The last is very special. It once belonged to a good friend and Jedi named Rahn. It was his lightsaber. With a click, a small hatch opened in Ouija's ball-like body and a silvery tube emerged. The droid beeped, indicating Kyle should take it. He did so, looking at the metal cylinder with strange box-like protrusions on its surface. Use them well, Morgan continued. Use them for good. And with that, the image of his father fainted, the message complete. So this is a lightsaber, Kyle said to himself. I wonder. His thumb slid across the surface and depressed a control. With a loud snap hiss, the lightsaber activated, an emerald green shaft appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Kyle stared at it in puzzled wonderment. He experimentally moved his hand. The saber gave off a sound as it cut through the air. Would you look at this? Weak, he said to the droid. As curious as Kyle was, the droid reached out with one of his manipulators. With a sizzle and spark, the droid let out an electronic scream. Whoa! Kyle yelled. Weak. What's wrong? The droid clamored a bit more, and then extended the same manipulator. One of the metal fingers was missing. Kyle looked to the saber. You just touched it in. It occurred to him that the shaft was made of energy and strong enough to cut through metal. Better shut this off before something else happens. It took a few extra seconds to find the same button, but eventually Kyle pressed. With a hiss pop, the emerald shaft disappeared, gone as it had never been there. Wow, weak, this thing is. In the next instant, Kyle Katarn's world exploded. Or to be more accurate, the inside of his head did. Light flashed, seeming to come from everywhere. It threatened to blind him at first, but then darkened slightly, enough to allow him to see. The light seemed to move, sliding around, over and under him. It Kyle another moment to realize he was moving down a tunnel of light, a tunnel that was turning around him. What is this? Where am I? As if in answer, images began to flood past, the pace increasing until they were a mere blur shooting past him. Somehow, Kyle was able to process every one of them. He saw many people he didn't recognize, a planet where aircars formed constant lines of traffic and tall, highly domed building where several beings in long brown robes gathered. Suddenly, the view shifted and Kyle saw an image of himself. No, not of himself, but of someone he recognized. Rahn. More images flooded past, images of war and battle. He saw the same building again, this time burning and smoking. And then, in a flash, the images disappeared. 10 seconds later, the tunnel of light vanished as well. No, not vanished, but it was reduced. Kyle now stood on a path of reddish brick. On one side he saw a space made completely of light that moved and danced. To the other side was a space of utter darkness that also seemed to move and pulse somehow. This is the path you now walk, Kyle. It was Rahn. You have already taken steps into both worlds. But the time is coming when you will have to decide once and for all where you will stay. I don't understand. In your hands, Kyle, you hold my lightsaber. And from it, you have seen the events of my life when I wielded it as a Jedi Knight. All those images I saw. Yes. And now, Kyle Katarn, it is time for you to embrace who and what you are. What do you mean? Like your father, you feel the Force. And now, with my lightsaber, you will begin to walk the path of the Jedi. Force. Jedi. What in space are you talking about? Think back, Kyle. Think back to those times when unexpected things happened on your missions. Kyle felt confusion at first, but then, as he thought back over his missions, he remembered. A blaster sliding across the floor towards him. Being able to cover long distances in seconds. The times in combat when he had massacred opponents, sometimes using only his bare hands. All these and more he remembered. You mean, all those times Yes. You felt the Force, Kyle? You used its power, sometimes for good, sometimes for evil. You know well how it feels. Kyle thought for a moment and then nodded, remembering the times he felt power such as he had never known. You mean that I am going to be a Jedi? Perhaps. Only you can make that decision, Kyle. The way of the Jedi is not an easy path. There is much for you to learn and understand, perhaps more than you ever will. What's that supposed to mean? He could hear the smile in Rahn's reply. That you will have to decide for yourself, Kyle. The door is open, but you must choose to walk through it. I still don't understand. You will, Kyle? Things may seem unclear now, but they will not remain so. What am I supposed to do? My lightsaber is yours, Kyle. Use it to open yourself to the knowledge and wisdom the Force can provide, and the ways of combat only it can teach. Kyle shook his head. Where did that come from? He heard Rahn chuckle. You see, you are already learning. But be cautious, Kyle. The Force can be your greatest ally, but also your greatest enemy. Because of the dark side. Again, Kyle wondered where the thought had come from. Indeed, the dark side is tempting and very seductive in its promises of power and dominance. You must always be on guard against it. But how will I know? Asking such a question is a good start, Kyle. Search yourself constantly, your thoughts, your intentions, even your desires. All these can be used for good or evil in the Force. And what if I fail? There was a long silence. That would be most regrettable. For should you lose yourself to the dark side, you will become a tool of evil greater, perhaps even beyond the Emperor. You're not serious. You have great untouched potential, Kyle. As great as any I have seen since I taught my first Padawan. You are capable of doing great and wonderful things with this potential. Are terrible things? Again a pause. Yes. What should I do next? Use my lightsaber, Kyle. It will serve you well as a weapon for now. As I said, this is much to teach you, but for now, learn about the lightsaber you now hold. Learn to use it and to trust it. It will provide a gateway to other things. I'll try my best, Rahn. I can ask no more of you, my friend. And with that, Kyle sensed that Rahn had left. He also noticed that a door had appeared on the path. Unlike most doors he was used to, this one appeared to be made of something other than metal. Walking up to it, Kyle touched the surface. It's wood. The only wood doors he had seen had been in his home. Since leaving home, he had gotten used to a world of metal doors. He also noticed this door did not slide aside at his approach. Instead, about midway down the door was a rounded object made out of some kind of burnished metal. Curious, Kyle reached down and touched it, finding the metal cool to the touch. Wrapping his fingers around the surface, he exerted some pressure and felt the rounded metal object turn smoothly under his hand. There was a low click as the door's latching mechanism slid aside, allowing the door to open. Kyle stepped back, pulling the door open. Beyond it, the path he was on continued. Feeling a bit unsure, Kyle sensed he was supposed to walk through the door. And so he did. At the moment, in places all over the galaxy, those who were Force-sensitive felt it. If asked, most would find the feeling difficult to describe. But there were two people who knew exactly what the feeling meant. Heading out from Coruscant on a mission, Luke Skywalker had gone stock still for a long moment, then relaxed. A smile came to his face. Just as the holocron said it would be. And in the meditation chamber aboard his ship, Jarek gasped aloud as the feeling rippled through him. He has awakened. Chapter 9. Kyle passed through the door, sensing rather than seeing it swing closed behind him, a faint click reaching his ears as the latch engaged. Then a beeping sound began to come from somewhere in front of him. It was low at first, but began to grow in volume. He looked, but didn't see anything or anyone. He changed his regular pace to a fast walk, hoping to find whatever was making that sound. It was beginning to bother him, the volume reaching almost uncomfortable levels. Suddenly, the space around filled with light, like the flashbulb on a camera, and when the light dissipated after a few seconds, Kyle found himself practically nose to nose with Ouija's photoreceptor. The loud beeping continued, and he realized it was coming from the droid. Whoa. Weak. Tone it down. I can't hear you. Seeing Kyle respond to his insistent calls, Ouija stopped making the sound. Then, at a lower volume, the droid emitted a series of beeps and whistles, the effect of which was a question posed at Kyle. I think so, he said unconvincingly. Yeah, I'm all right. Ouija asked the question a second time, preceding it with, I don't believe you. Okay, Kyle admitted, maybe not exactly all right. Something happened just now, something strange. A vision of the lightsaber entered his mind. He looked and saw the metal hilt was still in his right hand, his fingers tightly clenched around it. It was real, he said in a low tone. Ouija beeped another question. No, I'm not drunk, you nut. I'm just confused. It's not like I'm used to having sudden visions. The reply that came back was no less pointed. Well, you were sure acting like it. Giving the droid a sour look, Kyle returned his gaze to the saber hilt. Something happened when I shut this thing off. I heard this voice. It was someone I know, and he told me. An idea came to him. Weeg, are there any of those old targeting drones, Father, and I used to use when he was teaching me how to aim? The droid confirmed that there were 3. Can you release one and set it to attack me? I want to try something. The droid's reply communicated both confusion and frustration at what Kyle was doing. Because I want to see about something from that vision. Just do it, okay? The droid gave a derisive beep. Crazy, am I? And who was it that managed to knock the house generator offline for almost a week? Ouija answered with a series of strident beeps. And there was the time you managed to jam the garage door in the open position during a windstorm. The droid continued to protest. And how about the time you shorted out the entire Northeast Vaporator grid? Realizing there was no way it would win this argument, Ouija beeped a final dismissive comment before moving to the controls for the target drones. Just make sure you're out of the way. I don't want the blade to hit you. The droid retreated and moved to a small anteroom on one side of the workshop, then reached out with one of his manipulator's arms to activate the appropriate control. A nearby panel slid open, and from it emerged a red and silver orb. Repulsors kicked on and the object darted towards Kyle, coming to halt just in front of him. All right then, he muttered. Let's see what this saber can do. Pressing the same button on the hilt as before, he heard the snap hiss as the green energy beam flashed into existence. Wrapping both hands around the lightsaber's grip, he waited. Responding to the activation of what it perceived as a weapon, the targeting drone began to dart about, using its repulsors to shift its course at random. Suddenly, it swooped in and fired. Kyle tried to block the shot with the saber, but was too slow. Ow. The small, but powerful, shot grazed his right leg. The meaty part of his thigh went numb for a moment. Ouija made a sound almost like a human chuckling that spoke to the effect of, I told you this was a bad idea. Oh, shut up, Weed. You're not helping. The targeting drone darted in again, and this time, the back of his left hand was hit. A third attack produced a similar result. Come on. I should be able to hit something with this. He was beginning to get angry, swinging wildly with the saber at the drone. Calm yourself, Kyle. It was Rahn. Distracted by the sudden appearance, Kyle was easy prey for another strike by the drone. Again, he slashed wildly at it. Again, he missed badly. Blast. Kyle, listen to me. You must calm yourself. But I can't make this blasted thing work. A lightsaber is not like a blaster, Kyle. You can't just hack and slash with it and expect it to work. So then what good is it? You feel the Force, Kyle? Now you must learn to control it. Calm yourself. Get your control back and you will see. Kyle responded by deactivating the saber. The drone, sensing the deactivation, came to a halt a short distance away and hovered. It wouldn't move again until Kyle turned the saber back on. Suddenly, he was moving, arcing up with the hilt of the saber even as he activated the beam. With an electronic crack, the drone was cut in half, the pieces falling to the floor of the room. A smile came to his face, but not a happy one. It was more like the smile of a predator having just killed his prey. Gotcha, he declared triumphantly. The disappointment in Rahn's voice was all but palpable. No, Kyle, the old Jedi said, this is not the way. The statement confused Kyle. He had beaten the drone, hadn't he? So why did it seem as if Rahn was scolding him? The old man ought to be proud of him. What's the problem? He said aloud. I finally beat it. Did you, Kyle? Did you really? The young man was about to respond with a strident yes, but as he considered the words Rahn had spoken, he realized that something didn't feel right. I beat the drone. But something maybe, did I? Rahn, did I just use the dark side? Yes, Kyle. I'm afraid so. Just before you struck the drone, I felt the flash of anger in you. As the old Jedi spoke, Kyle realized he had been angry at the moment, angry at not being able to use the lightsaber right, angry at the drone for hitting him so many times. And so I used my anger, he thought. Indeed, replied Rahn. This is what I was talking about earlier, Kyle. The capacity you have to use your abilities for good or evil. But all I did was destroy a target drone. It's not like what you destroyed is immaterial. It is that you did it, the reason why you did it, the motive. Feeling the sting of the words, Kyle said nothing as Rahn continued. This is exactly how the dark side works, Kyle. Small and innocent appearing at first, telling you that right or wrong doesn't matter, only to follow your own judgment. This is the trap so many Jedi have fallen into and been lost. Unsure of what to say, feeling a mixture of confusion and shame, Kyle remained silent. Nearly a minute passed before someone spoke up. Or perhaps the right word would be something, for it was Weegee who spoke, posing a question. What was that, Weed? The droid asked again. Next to me? What I mean, Weed. There's no one here in the room except for you and me. The droid seemed to consider this before responding with, maybe, but it sure seems like someone else is here. Kyle was about to dismiss the droid's observation when a possibility came to his mind. Weed, what is it that you see? The droid replied with, I'm not sure, but there's some kind of energy field next to you. At the same time, my biosensors keep telling me nothing is there. Kyle wondered at this. Could we be seeing? You sure? The droid responded with a derisive response that said, of course I'm sure. Rahn entered the conversation. Strange, I have no corporeal form, and to my knowledge, no droid has ever detected a Jedi in this way before. Weeg, Kyle said, feeling a bit excited, extrapolate. What do you think you see? The answer that came was a shock to both men as the droid, a second person. This is indeed a wonder, Rahn said. This droid is somehow seeing me. The angry words and confusion of a moment ago forgotten, for now, Kyle decided he could at least provide the introduction. He gestured to his right, where Weegee said he saw the energy field. This is Rahn. He was a Jedi. A stream of beeps and whistles emanated from the droid. I'm afraid my language skills are somewhat rusty. Kyle didn't answer at first, for while he understood Weegee's answer, he found it a bit hard to believe. Weegee, he began, says he remembers you. Now it was Ron's turn to feel confused. I can't say I recall the meeting. More beeps from the droid. He says it was when you came to the house to meet with my father about the Valley of the Jedi. I remember now, your father and I met in this very place. It was also the day I gave him my lightsaber. Perhaps, in some way, a connection was created. A connection? Kyle asked. A Jedi's lightsaber is more than just a weapon, Kyle. It becomes part of you. A sort of bond is created between the Jedi and the lightsaber, a connection if you will. Wait a sec, Kyle interrupted. Are you saying that your bond with your lightsaber is the reason Ouija can see you? Each lightsaber is unique, as is the Jedi who wields it. My own master once told me each lightsaber carried an echo of the Jedi who wielded it. It is possible that your droid has somehow sensed this. Kyle found this a bit difficult to believe at first, but given the circumstances. You might be right. Ouija's been quirky ever since my father built him. He's definitely not your normal droid. The droid made a hooting sound followed more beeps. What did he say? Kyle laughed. He said he'd rather be thought of as unique, not quirky. He also felt that the tension in the room had lessened considerably. This was confirmed when Rahn spoke again, a calmer tone to his voice. Kyle, I apologize for yelling at you earlier. It was unfair of me. I forget that you are not a Padawan learner who knows the ways of the Jedi. But when I imagine you fall into the dark side, the implications are very disquieting. The man shrugged. It's okay. I could tell you were upset. I just don't think I understand why. It was only a target drone. On the surface, you are correct about this. But please understand that in my many years as part of the Order, I saw Jedi begin their journey down the dark path starting from something as simple as what just happened. They lost their fear of the dark side and assumed they were strong enough to control it. And they weren't, I'm guessing. The power began to control them. They began to see all beings and even the galaxy itself as something inferior, something to be conquered and mastered. And in the end, the power consumed them, but not before they caused terrible destruction and death. But I'm calm now, argued Kyle. I don't feel like conquering or destroying anything. For the moment, I sense that it's true, Kyle. But later, in a moment of crisis, a moment of duress, the temptation will return, stronger than before. And if you are not aware and on guard against it, then what is to prevent you from succumbing? Kyle started to reply, but Rahn wasn't done. We both know it has happened before, and more than once, most recently on Nar Shaddaa. A part of him wanted to deny the old Jedi's words, to stand firm in his conviction, his surety of control, of mastery over himself. But then, the memories came, memories of events, times when anger had consumed him. And in these events, the actions he had taken, the destruction he had wrought, the lives he had taken. Kyle felt as if he understood. I think I see it now. Rahn, I didn't know, didn't realize, didn't see. But now you do, my friend, Rahn said with a hint of pride, and while these memories pain you, being able to feel that pain is a good sign. It shows part of your inner self, who you are. So what do I do? Kyle asked. There is a saying I learned long ago. The price of peace is eternal vigilance. For you, Kyle, this means to be aware of yourself, your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. You mean constantly question everything I think, everything I do? Of course not. Even a Jedi Master would be incapable of such a thing. Instead, take stock of yourself at times. Ask a few questions of yourself about what you're thinking and feeling and what you want to do. And when I feel dark feelings, try to deal with them without acting on them. Precisely, as I said earlier, control your emotions. Do not let them control you. Kyle considered this. While on the surface it seemed somewhat difficult, he remembered how he had been taught to conduct himself as an Imperial soldier, both on and off duty. This wasn't all that different. He decided to test himself. I want to try again with the target and remote. Very well, Rahn said, but before you start, take some deep breaths. Relax your mind, relax your body. Kyle complied, breathing in through his nose, out through his mouth, repeating the action several times while he tried to relax himself by imagining a grassy plain on Sulon with the wind gently blowing through it. After a few minutes, it began to work. He could feel his body relaxing, his mind calming. Good, Rahn said. Good. Now, when you feel ready, activate your saber. Kyle moved his finger to the control, and the brilliant green beam shone forth. Now, stay in control. Don't allow your emotions to distract you. Feel the force, and let it flow through you. Kyle continued to breathe slowly. In, out, in, out, in, out. Weak, released the second drone. The droid pressed the control and another red silver orb appeared, arcing towards where Kyle stood. He watched it come, a part of his mind calling from him to attack it right away. Stay in control, Rahn repeated. Ignoring the impulse to attack, Kyle watched as the drone darted around. He noticed that it seemed a bit easier now to follow it with his eyes. Not just in your eyes, Kyle, but in your mind as well. The drone moved. There. He stepped forward onto his right foot and raised the saber until it formed a diagonal slash in front of his face. With a loud pinging sound, the bolt the drone fired was deflected away. I did it. Remember your control? The drone darted in again. This time, Kyle brought the saber around in a half circle until it was perpendicular to the floor. Again, the bolt was deflected. The drone moved again, but Kyle was right with it. The saber hummed as it cut the air, slicing down at the exact instant the drone fired a shot at Kyle's legs. Yes, Rahn said proudly. Good, Kyle, good. Smiling at the approval, he called out. Weeg, released the last one. The droid gave a hesitating sound. It's okay. I can't handle it. The droid complied, albeit reluctantly. A second red and silver orb came from the wall panel, joining the first. Now, Kyle, Rahn said, let's try some basic moves. Kyle felt fresh images enter his mind. Do you see them? Yes. Good. Now follow the steps. But remember your control. Do not let your emotions divert your attention. The drones moved in. He began, his body moving in concert with the saber. A turn to the right sent a bolt slicing past him, the saber blade moving over his head to deflect a second. Another attack, and now he crouched, holding the saber directly in front of his face as both drones fired on the same spot. Yet another attack, and he turned in a circle, the saber deflecting both bolts away. Yes, Kyle, Rahn said, the smile evident in his voice. Well done. While he felt happy at being able to handle the laser fire from the drones, Kyle also noticed something, a feeling he couldn't quite describe. He felt connected to something that told his hands and arms, legs and feet, told them when to move, where and how much. It was like a dance in a way, where the steps were shown to him and he executed them with seeming ease. Suddenly, one of the drones moved in for a close-range attack. Normally, this would have startled Kyle, but at that moment, he felt no apprehension, no worry. Instead, he lifted the lightsaber in a smooth crescent arc, the beam slicing through the body of the targeting drone. What was left fell to the floor, making a rough clattering sound. Taken a bit by surprise, Kyle stopped moving and deactivated the saber. He stared down at the broken pieces of the targeting drone, his mind replaying the motion, the strike, and the drone being cut in half. It felt completely different from when he had destroyed the first one. Is this what it means, he wondered, to feel the Force? This is what happens when you open yourself to it, Kyle, when you allow the Force to flow through you. He was about to ask what the old Jedi meant by this, when there was a whooshing sound followed by an explosion close by. The whole room shook, dust falling from the ceiling beams. Kyle fought to retain his feet as the floor quaked under him. What the? Ouija responded with a stream of strident beeps and whistles. Oh great, more Tuskens, Kyle said, translating. He heard the whooshing sound again, followed by a closer, louder explosion. And it sounds like they've managed to lay their hands on a rocket launcher or something. Come on, we'd better get out of here while we can. He moved towards the main exit when the loudest explosion to date erupted from somewhere on the other side of the wall. Kyle stumbled back, nearly falling to the floor while Ouija put on a burst of speed to avoid a section of the ceiling that had come loose and fell, nearly crushing the droid beneath it as it struck the floor of the workshop, raising a cloud of dust. Nearly blinded by the swirling miasma, Kyle backed away, hearing the cracking and snapping of wood. It seemed that the whole place was coming down around them. When the shaking finally subsided and the dust dissipated enough for Kyle to see clearly, it quickly became clear that leaving the garage through the regular exit wasn't going to work anymore. Where the entranceway had been was now a haphazard pile of wood and dirt. "You know, Weeg," he said, turning to look at the droid, "I think these guys might really be after me." "Who else is here?" came the reply. He gave the droid another sour look. "Funny, Weeg. Real funny. Listen, what condition is your repulsor grid in?" Ouija responded that his repulsor system was fully functional. "Good," Kyle said. "Then here's what I want to do. I've got a speeder parked behind a ridge about a quarter-mile west of the house. I want you to find it and take it to the spaceport as fast as you can." The droid gave an incredulous whistle. "What's the matter? Can't you handle the controls?" Ouija replied with, "Of course I can handle them. But do you really think I'm going to leave here without you?" Kyle smiled at the droid. "Under normal circumstances, no, but I need you to listen to me on this one. The Tuskens are after me, not you. If you take off by yourself, they probably won't follow. Once you get to the spaceport, I need you to find a Hoxel Nufton. Have him send a signal on this frequency to let Jan Ors or Wexter Wayfarer knows what's going on and where to come find me." He gave Ouija the coded frequency, which the droid accepted before asking, "And how exactly are you going to get away?" Kyle started to speak and ended up closing his mouth. "Guess I haven't thought that part out yet," he said, chagrined. The droid made a derisive sound, then offered a series of beeps and whistles. "The old irrigation tunnels," Kyle repeated. Ouija responded by reminding Kyle of the tunnels, once used to carry water from the farm's vaporators, although they hadn't been used for that purpose in years. At the very least, it would provide a means of escape. However, the droid expressed concern for where Kyle would end up as well as how to find him. Kyle lifted his arm to show the small computer built into the wrist gauntlet. "No problem. I can transmit a locator signal with this. Once I'm clear and in a safe, I'll activate it." Ouija gave an apprehensive whistle. "It'll be okay, Weeg. I've been in tougher spots than this. Besides, it's not like we have much choice." The droid considered this, and then responded affirmatively. "Good," Kyle said, patting the droid's head affectionately. "I'll see you soon." "I promise." The droid reached up with one of his arms and gently grasped Kyle's arm. At the same time, it beeped something to the effect of, "You'd better." Kyle smiled at the droid again, then turned away to look for the grate he knew was somewhere in this room, having to move some boxes before finding it. Now he just needed to open it. An idea came. Activating the saber, Kyle swung it down, the blade slicing through the metal bars with ease. Soon, he had a hole large enough to slip through. Deactivating the blade, he found an attachment point on his belt and clipped the lightsaber to it. He turned to look at Ouija, who was watching him. "See ya later." Crouching down, Kyle lowered his legs into the space, using his arms to lower the rest of his body in. Once inside the tunnel, he took a moment to survey it. Despite having not been used in years, the shaft still had a faintly damp smell to it. Looking ahead, Kyle saw a seemingly endless progression of gray permacrete slabs that formed the tunnel. After slashing through another grate with the saber, he proceeded down the shaft. It went on for a short distance, ending in an opening where Kyle could see another shaft, made of the same material as the one he was in. Judging the distance from where he was to the floor of the other shaft safe enough to jump down, he hesitated as his eyes spotted a Tusken standing just below and to the right of where he was. How did that thing get in here? Granted, the irrigation tunnels were not guarded, but to think that the Tuskens had seen fit to try and take them over. As much as it bothered him, Kyle realized two things. One, it wasn't his problem. And two, there wasn't much he could do about it except to take out the ones in his way, beginning with this one. Not wanting to alert another attacker with a noisy strike, he decided to try using the saber. Pulling it free, he rested his thumb over the activation control. Waiting until the Tusken's back was turned, he jumped down. The instant his feet smacked against the ground, the alien began to turn around, a cry of surprise and warning rising from his mouth. With a snap hiss, the saber activated and Kyle swung. The weapon gave off a sound as it cut through the air and into the target. Pulling the blade back midway through the strike, Kyle retreated a step as the Tusken fell, his voice cutting off in mid-cry. Blood spurted from the wound made by the saber and quickly began to pool underneath his body. Suddenly, from behind, he heard the cry of another Tusken. Turning that way, he saw the creature running towards him, brandishing a weapon. Holding the saber with the blade perpendicular to the ground, Kyle readied himself, focusing on his breathing and remembering Rahn's instructions about control. The Tusken fired, a stream of green-white energy emitting from his weapon. Later, when the picture was complete, he would understand how he did this. But at the moment, Kyle felt a flash of surprise. Somehow, he knew where the shots were going and what he needed to do. Moving the emerald blade to cover his exposed right side, Kyle felt momentary pressure as the energy blast struck the blade and bounced off, ricocheting up into the sky. Still running towards him, the Tusken grunted in surprise, his eyes studying the glowing green blade. Now, Wallace distracted. Pushing off on his right foot, he ran forward. The attacker tried to raise his weapon, but even as the barrel was moving into place, Kyle shoved the blade forward. It sliced into the Tusken's chest, the tip emerging from his back. The alien stared at the pulsing energy beam sticking out of his chest, able to utter a final strangled cry as the man pulled the blade out. As the body of the Tusken crumpled to the ground, Kyle wondered at what had just happened. While he had understood, intellectually, what Rahn had said about his connection to the Force, it hadn't seemed completely real. At least, not until now. Maybe Rahn is right about me and this whole Force thing. Deciding that now was not the time to think about this, he proceeded forward, shutting the saber off and returning it to his belt. The gray slabs bordered him on either side as he walked, the sky visible negotiating a turn, and walking for a time down a featureless corridor. Kyle began to wonder if the two Tuskens he had killed were the only ones here. But as he rounded another corner, that idea was quickly dismissed. Another corridor was before him, and about 300 yards away were two of the aliens milling about near a large metal gate. Both were armed. That means straight frontal assault's no good. They'd get me before I got close. Looking down at his belt, Kyle saw he had 3 more thermal detonators. And from this came a plan arming one of the 3. He drew his arm back and threw the silvery orb as hard as he could. It hit the ground about 75 yards away, bouncing and skipping as his momentum bled off, the sound drawing the attention of the Tuskens. No sooner had they started in the direction of the detonator than it exploded, a ball of red-orange fire rising up followed by a pall of black smoke. Kyle was already moving, reaching across his body to activate the shield before pulling his blaster free. He ran through the smoke drifting skyward from where the detonator had exploded, chips of permacrete crunching under his feet as he ran, the blaster held out in front of him. Seeing the approaching figure, the Tuskens fought to aim their own weapons. And such it was that all 3 beings fired at nearly the same time. Kyle was caught by 3 shots, breaking his stride and sending his right foot skidding on the permacrete. But even as he fell, he managed to get off 2 more shots. Striking the ground on his side, he let out a grunt, doing his best to ignore the pain as he concentrated on using the momentum of his fall to roll himself over onto his hands and knees and back onto his feet. His shots had killed one of the Tuskens, but the second had suffered only a minor wound. As Kyle stood up, it gave off a loud cry as it opened fire. The operative managed to get off an answering volley before he was driven back against the wall of the shaft, the shield managing to deflect the weapon's fire, but not the force of shots. A scream followed by the sound of a body falling told him the second Tusken had been hit. With both targets taken care of, Kyle took a moment to catch his breath. His left side and knees ached from where he had hit them earlier, but otherwise, he was okay. The check of the shield showed 60% power left. Once he felt able to continue, Kyle approached the metal door, its surface a darker gray than the walls to either side. Fortunately, there was a control box nearby, and after he pressed the appropriate button, The door rose smoothly and out of the way. The corridor continued beyond for another 100 yards before coming to a dead end against a wall of permacrete. Approaching this space, Kyle considered where he could go now. Turning round, he briefly considered going back the way he had come when he spotted the narrow ramp built into the wall to his right. A short climb placed him on a flat plain where he had a choice of 3 different paths he could take. Great, now where do I go? On the heels of that thought, Rahn's voice seemed to speak inside his mind once more, reminding him to try and be calm. Part of his mind rebelled at this, wanting decisive action right now, and for a moment, Kyle almost gave in. But then he remembered what Rahn had said about the Force. Well, he decided, it's worth a try. Dropping to one knee, Kyle worked to calm his breathing and focus his mind. His eyes drifted closed, almost through their own volition. He thought about the space he was in and how desired to find a place that Jan could find him. Her face appeared in his mind, and he smiled at the thought of how he would explain what had happened here to her. And then, it came. Kyle's eyes snapped open. He rose to his feet and stepped forward. He knew where he had to go. It was so obvious, he wondered how he had been unable to figure it out before. He moved towards the wide corridor in front of him. As he walked forward, the sound of water moving came to his ears, growing louder with each step. Stepping into a roughly oval spot, he saw that about 10 feet below him was a channel where water flowed. The clean, blue color was pleasant to look at it, and caught up he was when the first shot struck nearby. Not seeing the attacker, he cast about until his eyes found him, about 200 yards away. 2 more Tuskens, and both were firing. Kyle managed to activate a shield just as a shot struck his middle. The impact was not terribly painful, but it backed him up a step. He tried to reach for his blaster, but 3 more shots hit in quick succession. The shield display began to flash red, its energy level being depleted. Forced back another step, then another. His foot went back once more and met air. Looking over his shoulder, Kyle saw that he was right at the edge of the channel. Another shot hit, and with a cry, he fell. Something in his mind spoke quickly and fiercely, telling him to turn over. Doing so, he saw the water, getting closer by the second. Instinctively, his years of swimming experience coming into play, Kyle tucked his head into his chest and extended his arms out in front, using his hands to form an arrowhead shape. When the impact came, his hands cut into the water, opening up a space that grew wider until the whole of his body plunged into the channel. Unsure of the depth of the channel, he angled his body so that he curved out of his dive and rose above the bottom of the channel. It took another few seconds before his head breached the surface. Automatically taking a breath, he shook his head to clear the water from his eyes and discovered that he was moving, a slight current to the water pulling him along. With a modest bump, his back touched the far wall of the channel, where the path narrowed and a metal grate prevented him from progressing any further. He soon discovered this spot had the additional advantage of being underneath an overhang of permacrete, casting him into shadow. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Kyle smiled somewhat nervously. Well, that was fun. A new sound reached his ears, the sound of weapons firing. Looking ahead, he saw where the 2 Tuskens were shooting down into the water, the surface of it a cacophony of splashes. Apparently, they thought he was still there, and were determined to finish the job. Reaching down, Kyle felt for and found his belt. To his relief, the lightsaber and his blaster were still there, along with the 2 remaining thermal detonators. Looking up at where the Tuskens were still firing into the water, he considered what to do next. This angle's no good. No way I can get a beat on them. He waited for another 5 minutes as the Tuskens finally exhausted their weapons. They looked down into the water, probably waiting to see the body. But after more minutes had passed, the aliens seemed to give up. One hooted to the other, who nodded. They turned away from the channel, moving out of sight. Kyle waited a bit longer, examining the channel to figure out where to go next. The path behind him was blocked, but only a few hundred yards away was a D-shaped pipe where water was pouring out of. If I can get over there, I can see if it's usable or not. Taking some deep breaths, he pushed off the wall and dived under the water. The current provided some resistance, but not enough to keep him from reaching the area under the D-shaped pipe. He looked up at it, the water seeming to deform the pipe. A message from his lungs brought him to the surface underneath the pipe, reaching out to grasp it in both hands. Moving hand over hand, Kyle guided himself until he was at the mouth of the pipe. The stream of water coming from it pushed at him, but was not strong enough to break his grip. He levered himself up and around until he could see inside the mouth of the pipe. The sound of water moving and sloshing filled the space. When minutes had passed with no changes, Kyle felt satisfied, and with the kick of his legs and pulling with his arms, he entered the pipe. The water inside was not deep, but moving fast enough to necessitate a constant resistance against the flow in order not to push right back out. He swam upstream against the current until he reached a spot where 3 concrete pillars were sticking up out of water. Swimming closer, he lurched ahead and reached a hand out, feeling the rough grit of the permacrete. Securing his hold, he pulled himself forward. That's when he noticed a small pool just beyond the pillars, along with 2 other openings where water was flowing into. Pulling himself between the pillars, Kyle felt the steady current slacken, making forward movement easier. He stepped into the pool, finding it to be only a few feet deep and calm enough for him to walk through it. Over his head arched an overhang, casting a bit of shadow into the space. Suddenly, something to whisper in his mind that there was danger here. Pausing, he looked around, right hand already moving towards his blaster as the water next to him erupted as a blaster bolt sizzled into it. The explosion of water hit, knocking him off balance. He fell onto the floor of the pool, water splashing around him, somewhat lessening the impact. He shook his head and wiped at his eyes furiously, trying to clear them, to see where the attacker was that had shot at him. The water erupted again, another curtain splashing into him. And in the midst of the echoing splashes, he heard the high-pitched voice of a Rodian. He turned, trying to find the attacker, but the splashing water made it nearly impossible to see. I've got to do something. It's going to get my range soon. His mind raced furiously as he searched for an answer, trying to figure out what he could do. Another explosion of water, this one close enough that Kyle felt the heat of the laser blast where it struck. The next one is going to hit me unless I do something. Despite the near panic in his mind, Kyle heard a new sound, like a voice calling to him. No, not a voice, he realized, more like a feeling that he needed to relax, to clear his mind. Years of combat training rebelled against the thought, commanding him to act. But somehow he was able to ignore the urge to just start shooting blindly. Instead, he listened, a warm sensation growing in his mind and body. He began to relax as the feeling washed over him. Even as another geyser erupted next to him, he didn't react to it. In his mind, an image was forming. It was cloudy at first, but as he focused on it, all the while reminding himself not to force it, the image grew clearer. As it did, Kyle realized he was looking at the very space he was in now, the geyser of water that had just erupted. He also saw himself, half sitting, half lying in the central pool. And most important of all, he saw the attackers. It turned out to be a pair of Rodians. One stood atop the permacrete roof Kyle had just passed under, while the other was firing from farther up the tunnel, standing on a low wall. Now that he knew where they were, his mind began to formulate an attack plan. Had they been closer, he would have considered using the lightsaber, but decided the blaster would work better. Part of Kyle's conscious mind marveled at this ability to stay calm, to stay focused even as a shot struck near his back. Normally, he would have been shooting at anything and everything by now. But for the moment, he felt in control. This is how it feels to use the Force, he thought. Reaching into the water, Kyle felt along his belt until his fingers touched the grip of the blaster. He pulled it out of the holster, forefinger hovering over the trigger, waiting for the opportunity. Combat instincts combined with the mental vision helped him to figure where to fire the blaster at. And as yet another geyser of water erupted nearby, Kyle brought his arm up swiftly, all but exploding out of the water. His finger tightened on the trigger as soon as the blaster's muzzle was clear. To the Rodian atop the permacrete roof, it was as if the laser fire had erupted from the water itself. The alien managed to squawk as Crimson Bolt struck, and then it fell into the water right near the mouth of the tunnel Kyle had just come from. The current grabbed the body and pulled it downstream and away. Rolling to his left and onto his feet, Kyle fired at the second attacker, who gave a high-pitched scream as it was hit. The water around him settled to its normally placid state after a few minutes. Clearing his eyes once again and raking his fingers through his hair trying brushing the water out of it, Kyle finally decided to give up. He was completely soaked. Not exactly the picture of a potential Jedi, am I? Smiling to himself, Kyle located the tunnel that the one Rodian had attacked him from. Moving past the crumpled body, he started up the path, which rose at an angle. He noticed that the shaft was completely dry, not a drop of water anywhere, except for what was dripping off of him. The shaft was also growing dim, its overhead roof not allowing sunlight to enter. Time passed as the incline eventually became a level path as well as increasingly dim. Fortunately, Kyle's eyes had adjusted and he could enough to tell that there was an opening in the wall to his left about 6 feet ahead. He also heard footsteps. Slowing his steady walk to a crawl, Kyle listened intently before taking a few more steps, then stopping to listen again. There's definitely somebody up there, he decided, and they're probably not friendly. He drew closer to the opening in the wall, his blaster out and ready, looking for any sign of movement, but there was none. He stepped through the opening, finding a dimly lit space with a channel in the middle of it where water was running rapidly. To his left, the path of permacrete continued a short ways, before disappearing into the darkness. Moving forward carefully, Kyle saw that in actuality, the channel took a dramatic downward slant before going completely vertical. Suddenly out of the gloom came the loud cry of a Tusken, followed a combination of red and green streaks of energy. Somehow, Kyle crouched low enough that the incoming fire shot over his head, striking the wall behind. His eyes detected movement and from the darkness appeared two of the aliens, moving up the sides of the channel towards him. Kyle lifted his blaster and fired, catching one full in the chest. It fell to the floor of the channel, a final cry escaping his mouth. Shifting his aim, Kyle managed to get a shot at nearly the exact moment the other Tusken fired. Blaster fire crisscrossed in air, hitting both beings. Kyle's shots took care of his attacker, but the return fire overloaded his weakened shield, allowing one bolt to strike his left leg. His scream echoed in the space as the laser beam tore through the material of his pants, slicing open the flesh of his calf. It also sent him tumbling forward and into the water. Finding himself completely submerged, Kyle helplessly tumbled along as the angled shaft became vertical, the ride continuing until his hands met a metal grate. Forcing his eyes open against the pain he felt, he saw the grate was covering the whole of the shaft, preventing any further progress. New pain flared in his throat and chest. He needed air soon. Underwater like this, the blaster was no good and the detonators would take him out along with the grate. Mind racing with desperation, he reached for the lightsaber. Let's hope this thing works underwater. He mashed the activation stud, feeling a moment of relief as the brilliant green beam materialized. His chest heaved suddenly, throat working, trying to get him to take a breath. His vision began to tunnel. Moving as best he could under the water rushing past him and resisting his every move, Kyle managed to get the lightsaber blade close enough to the grate to touch him. It sliced through with ease. Shifting his grip, he brought the blade up towards the corner of the grate. In a split second, the grate was gone, and he was rocketing forward through the water once again, having just enough presence of mind to deactivate the saber. His headlong fall through the water continued for several seconds, and then he seemed to level out although he was still rushing forward. Now it became a contest to see which hurt worse, his legs or his throat and chest. Kyle knew he needed to get out of the water in the next few seconds, or he never would. Suddenly the current around him shifted, feeling as if it was turning to the right. However, his headlong progress continued. It seemed that his mission was going to end right here. But just as his eyes were closing for the last time, he felt his hands touch permacrete. Survival instincts kicked in, fingers grabbing for purchase on the rough surface. Fortunately, the last of his momentum carried his body partly onto the exposed part of the channel. Kyle's mouth opened as he took a gasping breath, lungs expanded to fill themselves. The exhalation came almost grudgingly. He took a second breath, then another, then another. Gradually, his mind went from demanding oxygen to informing him he was on dry land, or at least the equivalent of it. His eyes, which had drifted closed, opened to see the brownish slab he was lying on. His other senses began to send in messages, registering the sound of water flowing quickly and loudly, the sound echoing all around him. He felt a pulling sensation at his legs and reflexively drew them up, crying out as air touched his wound. He lay there for several minutes, doing his best to deal with the pain. When at last he felt he could move safely, he pushed up onto his elbows and looked around. He was in another channel, albeit far larger than the others he had seen up to this point. Water raced past him, moving down the shaft until it disappeared out of sight. Kyle could only wonder where the end of it was, and hoped very strongly to never find out. Just then, the sound of metal on rock reached his ears. Looking, he saw his right hand was still holding the lightsaber. Somehow, he had managed to keep a hold of it after cutting through the grate. Setting it down on part of the slab, he used both hands to pull himself up higher and slowly turn over. The wound in his calf protested every inch of movement, and try as he might, Kyle couldn't hold back his cries of pain. When he had managed to get himself high enough on the slab to not worry about falling back into the water, he began to take stock of himself and his wares. His shield was dead, the power display dark. The thermal detonators and bowcaster were both gone, although his blaster was still sitting in his holster. And there's the leg wound. It concerned him most of all. He wasn't sure how bad it was or if he'd be able to walk on it. If he couldn't. Okay, Katarn, don't think like that. You don't know for sure. Think positive. He decided he needed to check the wound and assess its condition. Sitting up, Kyle drew the lower part of his left leg and towards himself, lifting the pant leg to expose the skin, moving slowly so as not to aggravate the wound further. What appeared was a ragged hole about an inch long with blood trickling from it. His gorge rose at seeing the inside of his leg, and he finally had to look away. More minutes passed before he was able to look again, and while the wound looked ugly, it didn't keep him from being able to move the limb. Maybe, just maybe. Going to his belt, Kyle pulled out the small medkit he carried. Inside he found bandages, a spray medication, and other items to treat a blaster wound. First, he tried the spray, which was supposed to clot the wound and prevent him from losing too much blood, as well as providing an agent to block the pain. Moving the bottle until it was close, he pressed the trigger, a fine mist issuing from the bottle. Kyle moaned in pain as the substance first touched the wound, but the sensation, while intense, went away after a few seconds. A white sheen appeared on one edge of the wound as the medicine went to work. He continued to spray until the entire surface was covered the same. Returning the nearly empty bottle to the kit, Kyle extracted a long bandage. Placing one end atop his calf and holding it in place with his right hand, he used his left to curl the material around his leg. When it touched the surface of the wound, there was fresh surge of pain. Enduring it, he continued to wrap the bandage around his leg until it was swathed in the material. Retrieving a clasp from the medkit, he pinned the bandage in place so it wouldn't come loose. With that done, Kyle let himself have a break, looking around the space he was in, trying to figure out what to do next. When several minutes had passed without a solution presenting itself, he decided to see if the leg was going to work or not. Scooting himself backwards until he was up against the wall of the shaft, Kyle used his hands and arms, along with his right leg, to rise onto his feet, so to speak. Balanced somewhat precariously against the wall of the shaft, he lowered his left leg experimentally until the toe of his boot touched the touched. He settled back onto the heel, settling his weight onto the leg. It wavered, nearly spilling him to the ground once again, fresh pain shooting up from the wound. However, the amount of pain was less, the medicine doing its job. Recovering, Kyle tried again and found this time that the leg supported him. He tried a few steps and found himself able to walk. He breathed a sigh of relief. Now I just have to find a way out of here. After stowing the medkit and returning the lightsaber to his belt, Kyle began to move up the shaft from where he was. As he walked, he noticed the shaft had a curve to it, explaining why he hadn't seen more of it earlier. Continuing, he found a shaft other than the two he had seen already. It had a slight incline to it, but as Kyle strained his eyes, he saw a sliver of daylight. That's it. Feeling excited and somewhat rejuvenated, he proceeded up the incline, using the wall for additional support so as not to overburden his wounded leg. Nearing the top of the shaft, he saw where it narrowed to an opening where water flowed from. If he wanted to go any further, he was going to have to get back in the water and fight the current to get to a landing that looked to be about 6 feet away. He was about to try stepping into the water when a blaster bolt pinged of the wall almost right next to his head. Unlike before, Kyle had no problem finding the location of the attackers. Standing there, at the edge of the landing he wanted to get to were two Tuskens. Kyle flattened himself against the far wall of the shaft as more blaster fire shot past him. Relatively safe for the moment, his position did have the disadvantage of not providing him a place to return fire. If he was going to take out these two, he was going to have to get into the line of fire. The question was, how? The fire from the Tuskens didn't seem to slacken even a little bit. No matter how he looked at it, there was no way to launch an attack before the Tuskens would cut him down. The saber, Kyle. He heard Rahn speak inside his mind. But something seemed wrong. While he could hear the man's voice, it was faint, as if coming from far away. The saber, Rahn said again, and then Kyle had the sensation that the old Jedi was gone somehow. Still, the words echoed in his mind. Pulling the saber free from his belt, Kyle stared at it, considering what Rahn had said. The beam is pure energy, he thought, and it did deflect the bolts from those drones. It seemed possible, but also very risky. If it didn't work, or he couldn't do it right. Kyle didn't finish the thought. There was no choice. He had to do this. And in order to do it without getting killed, he was going to need help. Even as the blaster fire continued to spang and splatter, creating a cacophony that echoed in the shaft, Kyle closed his eyes and concentrated. He focused on a single thought. I have to do this. It was difficult to describe exactly what happened. For one moment, it was just him, the regular Kyle Katarn, and the next, he felt as if he was being filled, like a battery being charged. The saber ignited with a snap hiss, the green blade illuminating the space in front of him. He stood there as the constant blaster fire began to slacken, finally stopping entirely. They're reloading. I can't do this. And then, with 3 quick, precise steps, Kyle stepped into the line of fire. He saw the 2 Tuskens and heard them cry out, perhaps in victory, at seeing their target emerge. They finished reloading their weapons, and within seconds, the first crimson bolts leapt from their weapons. Kyle watched them come. There. He moved the saber just over and to the right of his head. A loud ping sound was heard as the blaster shot was deflected away, expending itself in the ceiling. Kyle quickly shifted the blade, moving it in front of his right leg, deflecting the next bolt. Shifting weight to that foot, he swung the saber up in front of his chest, deflecting 2 more shots. Down towards his stomach to deflect another, up by his face for 2 more, directly in front of him for a succession of 3 blasts. Though he knew he was doing this, could feel his body moving, could feel the metal of the lightsaber hilt in his hands, hear the hum of the blade as it cut the air and the sound as shot after shot was deflected away, Kyle felt, almost detached, as if he were watching himself. Is this really me? It didn't seem possible. Each blaster bolt was moving at the speed of light, crossing the gulf between himself and his attackers in less than a second. It shouldn't be possible for him to track the bolts, much less deflect them. And yet, somehow, he was doing it. As the blade hummed and Kyle deflected more shots, he wondered if he might employ this technique to his advantage. He searched for the answer and a moment later, found it. A smile came to his face as he subtly changed the angle of the saber blade. When the next shot hit it and was deflected, it arced away from Kyle and back towards the Tuskens, just barely missing them. One of the aliens squawked in surprise, calling something to the other, who responded by sending a rapid flurry of shots at Kyle. He deflected them all, sending the crimson streaks back the way they had come. Neither Tusken had a chance to react as their own blast struck, killing both of them. As their bodies fell, Kyle lowered the saber, his thumb brushing the power stud, deactivating the weapon. He realized he was breathing heavily and sweating. The full feeling had dissipated, leaving him feeling a bit diminished and as if he had just been through a workout. He allowed himself a break, sitting down on the floor of the shaft as he recovered his breath. Over and over again he went over the battle in his mind, still not quite believing what had happened or what he had done. No normal human should have been able to do what he had done, and yet he had. Kyle found he was beginning to believe more and more of what Rahn had told him. If nothing else, he believed the Force was a real thing now. There's no way I'd be alive right now without it. Minutes passed as Kyle allowed himself to rest, rising only when he nearly nodded off. Standing up, he tested his left leg again and found it still responsive and able to bear his weight. Stepping towards the water, he pushed off and dived, immediately turning himself in the direction of the current that was already threatening to cast him downstream. Surfacing, Kyle stroked as hard as he could, kicking with his legs. The current fought against him, but he slowly began to make progress. It took nearly 5 minutes before he found himself swimming next to the landing he had seen earlier. As soon as he felt ready, Kyle pushed himself forward and out of the water. For a split second, it seemed he might not make it, but then his chest hit permacrete, driving the air from his lungs, but also telling him he had made it. Reaching ahead, he pulled the rest of his body out of the water until he was sitting on the landing. Looking to his right, he saw the bodies of the 2 Tuskens. Leaning over, he took both of their weapons, using the power pack in one to recharge his blaster and the other for his shield, getting it up to 40%. Not exactly great, but better than nothing. Getting his air back, Kyle looked ahead and saw another bigger, landing a short distance away. Once he felt up to it, he moved back towards the water. The channel was narrower here, making the current faster, but as Kyle placed his legs into the water, his feet touched the bottom, and he discovered this part of the channel was shallow, allowing him to walk forward, albeit slowly, till he reached the other landing. Once there, he expected to find another path or channel, so it caught him quite by surprise when the landing ended and beyond was a long drop. He stood there a long time, feeling dumbfounded, then frustrated, then furious. He pounded the wall with a fast. Blast it. This isn't fair. He raged like this for a number of minutes, cursing his luck, the mission, and anything else he could think of. Finally, when his frustration and anger had spent itself, he sat down on the landing, feeling even more frustrated. It wasn't fair, he said over and over again in his mind, to have come all this way, and now, to have nowhere to go. But as he continued to fume to himself, Kyle began to hear something he hadn't noticed earlier. Concentrating, he focused on the sound, identifying it a moment later as the swish and splashing of running water. Approaching the edge of the landing once again, he looked straight down, a smile coming to his face. There, several meters below, was another channel. I should have known, he thought, feeling a little embarrassed at his earlier angry display. However, there was one problem with this new water channel: the distance between it and him. The distance was far too great to safely jump. A check of the landing showed him it didn't extend far enough down to be of any use to him. Frustration began to creep back into his mind. It's just like the Nar Shaddaa mission. If only I had. As the thought went unfinished, Kyle reached for the back of his belt. His hand touched something familiar. Pulling it free and bringing it into view, he let out a whoop of joy. There in his hands was the grapnel he had used on Nar Shaddaa. He hadn't remembered packing it. Stepping back from the edge of the landing, Kyle pressed the activation stud. With the cracked sound and breath of compressed air, the grapnel's hook shot from the device, striking the surface of the landing. A whir rose from the tines as they drilled into the permacrete, securing themselves. When the whirring sound ended, Kyle gave the grapnel a few experimental pulls, making sure the hook was secure. Okay, he thought, smiling, here we go. Moving to the edge of the landing, Kyle lowered himself over. Then, just as he had done on an Nar Shaddaa, slipped his hands into the grapnel's handholds. His body swung briefly as the grapnel bore his weight. Then the motor inside began to whine as it lowered him down. It took a little over a minute to reach the small landing next to the lower water channel. A sigh of relief escaped Kyle's lips as his feet touched the permacrete. Once he was standing firmly on the landing, he pressed the button to retract the hook from the permacrete. Carefully, he retracted the line until the hook plunged over the side of the upper landing and down towards him. And just as before, Kyle braced himself for the shock as the line went taut when the hook flashed past him and out of sight. Another minute was needed to fully retract and stow the hook. He stared at the mechanism for a long moment. "Thank you," he said, before returning the device to his belt. Turning to face the channel, Kyle saw that it proceeded at about a 35-degree down angle. Stepping as close as he dared, he peered around the edge of the wall, watching as the channel moved down and out of sight. Watching the movement of the water, Kyle realized he had little choice here. "I just hope there's a soft landing on the other end." And with that, he lowered his legs into the rapidly moving water, the current nearly yanking the rest of him in. Holding the rest of his body out of the water for another few moments, Kyle took some deep breaths and let go. The current grabbed, pulling him into the channel. Down he went, accelerating until he was moving almost faster than the water. The channel made 2 turns to the right, and he with it. As his headlong dash continued, a strange thought entered Kyle's mind. If I was anywhere else, this might actually be fun. Though he had never actually been on a water slide, Kyle had read about them as a boy and dreamed of someday trying one. And now, sliding through this water channel, not knowing where it'd end up, and despite it being so dark he couldn't see where he was going, that boy resurfaced. He whooped and yelled, particularly when the channel downward angle increased suddenly. And then, all of a sudden, the darkness ended. Sunlight stabbed down, lancing into Kyle's eyes. Squeezing them shut, he was wondering where he had ended up when the sound of a large splash reached his ears, water surging up and over him. His body decelerated as the water resisted him. With his eyes adjusted to the light now, Kyle realized he had landed in some kind of pool or maybe a tank. The sunlight from above dappled the water, giving him a mottled view of Sulon sky. Realizing that he was sinking, he turned over and began to swim, pushing his body to the surface. When his head breached, Kyle sucked in a grateful breath, wiping the water from his eyes. Just then, he heard the unwelcome of a Tusken war cry. "Oh, Sith spit." He looked around for the alien, but saw only the surface of the water and the edge of the tank he was in. A blaster shot struck the water nearby, sending a cascade into the air. Kyle turned in the water, looking for the source of the shot. Another blast hit close by, sending water splashing into his face. Shaking his head, he wiped at his eyes and looked again. There, about 6 feet away, standing near the place where he had exited the channel, was a Tusken. It waved the blaster it held over his head before firing another shot. Kyle ducked under the water a split second before the blast struck the space right in front of him. "I just can't get away from these guys." Diving under the water, he swam away from the spot he had been in case the Tusken fired again. Surfacing for air, Kyle found himself on the far side of the tank. The Tusken spotted him and fired, but he was already under the water again, swimming to a place. Looking up through the water, Kyle strained to catch a view of the Tusken through the dappled surface. He surfaced for another breath, and then dived back. Looking around, he saw the side of the tank close to where he exited the channel. The Tusken was above and in front of him. Drawing his blaster, Kyle checked that it was ready before kicking towards the surface as hard he could. Surfacing, he raised the weapon and fired in what he hoped was the right direction, getting off 4 shots before falling back into the water. Sinking down a ways, Kyle looked up, trying to see if he had hit his target. Suddenly, the water above erupted as something fell into it. It took only a few seconds to confirm that it was the Tusken. Breaking for the surface, Kyle swam to where the water channel poured its contents into the tank. Finding a handhold, he floated there, recovering his breath. What a ride, he mused, and then this. Tiredness seemed to close on him like a hand. Letting go of the handhold, Kyle turned to float on his back, staring up at the sky. The water buoyed him, enclosing him like a soft blanket. The thought crossed his mind to not move from this spot, to wait here until he received a signal from Jan, and then guiding her to pick him up here. It also occurred to him how irresponsible it would be. But for a moment, Kyle didn't care. Floating like this was comforting. He couldn't even feel the slightest hint of pain from the wound in his left leg. Closing his eyes, enjoying the sensations, Kyle imagined the moldy crow flying in, the cockpit opening to reveal Jan scowling down at him. Having fun, Katarn, she'd say. And he'd reply that yes, he was very comfortable, but if she insisted, and of course Jan would make a comment about him being dripping wet in getting on board her ship. Kyle chuckled at the thought of this, continuing to float on the surface of the water, turning this way and that, the sky over him appearing to rotate. The temptation to remain there, floating comfortably, was very strong.